Cheese. His name is Cheese.
They say they don't fuck with me, but I say they can't fuck with me. Just like the girl, I'm everywhere. How you say it so
Shit, you would think I went to school for chiropractic. Looking good as hell today, just sent my nigga $5. Why'd you come from me about a nigga, man? You bitch back for that. Come at me about niggas who I don't even find attractive. I don't know that nigga, I just seen them on the town before. So I can't be up in her face, I took her nigga down before. When I lose a nigga, I just pop out and go find some more. Soon as I feel like my time get wasted, then it's time to go. They say they don't fuck with me, but I say they can't fuck with me. Just like the girl, I'm everywhere. How you say it so with me? Them bitches should've stayed down. They could've been up to me, but all they doing is talking down. Cause they can't get up with me. My ex looking on my old friend. Both they had some fucking plans. Thinking that she got one up on me, she got my hammer down. He thought he wasn't gonna have to stand on shit like he was handicapped. Made that nigga stand on it. Now his ass can't stand me now. High as fuck, I'm lit, yo. I don't smoke no sweet shots. Flying with my gang and them. Looking them like sisters. Them bitches be learning, they go outside about these niggas. I don't wanna hang with them. They don't have no business. They be going for anything, but I can't go for none of it. Why would I go chase you if I know you gon' come running back? Cut everybody off, they been feeling like the lumberjack. They really get me fucked up, and now I'm going for none of that. She the type of nigga make her mad, she going too soon. Me, I'm kinda ratchet still, so I'm the type of beast. I can't love you, baby, like your bitch do, so don't leave her. You gon' choose her every time, cause it's cheaper to keep her. Can't say your name up in my songs, might not fuck with you tomorrow. Can't get my feelings hurt today, I won't give a fuck tomorrow. Ain't fucked up by no credit scope, I might be.
What he said? What that mouth do? That mouth talk shit. Let me tell you something. This mouth talk a bunch of cash money caca. This mouth talk a bunch of shit. yeah. This mouth be like a chomper. This motherfucker mouth bite. This mouth bite. I don't think you wanna get bit. I don't think you wanna get bit. What that mouth do? That what that motherfucker do? That what that motherfucker do?
Yo, world. Hey, young world. The world is yours. What's going on, everybody? Everybody. Welcome to another episode of the LA Project. I am your girl. They call me LA. Feel free to do the same. Y'all, come on in. Make sure that you hit that like. Subscribe if you haven't already. You cannot participate in the chat until you do. Okay? But if you haven't already, go ahead and subscribe. Share the content out. I have some fun today. Hey, y'all, I need your help, okay? Need to get these watch hours up. So I got a good show for y'all today. We're going to look over some conversations that happened in the space in the past couple of days. And we're going to just talk about the whole concept of communication. What's more important, or what should be taken into consideration? Is it the message itself? Is it the messenger? Is it the tone? Is it all three? Communicating and being a good communicator is, in my opinion, is a skill. Everybody can't do TED Talks because everybody don't want to hear what that person has to say. But if you guys ever pay attention to TED Talks and listen to the delivery, you know, it makes a big difference between like a monotone type of professor and an animated, very excited individual who is just eager to share certain information, right? It's a little different. A lot of people have not even seen communication or don't even see it as a skill, but it definitely is. I know back in school, like in middle school, I took a speech class, like where you had to learn, you know, it's kind of similar like to debate or whatever, but you actually learn the proper structures of how to write your speech, you know, come up with your thesis statement, your surrounding arguments, and then you bring it and wrap it up back home at the end, right? That was middle school for me. You know what I'm saying? After that, I wrote for my high school newspaper, and even though they were my, my classmates and everything, like you had to interview them, right? So when you go into an interview, depending on if it's if a sports person, somebody on the drama team, et cetera, if you want them to give you the story, or if you want to get the answers that you need, you got to craft your questions carefully. One of my favorite journalists, and some of my favorite journalists, are Barbara Walters, Connie Chung, Lester Holt, Ed Bradley. And if you pay attention to these individuals' careers, they're hosting 60 Minutes. They're hosting these big exposés and special editions for NBC, ABC, et cetera, et cetera. They didn't get there by just saying or delivering the message any way that they wanted to. They drew the audience in by how they crafted the story, how they crafted the message, how they gave the information, which led a lot of these individuals that I just named in terms of journalists to awards, notoriety, lots of money, just for doing something that they just know how to do. Anybody who is really into public speaking, they understand the importance of communication and effective communication. It's not about efficient communication, because there is a difference. All right. I was listening to some of these conversations, and people, I think that they're more wrapped up in the efficiency, the I guess like the speed of it all, right? Most people, everybody wants what they want when they want it. However, when we're dealing with individuals who have their own set of circumstances, their backgrounds, they might even have their own special way of learning. All right. When we dealing with them, it's in your best interest, if you want to be heard, to actually be careful, or a little bit not careful. Let's say be considerate of the words that you're using in order to get the result that you want. It's not about saying it in the most crass way possible because you think that's what, using a certain tone or cursing at somebody is going to get the results that you want. Somebody like me, that's not what motivates me. It shouts out to all my service members. I appreciate your service, but that I was not cut out for that shit. I do not need to be yelled at in order for somebody to motivate me. It just don't work for me. I get it. It works for some other people, so shouts out to you. But however, the rest of, everybody else doesn't learn like you, the similar way that you don't learn like us. All right. So I think consideration needs to be kept in mind when we communicate with people in general. All right, you guys, welcome. What's up, Third Ward? Good morning to you. Hope that you're having a good one. We got Royce M. The Karma. Okay, so you better tell them. They keep on acting like I'm just bright skinned up in this mugger. I am caramel. You better let them know. It's Joy. Good morning, sweetie. I hope that you had a good night. Good morning. Out on the West Coast, Cynical One. Hey, what's going on, love? Sorry, they beat you this time. You usually my first booty on duty, man. Somebody done took your spot. No, I'm just playing. Hope everybody's having a great morning. Hope y'all had some good breakfast. You know what I'm saying? We're getting towards the end of the week. What's today? Yeah, we got one more day before the weekend. So hang in there, baby. Hang in there. All right. So there's a couple of things that I wanted to, like I said, in terms of videos on this conversation of just effective communication. You know what? And it's funny because there was some really, really good points that were made during some of these shows, and we'll get into those in just a few minutes. But I just wanted to, like I said, just kind of give my take on it. Of course, I'll be stopping the video to, add extra commentary. But when I even think about, because there's some people who are just like, they're not changing nothing for nobody, even how they communicate. And okay, I mean, we all have that choice as adults and individuals, to do that. But it makes me think about a time. I lived in St. Thomas for a year. This was back in 2010. Yeah. So It was the Virgin Islands, so I didn't need my passport or anything like that. But at the same time, I had to learn the ways of the natives. And one thing that I did learn, it doesn't matter what time of the day it is. It doesn't matter where you are. You better greet everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. So if somebody calls my house or calls my apartment in the afternoon, I will pick up the phone. Good afternoon. That's courtesy. I had to go to the ER to get a handler's card. They wanted to check for parasites. That was weird. Have y'all ever left a stool sample before? That was quite awkward, but hey, if that's what you need, then fine. But yeah, even when you walk into the emergency room, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I remember walking into a corner store, similar to like a bodega or something like that, but of course, St. Thomas style with the rum. Anyway, and I walked in there just with my Georgia mindset, and I didn't say anything. Did y'all know the looks that I got from those individuals? They looked at me like I was just the rudest, disrespectful person in the world. And that's when I remember, oh, I'm sorry, good evening. And they straightened up. Communication, consideration, respect. So are we saying that regardless of a person's culture or maybe even their mental capacity or just a person who don't owe you nothing but just human decency, are we saying that we don't tailor what we say and how we say it? How many people out there have actually left a job because they ain't like how their boss was talking to them? Seriously, I have heard stories about people who felt low-key bullied by their supervisors or their bosses. And basically, I mean, they're conveying a message, right? But we all have to admit that it matters, especially when you're the person that's receiving that message. If you got somebody who's yelling and cursing at you, you might be less inclined to listen. And yeah, the message might get lost. But hey, we got to think about people's, temperament, man. It's crazy. What's going on? We got Highway 20. Like I asked, which side? East or west, shouting? I'm an east side, shouting. Good morning, Venus. So communication taking over. Yes, honey. It's been some really interesting conversations, and yes, they definitely need it because I mean, even though a lot of us claim to be adults, you know what I'm saying? Information and awareness and a lot of knowledge hits when it's supposed to, right? Because we all have our own walks of life, that's just for us. So I'm not going to get a certain message at the same time that maybe Venus did, but vice versa. Maybe I know something that I learned way early on, and maybe it took her a little bit longer to get, you know what I'm saying? So like we all have our own walks, we all have our own paths, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know, like I said, consideration is I think is a key thing. And also just and consideration is not meaning sugarcoating. Oh my God, if this word came up one more time during this bullshit, like I swear, like I don't understand how considering, okay, who am I talking to? What am I trying to say? And what am I trying to get out of them? At least start with that. But some people, I don't give a fuck. Okay, well, how's it working out for you, man? You're not considering nothing. You're walking around as an inconsiderate person expecting respect or somebody to receive whatever it is that you're trying to give. I think about it, like I said, like a presentation. Spending money on food, okay. I would go to a steakhouse, all right? So just imagine, I love a good filet mignon, Oscar style. Anybody knows that's the crab meat with the little butter hollandaise sauce on top. Hardly no fat. It's a little marbling in there. I like some mashed potatoes and some asparagus. Now, when I go to, order my meal, I want it on a nice sizzling plate. So hot that I can't even touch it with my hands. But a lot of people, it seems like they want to offer you the same wonderful meal, but they put it on the lid of a trash can and hand it to you and expect you to eat that shit. Would you take it? Same filet, same mashed potatoes, same asparagus. Do you want the plate or you want the trash can lid? A lot of us want the plate. So, you know what I'm saying? People can say what they want. They can get into their brutish ways of, I'm a man, or I'm alpha, I don't have to consider. Okay, well, when you don't get considered and it gets cold outside for everybody, including men, and you start getting older, you're gonna have to start thinking about compromising and considering just a little bit. What's going on, Broken Berlin? Man, they be trying to give you hell. Appreciate that. What? Negro, please. What? I guess if you see, you had to see me wash the trash can lid first before you eat off of that. But some people don't mind the message regardless of how it's given. Like I said, for me personally, yelling at me and shit, that doesn't motivate me. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it works for my brother, but my brother does get motivated by when people tell him what he cannot do. That don't work for me either, especially if it comes from somebody that is supposed to care about me. You know what I'm saying? I want my parents, to uplift me. If they were the ones that telling me that I wasn't gonna be nothing, that would have affected me. And that's very important when it comes to, like I said, thinking about delivering your message, and because you want it to be effective, or unless you, because if you don't care about it being effective, then you just blowing hot air, and it's pointless. You know what I'm saying? You talking to nobody, or you just talking to make yourself feel better or feel smarter or more. I don't know. Maybe it's an ego thing. We're gonna get into this though. Let me get a video up really fast. Let's see what y'all saying in the chat though first before I get this pulled up. Oh, he says all I care about is getting the food. You know what? And I get it. But do you think that should be the general consensus of how we treat each other? Or should we consider how each other likes to be treated? Let's see what Royce say. The thing that I tried to highlight when y'all was saying that you can't hold someone accountable online, I said that chastising is a form of consequences. In society, people feel entitled to punish. Yeah, that's why I was just like, I'm not sure if it's an ego thing or if it's even incorporated, but I'd be feeling like, I mean, a lot of these people who don't care about tone and all that stuff, let me come up in there yelling and cussing and calling people niggas and this, that, and the third, they're going to have a problem with it. I would have to tone myself. I would have to police myself. I would have to consider how I need to say this to a gentleman in order for him to even hear me, which is ridiculous because the same gentleman that I might be talking to don't give a damn about that when it comes to me. So after a bit, it becomes kind of delusional to expect or require something of somebody else that you would not or could not do your damn self. All right, let me see what else. Yeah. Okay, we got Kasim. What's going on? Play it, partner. Hope you're having a great day in the city. Kasim is so sharp. Mentally, emotionally, and with the fashion, child. Roxy, good morning, love. Hope that you're having a great day at work. We are not a considerate culture. Well, maybe you can elaborate on that a little bit. I just want to get through some of this footage first because I have a problem with that. Zero, what's going on? Thanks for coming through. Appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, for sure. I just want to lay some groundwork. So let me stop yapping, but honestly, like public speaking and stuff like that, I've done that. I kind of need to get back into it. This is kind of like me getting back into it. Like my first public speaking was was in front of at least 2,000 people. I was 18 years old. Made people cry and everything. I say that's effective communication. How about you? All right, let me go ahead and get this stream up, y'all. Let me not keep you waiting. All right, so just hang with me for a second while I get this pulled up. All right, who else? Oh, somebody else. Hey, what up, Rush? Salute to you, my G. Good seeing you. Y'all don't forget to hit the like button. Don't forget to tip your host, $ the LA Project. Your girl is on her way to monetization. I got my subscribers. I just need to get my hours up. How all this stuff works is interesting, but we gonna roll with it since this is what we got to work with, right? We got to play by YouTube's rules. So let me just do my part. All right, so which one was it? Give me 1 second, y'all. Watching. Yeah, this is one. This is it. Okay. Let me get this up. We should do a like a one-on-one? Oh yeah, I'm gonna open it up later, Berlin. Like I said, for me personally, I don't mind talking, and I be having shit to say. So, I just wanted to lay the groundwork first about what we gonna be talking about. All right, so this is from Not for Humans. Let me see here. This was this past Tuesday, so a couple days ago. The title is YouTube started as a dating site, so it's on that stream. Excuse me. Coffee. Let me get this pulled up. What y'all eat for breakfast? I want to hear something. I'm nosy too. I want to know what y'all be getting into. I'll tell you all about myself. I had some waffles today. All right. So we got this is Not for Humans. So this is a conversation. I mean, it was supposed to be about, the title is about, online date, how YouTube started as a dating site, which I didn't even know that. I'm glad I missed that era. But at the same time, it doesn't seem to change much because folks still shooting their shots, people still getting married, people still having kids, all off of this platform. My, good AM, Mr. Keels. Hope that you're doing well. It's early. Thanks for pulling up. Y'all make sure, like I said, to hit that like button. What's he say? He had avocado and chicken breast and wheat wraps with kidney. Okay. You on that protein diet. Somebody's in the gym. All right, let's go ahead and get this one started. I'm gonna pull it up full screen. Yo, Rogue, you don't even know. This nigga be putting me through hell, but then you're trying to come by, hey, LA. I guess I'll be nice today. Why not? This was his first time in a while being back over here. All right, so let's go ahead and pull this up full screen. And we'll get caught up with the conversation. Of course, I will add my commentary in between time and in the meantime. Let go. Uh-oh, it's muted.
10 minutes, and you get mad because I said it like that. Carry your goofy ass in there and blow up then.
That's extreme.
But I'm gonna tell you, look, it's an analogy, but y'all get it. If you fuck how shit said. If it makes sense, it makes sense.
If you focus too hard on how somebody feels about what it is that you're saying, that's going to cause you to go down that slippery slope of tailoring the message and sugarcoating it to try and meet them where they at.
Just because the message is tailored doesn't mean it's sugarcoated.
I mean, it's sugarcoated.
Crap, I was muted. My bad. Okay, so already we starting with the sugarcoating bullshit, right? We got the two guys that's on the camera on the left and on the right that are throwing throwing that word out there when pretty much it's just, like I said, more about consideration. Similarly, like you don't talk to the police the same way that you talk to your friends. You don't talk to your friends the same way that you talk to your grandma. You tailor yourself. That's how I knew they weren't really thinking about what was being said. You know what I'm saying? They were just more there to respond to something. And that's why I think all this, purposeful rudeness and all this shit, that has something to do with ego. We'll talk about that a little bit later, because all this stuff roots back to psychology.
I'm gonna tell you though, you can't say that the message can't be tailored and not sugarcoated. If the truth is always gonna reign supreme, and there's always just one truth. So if you're not telling them that one truth, and you like, well, you know what I'm saying?
Politicking.
Not everybody is going to be able to receive a message, but your job isn't to make your message receivable for everybody.
And I get it for work. Yes, but you shouldn't have to do that in your romantic relationships.
Medicine comes in. The same medicine is administered.
All right, so they're saying that you shouldn't have to. Basically, when you get with your person, like, it's pretty much you should be able to be yourself. But again, should you not consider your partner? Let me see here. There was yeah, straight up, Ms. Joy. I'm just like, see, it's like everybody wants to be important, everybody wants to be smart, and that's what I'm saying. I think this ego stuff gets in the way when it comes to, no, I'm not going to change for anybody. And it's just like, bruh, like everything that you're doing can't be working. If it is, why are you here? Like, I don't understand. Broken Berlin says you should talk to guests in the same way. I mean, yeah, when I'm on my channel, that's what it's like. But let's say, for instance, if I got young Riaz up on the panel, I'm gonna have to consider him a little bit, because the way that he communicates is a little bit different than everybody else. You know what I'm saying? But I want him to feel comfortable at the same time. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I can do whatever I want. All right. Anybody can do whatever they want. The point is, what type of result do you want to have? Do you want to get your result? Or like I said, do you just want to blow hot air? Because that's pretty much what it comes down to. Hey, El Boogie. Happy Thursday to you, sweetheart. We just going over communication and how important it is. Do you think tone matters? The message is the most important thing, or should everything be considered? That's what we're going over right now. Yeah. You better do it. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't know what type of partners y'all have. They must be made out of Teflon, but like, I just don't think after a while it's necessary to treat somebody or to address somebody, especially if you're in a relationship in a harsh manner. You know what I mean? Like, okay, I get it. If you're sick, you're in pain, I'm frustrating you or whatever. Yeah, you could probably gonna snap. You know what I'm saying? But you shouldn't just be comfortable with doing that. Oh, okay, you my wife now? Shit, I can talk to you however I want. Like, okay, let's see how long you gonna stay married.
To people in different farms based on who you're dealing with, based on what kind of medicine it is. You know what I'm saying? So if you genuinely want somebody to receive what you're saying, you're gonna give them the message in a way that they could.
I used to put my daughter medicine in juice. I put my daughter medicine in juice.
Wait a minute. If you don't give a fuck, then you're wasting your energy talking.
No, I'm not. It's not wasting the time. I'm gonna tell you why. Because
she grown.
But hold on though, if I give you the message, I tell you what the message is. I've done my part. Sometimes God called me to tell you this message real quick, and I'm gonna tell you the fucking message.
If we put God in there, we could just.
Lord, don't put God in it. Don't put my Jesus in there. Don't put my Jesus in there. Keep that shit to yourself. They be like, even God, like, ain't nobody God, or even close, or even living by his word. But we pull out that Bible when it's time to talk about relationships, marriage, and submission. Like, get your ass out of here. Highway 20, what he say? He said everything should be considered, but some people won't receive the message. Yeah, and that's perfectly fine. But again, some people just think that it's just like everybody just needs to be dealt with this iron fist and this glove. You know what I'm saying? It just gets smacked across the face, when that's not necessary for every single person. You might drive somebody away with that shit. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, it's about what result do you want to have. If this is a stranger, you probably don't care about the results and you probably gonna save your breath. I know I do. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to somebody that like you care about, or even sometimes on these panels, we spend a lot of time together, y'all, whether y'all want to admit it or not, we do. And it's just kind of crazy that regardless of us trying to have these adult and intellectual and mature conversations, we always regress to petty bullshit because there's no respect and there's no consideration, man. And 9 times out of 10, your message gets lost. Go figure.
I look at it like that, but I'm gonna say it like this though. If my job isn't to make sure that you receive the message,
my job is to give it to you.
You as a person, right? It's your job to make sure you do the self work within inside of yourself to be able to receive that message, because it's not the world's job to bend and contort itself to your will. If you operate in that mind frame, then you already fucking lost.
Plus, I give my dog.
All right. So again, it's another thing that I noticed with these conversations that they were very extreme. Like he just said, if you're expecting the whole world to bend and, you know, acquiesce to, that's not what consideration even means. I mean, you still got to do what makes sense to you. You have to do what, you know, if you're a boss or whatever, you still got to make smart choices for your company and for the business that you're in charge of, that you're being, you know, entrusted with. So like, yeah, if it conflicts with that, then like, yeah, get them out of here. But it's just like, ain't nobody I don't think, well, unless you have like some issues up here, I don't think anybody is thinking that the whole world is supposed to bend and conform to you. It's just like I said, why do people feel like they just have to automatically be assholes in order to get their point across? Again, I feel like the ego is included in that because they want to feel a certain type of way. See, when these people talk about have a problem with tailoring their message because they're worried about sugarcoating and all that stuff. Again, like it's almost like they want an excuse to be an asshole. You know what I'm saying? They want an excuse to just, because they want to feel a certain way. They want to feel important. They want to feel like, yeah, I put this motherfucker on task. I held him accountable. I'm important. Like, you need to do that to feel a certain type of way. But then you flip it and say that you're not going to tailor your message because it's not about the feelings. I just think this stuff is just very hypocritical. I think it's very confusing. People don't even understand what the hell is going on. What's up, Sharon? Good day to you. Hope that you and the family are doing well, relaxing before you get started for the day. Hey, y'all piling in. What's up, M Mills? We got Brittany Tyner in the building. And Lena. Good morning, Lena. All right, you guys, please make sure to, like I said, hit that like. Yeah, we got 22. That's pretty good. You know what I'm saying? If you haven't already, if you're new and you're kind of watching, you do, like I do have a 10 minute limit before you can start chatting, and participating. So go ahead and hit that subscribe button so you can join the conversation, bruh. See, I haven't been working, but I've been up since earlier than that. I don't know. I'm not tired yet, so I'm gonna just ride the wave. What else we got in here? Gary bust down Brown, y'all, please. He be, like I said, he be breaking this shit down. Maybe because common sense isn't common. It takes away from decency, humility, etc. For some, respect isn't given, it's earned. Yeah, and especially in the Black community, you got to earn everything. And I think that is so unfortunate because we know what we've been through. You know what I'm saying? And we know what we still go through. And for like generation after generation, people are just forced to get it out the mud. Like we ain't leaving our kids nothing. You know what I'm saying? When we pass away, we don't have no properties and stuff. I just think it reminds me of like the hazing process. You know what I'm saying? Well, this is what I went through. I struggled, so you should be fine too. Like, no, everybody ain't built like that, man. Everybody is not. But look, if people think that, you're just only going to encounter one type of person and there's one universal way to just make everything happen, I think that's delusional. But let's continue.
I give my daughter medicine. I used to give my daughter medicine with juice or something. I used to put her medicine, her NyQuil, when medicine was nasty, so I used to put it in a sippy cup in juice. My wife grown. She take her medicine to the head like a gangster, like a shot of tequila.
Tailoring the message.
And
You're
that's
literally describing tailoring the
my
message.
point is, you don't do that with adults. My daughter is a child. I'm not treating my wife like a child. She's a big girl. She can handle mean words.
Tolerate the taste, right? And she needs some
Well, his wife is a big girl, but not a child. Okay.
cranberry juice to take the NyQuil.
Who?
I'm saying, what if your wife don't like the taste of the medicine, but she needs cranberry
inside of herself?
You're gonna force her. You're gonna force her to take the NyQuil. How you want? That is crazy.
That is crazy. A lot of people, even as adults, do not like, and I like that analogy. Shouts out the witch doctor, man. Yeah, the truth, it can be medicine. Truth is subjective, man. Everybody thinks that their opinions and their, the way that they have formed and figured out life is the truth, man. But there are only certain universal truths. I think a lot of other things are subjective. Y'all can argue with me about that if you'd like to, or you can bring that up and we can talk about it. But yeah, so if truth is being equated to medicine, right? Yeah, of course, if you're thinking about a younger person, you're gonna have to slip it in some juice, right? But what about the adults who don't like the taste of literal medicine? You know what I mean? Like, you're telling me, even on a hypothetical, if she doesn't like the taste of NyQuil, then if she can't chase it with nothing? I thought she was grown though. Or are you dictating everything? I'm not trying to get in people's business, but I'm just trying to figure out the correlation, because they're just like, nope, I don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? Like, shoot, no, she needs to take that shit straight up. Like, wow. I just hope that when I get married, it's to a considerate man.
Well, if she could get,
Been married 20 years, bro.
She could get up and mix it how she wants.
Hey,
but the
Bro,
thing is,
wait a minute. We're not talking about his marriage, bro. He's been married 21 years, and if I need advice about marriage, I'll ask him, because you know what I mean. But I don't qualify.
I'm gonna tell you why I said it qualified though. He's been able to consistently maintain this relationship that didn't end in divorce for 20 plus years. You understand what I'm saying?
We're not just exclusively talking about communicating to his wife.
You talk about
the same person that he knows and been communicating with. He could do it with his eyes closed, bro. We talking to other people. We not talking about that shit.
Let me tell you how backwards people are. Check this out. Reese just said, Unc said he talks to his wife like a woman. Then when he's serious, he talks like an adult. Because that's two different things when you're having conversations.
But isn't that nuance? Isn't that tailoring the message?
No. It's different conversations. You got to.
They're gonna start backpedaling in a minute, though.
We got the real talk, and you got the casual shit. When it's real talk time, ain't no mincing of words. But all conversations ain't real talk. So I'm gonna talk to her like a woman. But when it's real talk time, it's time to put the big girl pants on and get talked to like an adult, and she's okay with that, because that.
But getting talked to like an adult, again, does that mean ripping a new one to the person that you're, I don't know, man. I think it's like, maybe it's personality styles or whatever. Maybe people just don't have the patience, you know what I'm saying, to really sit down. I've, like I said, I've had to talk to a lot of people. And even when I was in training for victim advocacy, like, you had to go into the situation considering every damn thing. Everything. So for me, I have a different perspective on this situation. You know what I'm saying? But I am willing to listen, to, I guess, the pros and cons. Of course, if like the house is on fire, I'm about to get hit by a car, yes, yell at me. I be telling my kids all the time, like, damn, you ain't listen. You would have got hit by that car. You feel me? Like, for anything, because they ain't listen. You know what I'm saying? But if it's something life or death and fine. But if we sit here just like we having a conversation about where the family needs to go, our next steps. I don't need you. Okay, so this motherfucking week, I need you to like, golly. I personally wouldn't pick nobody like that because again, I don't need that type of motivation. I just want somebody to talk to me like they actually like me.
That shows that I respect her mind. And that I don't have to talk to her like a little, like the pamper. She, you know, if I did that shit, she'd be like, "Don't trying to buffer my fucking feelings. Just say it." But y'all got to get with a real one, and you'll hear that shit. Don't buffer this shit, baby. Just say what you got to say.
And if you know your mate, and again, if that's their personality style, then you know best. You know how to effectively communicate. Oh my God, it's about effectiveness, not efficiency. But you do have to evaluate who the hell you're talking to, because you're right. Everybody's not going to listen to you. And everybody's not going to respect you. And that's fine. You just learn how to separate. But for me personally, I don't feel it necessary to disrespect a complete stranger. I just don't, you know what I'm saying? I like to treat people the way that I like to be treated. However, there is a shelf life of that shit, because if you disrespect me, all right. But see, that's what the funny part is though, because if all this stuff doesn't matter, why is it the moment that Lauren starts popping off, then people want to know what's wrong with me? Why something got to be wrong with me? Is it the truth? Or are you worried about my tone? See, I be knowing what it really is, man. People don't want to, they don't want to say it. They don't want to say it, you know what I'm saying? But I know what it really be, you know what I'm saying? What's up, Gizmo? Yeah, see, it shouts out to you. Bruh, you think you slick. Shouts out to your avatar. Showing love. I know that's right. I know you guys are probably like, what? I was on a couple albums. I used to record music, and this was one of the albums that I was on. It was USDA. So shouts out to Giz. He says, I love this conversation. I can agree that point that truth is subjective. I just don't expect everyone to be considerate. People make good and bad decisions every day. People not going to choose to bend. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, because we all been through shit. How dare you, and who the fuck are you to be telling me certain stuff? I get it, because especially if it's somebody like who I know doesn't know anything about me, wasn't there to help counsel me during my hard times or help me to figure stuff out or how to process things in a healthy way. I really don't want to hear anything about the decisions that I've made in life. I did my best, and that's all we can do. So I get that. Exactly. They want me to be a good girl, hop on one leg, bark like a dog, right? Show up to all the panels for free, give all my, intellectual property. Yes, L Boogie, they want it all. You got juice, man. When you got juice and you got a light, people, you know what I'm saying, they definitely gravitate towards that shit. Yeah. Oh Lord. But see, Keels, that's why I don't be going to certain, like, I would never go to a beef sector. I know I'm gonna get pissed off. I mean, did you think that you was gonna win every day? You had to know that there was gonna be some disrespect that was gonna happen if you was in the beef sector, Mo 3 sector. And shouts out to the sectors, but that's why I stay in my lane. Okay, I'm right where I'm supposed to be at the moment, and I might take an exit every once in a while, but I ain't going to, Baghdad. Y'all can have that shit. Because like I said, I'm not trying to damage my spirit anymore. When I talk about life, I'm talking about like losing families, family members, having family dynamics, trying to just find my way in life, trying to figure out what I want to do with my life, and having to show up for everybody else at the same time, because I'm an auntie, I'm a daughter, I'm a sister, I'm a mom, I'm a great aunt. You know what I'm saying? I have a lot of different and I am very hands-on. So my peoples actually look forward to seeing me. I got to show up. So I can't expose myself to no Mo3 and no beef. It ain't going to do nothing but keep on damaging me. you know, and we have to keep that in mind, Keels. You know what I'm saying? You got to go places, you know what I'm saying, and keep certain things in mind that you can attract. You're not going to get good coming to you if you're surrounded by negativity. All right. Good morning, H&M. You're late. No, I'm just playing. Kay, did you go back to sleep? Did you just wake up? I don't know. You better get you some sleep today. All right. So let's get back into the clip. Let me make it full screen again. Oh, I will open up the panel, you guys. Just hang with me. Be patient. I just wanted, like I said, get some of these thoughts off my chest while I can. All right. Let's keep going.
You come in there chatting and say, well, baby, I was kind of wondering if you would, you know, and it's niggas like maybe so, she'd be like, yo, nigga, you know, say what you gotta say. It's okay.
But your interpretation of what you think that's like isn't necessarily what that's like.
Right. That's an
because you tailor something doesn't mean you have to wind down or remove the you know, the meat and potatoes from what it is that you're saying.
Well, plus you gotta know your spouse. Let's leave it at that. You have to know your spouse. So what works for you might not work for another nigga.
But this ain't all about spouses.
Most women operate the same, though. I'm gonna say that, and I'm not talking. We could put my spouse to the side. Most women operate the same. Most women, they rate you based off of how real you could keep it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I need to know, how do most men or most women know most people? How does any one person know most people? Can somebody explain that to me without using the word statistics? Thank you.
If you could keep it 1,000 to them and tell them the straight truth, they may not like it at first. They might have an adverse effect on it, but the next time y'all conversate and you still keep it 1,000, she gonna look at you differently.
I agree with this, Royce. We tend because people don't know discernment, and that really comes with knowing thyself. A lot of people don't know who the hell they are, don't know what they want, don't know what they can deal with or what they cannot deal with. So they just let things happen. And then when they get burned, to a certain degree, it's almost like they can't trust themselves no more because they already made this previous choice and look how it blew up in their face, right? So it gives people kind of like, you know, it kind of foggies out people's judgment, you know, by making those small mistakes, picking somebody who, you know, who's bad or whatever, and moving forward, you just see everybody as the same. I don't know. I suggest that, you know, if you just got out of something or you've been into a bad situation, bad relationship, take some time to yourself so you can reflect and get over all those bad emotions. And also so you can forgive yourself for making that choice in the first place. And then you can promise yourself not to do it again.
You look at the nigga that's always trying to,
what y'all saying is not keeping it real. The thing about it, look, man, I think you got a different perception of keeping it, because you could still keep it real. It's a bunch of ways to keep it real.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, a lot of times it don't be useful for brothers to communicate to women the way they communicate with men, because a lot of times it don't be received. I see it over and over.
No, you're right, but you see it on here with these women that don't love us.
But
when a woman love you, she's gonna receive your message. I don't care what these other people don't receive it. So that's what I'm saying. When a woman love you,
I mean, when we love you, we will try our best. You know what I'm saying? We will definitely put in that extra effort. But again, if you're not a good communicator, if your communication is not effective, be out this bitch. You gotta be able to do both, man. Like, yes, you can find the woman who will listen to you, but you got to give her something to listen to. You got to give her something to believe in, man. That's another thing. Like these guys, you know, like, and I'm sorry, I'm a heterosexual woman, y'all. So I'm gonna bring y'all up. I don't date women, you know what I'm saying? So sorry. But no, with these guys, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like when it comes to, it's like the universal thing. Just wanting the respect just off of GP. And it's just like, have you shown your mate the plan? Have you shown them the blueprint so they can actually get on board and, like I said, actually can visualize it in their mind and be like, you know what? I can fuss with this shit. I'm with you. Or are you just expecting her to just to blindly follow you while you hiding the map? You hiding the map. You the only person who knows where y'all going. That shit ain't cool. That shit is not cool. So it shouldn't really be that hard, you know what I'm saying, to find somebody who will act right or submit or that you can actually talk to. You just got to take the time instead of trying to force situations. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, a lot of people might want this or think that they want this, but then they see, oh my goodness, she has an opinion. Yeah, sorry. Some guys can get with it though. They actually like my spunkiness, you know, but a lot of guys just want me to be quiet and, like I said, change myself. So knowing your partner, I mean, shit, yeah. I mean, if you on a level where you can literally like level with your partner, then yeah, go for it. But what if you don't have one of those partners? You still just gonna be like, well, fuck it. You just gonna get on my, hey, this is how I do it. You know, I know we in a relationship, but this is how I do it. Like, y'all gotta pay attention to the verbiage and the way that people like to lay the mac down, the smack down.
She's going to see the
platform. But if we on a panel communicating, we want the other people we communicating with to receive our message.
I honestly don't care.
Because they're growing a platform.
You want the message.
See, he said he honestly don't care if you receive the message. So what is the point of talking? Again, you just want to hear yourself talk. You want to feel smart. You want to feel important. You want to feel dominant. Like, ego. If you don't care, then why are you talking to me? Like, ugh.
I'm gonna tell you, want the message to hit the motherfuckers that is gonna hit, because if you
if it don't work for you, it don't work for you.
It's not gonna. The only thing, even if you're trying to grow a platform, when you're trying to grow your platform, you stay your authentic self. The niggas that's gonna sub to you, the niggas that's gonna ride with you, they gonna ride with you for you being yourself.
You can't please everybody. You can't please everybody.
So
that was never the premise of this whole topic, but that's where it got taken into. And that's what I'm just like, because obviously somebody else doesn't want to bend. You don't even want, no, this is me, I'm an asshole. Some people they pride themselves on being an asshole. And I think that's kind of strange. But if they are comfortable there, who am I to, to try to get them outside their world? You feel me? What was the reason? I'm going to get that shit. Watch. With her head cocked to the side on the couch and everything, right before she threw that shoe. What's up, the Crown Prince? Good morning to you. Oh, goodness. See, here we go. I can only be me. He said he wants me to be the good girl. See, when y'all say that stuff, it just, I don't know why, and I'm corny like this, but it reminds me of the Genuine song, Same OG. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, I can only be me. But please do not pull the bad side out of me. I'm a sweetheart. And I don't mind, sharing and even uplifting people who haven't been the nicest to me. But I just, like I said, I treat people the way I want to be treated. I wish I would have known more about all this YouTube stuff and things like that. So I don't have a problem with sharing what I know to anybody that's new. And I've done it. Because I'm not into the hazing shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not into the, well, girl, you got to figure it out on your own. Now, I'll let you know what I know. If you receive it, then great. You know what I'm saying? I got more for you. But if not, that's when I'll be like, okay, well, you just be safe. You know what I'm saying? Be safe out there. And I've done that too. Because I'm not here to force feed you. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to listen to me. But you probably will think about things that I've said later on when, you know what I'm saying, you find yourself in that sticky situation. But, you can only try. You know what I'm saying? If people don't receive it, then just leave them be. You know what I'm saying? But you ain't got to be an asshole about it. I don't know. Like I said, if you actually want to get results, and it's not going to work all the time because some people are just so damaged. But you can try. And you don't have to let somebody else's reality and their disposition dictate yours, for sure.
No way to tell it a message to get nobody. You just got to keep it.
Just be yourself.
And if they take it, they fuck with it, they fuck
with
it.
That is a slippery slope too, because a lot of people use that shit to be
One of my nicknames was Hot Stuff Kill, so watch out.
Respectful, bro. That's why I be, look, man, when like a lot of people use keeping it real, telling the truth as a way to disrespect people when there's other ways they could have delivered the message clearly, especially being intelligent adults, being lead.
And that's my point, what he was saying, like the whole I'm just keeping it real. Says who? Because you're doing the most, you know what I'm saying? Keeping it real, like being honest, like I'm being honest and, right now, and I'm being straightforward. But I don't think anybody is offended. Yes, baby, hot stuff coming through. I'm trying to tell you. I was named that by the people, okay? So that wasn't no self-proclaimed nothing. But no, like when it comes to
leaders and being people who profess to know how to communicate.
Yeah, keeping it real. You know what I'm saying? I think people just kind of like I said, they just use it as an excuse to be an asshole. You know what I'm saying? Like if you don't like, okay, like everybody doesn't like me. Believe it or not. I'm just joking. But no, some people don't like me, right? So they might want to say something to me. And if they already don't like me, then they're not going to be the nicest person in the world. You know what I'm saying? I can understand that. However, depending on what they're saying, I can take some good and throw out the rest. You know what I'm saying? But, sometimes I just think that if people if they already don't respect you, feel like respect has to be earned and all that stuff, and just instead of just being a decent human being for, to whoever you encounter, just like Black women are told to smile at random men. Why can't random people just be decent human beings, bro? We come online and a lot of these people, I really believe in my heart of hearts, they are not like this in real life. But the internet emboldens them. So that's when all the bitches and you wouldn't say that shit to me in my face if you really saw me. You be trying to holler. But maybe the fact that you can is what's frustrating. It makes people just pop off. But it just gives me a glimpse on human nature, individuals. So if I make a generalized statement, I really don't want anybody to say anything. Okay, because if I'm showing people general respect, and I promise y'all, I don't fuck with nobody. Like I swear to God, like not just off of nothing. Now you say something to me, I'm gonna respond, because like I said, who the hell are you to talk to me like this? You don't know what I've been through. You don't know where I came from. You don't know who my peoples are. You don't know none of that. You just see me on the internet. You can have access to me. So you take that time to be nasty. Again, let me know how far that's taking you and where it gets you. I'd be very interested to know.
Well, I feel like long as I don't call them out their name,
women,
I ain't disrespecting.
I think a lot of men tell their message to on how women feel, and so they do things to try to, sugarcoat the shit. They try not to call it sugarcoating, but that's exactly what it is. And they do things to please these women. That's what I think is happening. So
shooting this straight ain't always.
A lot of men like, for example,
it's just being lazy.
Wait, what?
A lot of men like who, for example? Because I'm trying to get it.
I don't know nobody. I don't know nobody, for example, but I'm saying like
they don't never know nobody.
I think that in general,
men don't never know nobody, no other men who do fucked up shit. I swear to God, Lord have mercy.
The way the game is played is that niggas lie and say things to get pussy.
I think that is crazy.
Yeah, they don't know no guys who lie to get pussy. This is hilarious. This is like, we talk about keeping it real and it's about the truth, and they up here lying.
Lie.
Message.
That is crazy.
That's what that means.
Sharon, I am a very active listener, and that's why they can't stand me in this motherfucker. They be like, damn, you wasn't supposed to hear that. Well, I heard it.
Wait, what you say?
You think when we say tailor the message, you think that's what that means?
Why would you have to tailor the truth?
Bro.
And again, this truth is very subjective. Is that your truth? Is this how you see the world and how things need to happen? Or again, there's not too many universal truths, my friend. So, okay, let me go ahead and let y'all look. Okay, we're gonna be talking about the topic. So if you have something that you would like to add to the topic, you can join. Okay. All right, let me start this back up.
Wait a minute. I got you, Chad. If you got a suit and it don't fit, it's your same suit. You could go and get it tailored to fit you better. It's the same suit. It's not a different suit.
The truth fits you
it's
already.
The same truth. It's not a different truth.
The truth.
The truth don't need to be tailored. It can't change. It's the truth. The truth is the truth.
There's context and delivery.
Yeah.
That's
what it's about.
Tell the truth. You know what I'm saying? You could just
Well,
say,
okay, I understand everything you're saying, Chazzy.
Y'all saying tailor the truth, but we saying tailor the message. The truth is already in the message. You gotta tailor the message
No,
to
you
your
don't.
audience.
If you don't get in relationships with people sensitive like that, I wouldn't date. Sure,
We're not
wouldn't
talking
marry.
about dating.
I just wonder, for the men who talking about people are sensitive, can they be spoken to in the same way that they talk to other people? Can I date and you know what I'm saying? Like, I think I've been called a bitch more than I called a nigga. But I'm black, so I thought I could use the word nigga. You know what I'm saying? Just whenever I wanted to. Like, apparently not. So it, to me, as a woman in this space, gotta watch our tone. We gotta watch what we say. We have to consider, unless we want to get cussed out. So really, who is the sensitive one? Who's the sensitive one, bro? I need to know, because apparently you're telling women, you know what I'm saying, that hey, it shouldn't matter if I'm yelling at you damn near, you know what I'm saying? That shouldn't matter. Because if so, that means you're sensitive. But for you, who you raising your voice to? Who you cussing at? Nigga, you. What you talking about? Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. Yo, let me get a sound check.
What good?
Hey, what's happening, big dog?
Ain't too much. What's going on with you?
Nothing much. Just trying to get these watch hours up, man. I'm close to monetization in this mug.
Man, get them hours up, baby. Do it.
Yes. Yeah, it's about to be a party in a little while, man. But yeah, I kind of saw, I've been seeing these conversations for the past couple of days, and I thought this would be something to kind of talk about in terms.
I've been watching them too, so that's why I came up here. I've been seeing for the past couple of days too.
Awesome. But what you think about them overall? Conversations.
It's some good points on both sides, but it all depends on the situation you in for you to actually sit there one way gonna fit all. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, just in my own personal experience, it's like when it comes down to women, it depends on the women. I could talk shit with a smile on my face. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of niggas don't know how to do that type of shit. They want to say it like it is, like, bro, you can tell the motherfucker truth. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But how you say the motherfucker truth is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Tone mean a whole lot, and body language. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The words ain't nothing but 20% of the conversation.
Very true. Very true. So that's why for me, it is kind of weird when I hear that when people say that tone doesn't matter. It absolutely does. It gives an indication of how that person is really feeling. You know what I'm saying? Like when they're saying this to you.
But this is what I say. A lot of these guys that say they got a background in sales, they ain't a very good salesman because the tone matter. The tone matter a whole lot. It's like, you know, you walk in the store, you see a potential sales, like, man, I'm gonna say what I gotta say to make you go and buy this shit. I gotta say it in a way that makes sense and also make you feel good and making you an unreasonable purchase. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, I've definitely done, you know, like the sales thing where it's like you only got literally about 10-15 seconds to scan the person. You know what I'm saying? To even assume how to approach them or how to come at them, right? Because, you know, everybody's not gonna like the Southern charm. You know what I'm saying? Everybody don't like certain things. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I just know from my experience, like if you want to appeal to a customer or whatever, like if you want to get, you know, the most important information across or whatever, you have to tailor it. You have to. Give me 1 second. Hey, Riaz, what's up? Yeah, but it's just weird. Like I said, it seems to come from more like the extreme men. I don't want to label anybody with being manosphere and but the extreme men, they just seem to be the ones who are the most sensitive.
Because they're the They the ones that want to say, I'm gonna say how I want to say it, and then turn around and say, don't talk to me like that. Can't have it both ways.
It reminds me of those do as I say, not as I do parents.
Yeah.
And that's not effective. You know what I'm saying? Like when it comes to actually learning the lessons or understanding the reasons why something should be done a certain way.
Yeah, just off that parenting shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like my wife like this. Like just do what I say because I'm your mom. And I used to sit there like, you trying to tell these kids how to operate like you ain't did nothing wrong in life. You walk around like you think you perfect, but dad to sit over here and tell them my daddy fucked up and flawed. You know what I'm saying? I know y'all done did something wrong, but the punishment gotta fit the crime. You know what I'm saying? So I fucked up, you fucked up. We're gonna learn from this moment together. You know what I'm saying? So that's what that shit really is.
Hey Berlin, I could get a mic check real quick.
How you doing? Do I need to close my windows? Let me close my window real quick because I do got some outside noise. 1 second.
All right, no problem. Yeah, you said that I'm sorry, big dog. You were saying the whole that's how your wife kind of is. Now it kind of like with kids, I'm not sure, like in your opinion, big dog, like when do you think that you should really like start leveling with them about your personal struggles and things that you've overcome? Because sometimes kids, they'll try to throw that shit in your face like
around I think I started with both mine when they got in middle school, about 5th, 6th grade.
Okay. Just more, but did you keep it more relative, like more of like when like the things that you got in trouble with or went through when you was their age?
It depended on the situation. It depended on, cause my son and my daughter, they the same, but they totally different. You know what I'm saying? So with my daughter, it was more like she was more of the street that's in me. So she'll do little stuff in the street, trying to make her little money, whatever the case may be. She was always trying to hustle. And when she had little problems and shit like that, I usually had to talk to her about her hustle mentality. And then with my son, he more of the athletic and the education side. So when he had problems with athletics and academics, I had to talk to him about that. So it all depends on the situation.
Got you. And let's welcome Broken Berlin. What's going on, homie?
How you doing?
I'm doing well.
How's your day? You guys doing on the panel? Pretty good. Got some crazy stuff I got to get ready to do for the weekend, but sorry. Go ahead, young guys.
I'm chilling up, so not much. I feel you though. The tone does matter to me though, because since my mind works differently compared to everybody else, and that's all right. But yeah, I also have to understand how other people speak and communicate. That's one thing. Also, the way they deliver stuff to me does matter though, because for me, right, I have the hypersensitive aspects while being neurodivergent. So basically, me being hypersensitive with emotions, though, it just basically depends on how you speak to me. When I react, though, it's like double than when I feel what I feel. It's double than normal. So to them, they think, "Why are you overreacting?" It's not overreacting. I'm just basically, just something. Sometimes I can't control. Like I can control it, but sometimes no, I can't control that.
No,
well,
I know.
This probably isn't a safe space. This platform is a safe space probably for you, but a lot of the other platforms.
You know what I mean?
Hold on,
Sorry.
finish.
Okay.
All I'm saying is that again, like this is probably a safe space because again, they want to have conversations, but there's a lot of platforms where they want the argument. So with you being in that Oklahoma public school, I'm saying that we're wrong, I'm sure. With you being a neurodivergent person who's overly sensitive to those sort of emotions and the arguments that probably happen, is that a place that you even should be consuming?
Yeah.
Good point, Coach. Yeah, I feel you though. But look, I can adjust and adapt to wherever I go. But I feel you on what you mean though. So sometimes if it gets to that point, like depends on what it is, right? Depends on it though. Like if it gets to that high type level, then maybe I just know to step away for a minute and basically compose myself and then come back. So I find ways to manage.
Okay.
Well, Berlin, what you got on the subject? It's like you were anxious for me to drop the, for the link and stuff. You have anything to add on the topic?
Absolutely. I think you had we can have a little quick back and forth. You were asking, do I believe that we are a considerate culture? And I said that we're not. And you said you maybe wanted to push back a bit on that.
No, I was interesting that you said that.
Okay.
I don't think that we live in a considerate culture. But I think consideration is important. Give me 1 second. Hey, Kasim, in the building.
Lord, how are you?
Good
What's
morning.
up?
I'm great.
What's
Hey,
up, my guy Kasim?
my guy.
What's up, Big Dog? How are you?
I'm all right. What's going on with you?
Young Riaz, Broken Berlin, how are you guys?
I'm good.
Doing great.
Yeah, but no, I didn't want to it's not like I disagreed with you. You know what I'm saying? I know that we don't live in a considerate society. That's why I'm kind of emphasizing it right now, because like I said, just even with this example of Riaz right now, like, you know how many more people that are kind of like fit in that same type of category, how many different personalities that we have. You can't have a one size fit all. If you want to be effective as a communicator, and this is a big word, because everybody don't care, right? But if you want to be an effective communicator, I think that it is important for you to consider who you're talking to and what challenges you might be facing that might stand in the way of you being effective.
I 100% agree. I just kind of trace it back to our childhood, and I remember when we got a hold of Living Color and Bebe's Kids and we as children and our parents and the people who were older entertained it, us having this roasting culture, we wrote, and I don't think that we saw the big picture of how this turns us as we are now as adults. I remember before the pandemic when a lot of Black people had joined Clubhouse. And I mean, holy moly, the way that people talk to each other, I was just like, this is absolutely insane. If I'm closing my eyes, if I didn't know they were a Black person, it would be sounding like the most racist, white supremacist things the way the N-word comes out, the way the threats come out. Like, you would see the avatars of Black people, but I would think like sometimes like, wow, if they weren't Black, this would sound like the most racist sounding club so then Clubhouse, the pandemic came, and then all these people ended up coming to the YouTube space. So that's where I think a lot of this vibration is. It's a lot of the Clubhouse people who got tired of Clubhouse came to YouTube, and now they get these endorphins of having these arguments of, whether it's the women's side, like, because women love to read somebody and put them in their place, or the men's side saying like, oh, you're not a man, I'm more of a man than you, the dick swinging contest. And we have both sides, and the people who are like yourselves, and maybe even people like, young Riz and even others who are trying to have authentic conversations. It's hard for us to find the tribe.
Right. It is. It's a little tricky. I think I'm cultivating a nice group. You know what I mean? And that was one of the video and the channel that I was sharing earlier today is Not for Humans. DJ Witch Doctor is very fascinated with human behavior. And so it's not really about the ego stuff. And even animal, like we watch like Animal Planet and, like who would win a gorilla versus a orangutan, what I mean? Just fun type of stuff. But it does take a little time to really find like-minded people. And I think that's a important thing. But let's just say, for example, because earlier on this video, they were talking about their relationship and I guess how they articulate, or they choose to articulate themselves, to each other. Kasim, I know that you are an individual who is, kind of seasoned in this, especially when it comes to just introspective about relationships, because you've done a lot of work, personal work on it. Do you think that in a marriage or in a relationship, your delivery should matter? Or do you think, it's the truth, so you should just take it? Just take the medicine straight up.
You know what?
Are you asking me or Kasim? Okay.
Kasim first, and then you can answer too.
Your delivery is always going to matter, right? Your delivery is always going to matter. Sometimes, from what I've seen on these panels, that a lot of people just want to be validated and recognized, and they want their voices to be heard. and they don't necessarily care about a specific outcome. They just care about their voices being heard. They say what they have to say. They drop the mic and they walk off. Right. This is what I'm starting to see now. Some of these individuals here in the panels, and it's not doing any justice to people in the real world that want real results and real outcomes. We all understand the importance of communication and the dynamics, not just in relationships, but interpersonal, everyday interactions. Communication is very important for us, for our survival, but also for the peace and coexistence. And there's nothing wrong with tailoring your communication in order to get the best outcome, right? Which is what you intrinsically want. You want either someone to take your advice and have a positive outcome, right? Which is why we tell these things. But I don't think a lot of these guys on here are really being honest. There's plenty of moments where individuals have said certain things, and as you allow them to speak, the contradictions come out, and it's like, man, you really don't live that way. This is just a platform for you to beat your chest and be bravado, giving all of these young men the wrong advice, leading them down the wrong path, right? Yeah. And then we just perpetuate the same type of illnesses that individuals on this panel come and talk about. So I'm always believe that, communication and the way that you speak, the tone that you speak is always going to matter. It's always going to make difference. Because I remember in my career, I lost two really good roles, two really good ones, two really good roles, because I was keeping it real. And it was one of those skits like Dave Chappelle, when keeping it real goes wrong. Right? And these were really good.
Like people playing on my phone. I love that quote.
Like
I don't
really
like people
good,
playing on my phone.
Man, like really good, like six-figure salary jobs I was getting, And I remember, this was a few years ago when I was not so aware of how I am and how I speak. And my girl told me, she was like, listen, she was like, you can't be speaking like this to these people. These people are paying you a lot of money, and there's a certain expectation of how you communicate, which is why they put you in this position. So you're gonna really have to take some classes and learn how to speak to people and learn how to articulate your message so that more people get better results. Not every single person that you speak to in the room is going to get what you're saying, but the overall premise is for you to get the most people to get the most results. And you're going to have to tailor that. And I had to learn how to do that. And not only in my professional year, but I use that in the relationship dynamic with my girl. So we get along better. And the individuals that I speak to on a regular basis, we get along better and they give me favor, right? So I will never discount the quality or the importance of tone, because it does 100% matter in any dynamic, face-to-face, on YouTube, on panels, in the workforce. It all matters because it's centered around your expertise and your credibility. And if you can't communicate effectively, that dilutes all of that. So it makes your message even more tainted.
Berlin, I think you hear my music. Let me turn it down. I'm sorry. My Glorilla.
I didn't hear any music. No, I didn't hear any music in the background.
Oh, it was feedback. Okay. I was just hoping.
I was saying when he first started, when there was feedback from one of us, I was saying maybe we should mute. That's all.
No problem. Okay. So Berlin, what do you think about just if you're in a relationship, do you think that you should? Okay. Do you think it's better to be with someone who is kind of like cool with your personality as is, or do you feel like when you get into a relationship, you should consider and maybe, like tailor the way that you deliver information to that person?
What's the outcome I want? Do I want to grow old with this person for the rest of my life, or is this just somebody for a season? If it's somebody for a season, then you shouldn't really change who you are, because it's just a season. You might use them for, the energy they give you to motivate you for what you're doing. You might need them for muse energy. And then, after maybe a year or two, you're going to move on from them. You're not maybe thinking about having children with them. It's just, so in that situation, and I would say just kind of be who you are and slowly evolve. But if the goal is a lifelong relationship, if this is a partnership, if this is somebody you want to have children with, if you want to be popping their liver warts at 80 years old, then you have to figure out how don't make that face. That's what love is supposed to be.
Not popping them, Lord have mercy.
Yes, that's what it's supposed to. My papa used to have his nanny get behind his back and pull his hair off.
Oh God,
that's love. That's
no,
love.
that's kind of satisfying.
It is, though.
Yeah, I would do that sometimes in my first relationship.
That's the thing. I think we're very short-sighted on this love shit. You know, like that's supposed to be the goal. So if that's the goal, then you absolutely tailor how you speak to not just your partner, but your partner's friends, your partner's associates. Because a lot of times you don't want to embarrass your partner. And you might be able to speak to your partner in a great soothing way, but then when her friends come around or when her family comes around and you don't, then you've embarrassed her, or vice versa.
Yeah.
A lot of times women will speak great to a man, but then when his friends come around, she starts to speak to those men like how she would speak to her brothers, and then it embarrasses the man.
Okay.
Okay. I guess.
I know Big Dog already kind of. Big Dog, did you have anything when it comes to relationships and if you should tailor? And then I got you, Riaz. Big Dog. You still there?
You got to bark at them. You got to bark at them to make them respond.
What'd you say now? What'd you say now, LA?
No, I was.
You got to be over. Come on, give us your DMX, LA. Give it to us.
I'm more Snoop. I'm more Snoop Dogg than DMX. I'm more Snoop Dogg.
Oh,
no, okay.
I know that's right. No, I was just going around and getting more of like, I guess, a feedback. Like I said, when it comes to relationships, do you think that it's best to find somebody who's more of your personality, more your style, so you can just stay as you are? Or do you think that it's better, or do you think that you should tailor, what I'm saying, your message to the person if they happen to be like, a little bit more sensitive or whatever?
Well, like Berlin was saying, it's like when it comes down to relationship, depending on what you want in the relationship as a man, first of all, it's like if you want some chaotic bullshit, then I don't recommend you still gonna tailor your conversation to get what you want out of certain females. Some females like that rah, talk to them, call them bitches and whole type shit that turn them on. You know what I'm saying? And some they want to be all modest and everything, and they undercover freaks. So you still gotta tailor it to the woman you talking to. It just so happened that in my relationship with my wife, she saw me firsthand how I was talking to female, and she like, he talks so stupid to these women, but they like that shit. And I ain't never called them bitches or hoes and nothing like that. I just tell them like it was. And she, when me and her got together, she was on that same type of time. She was like, I'm gonna tell the truth, I'm gonna be honest and all that right there. So I ain't really had to change my personality. But when it came down to me and her getting into it, she was always come back, don't talk to me like you talk to them other women. I'm like, you just like them though. You know what I'm saying? I ain't finna change up for you because you got my last name. It's like you saw me talking to them and you liked it. You just told me you didn't like it, but you saw how I did it and you were turned on by it. Now when it's in your face, you don't want me to do it. I'm like, nah, you gotta take this same shit that the other female were taking. But at the same time, it's like if I really want somebody, I know, hey babe, how you doing? I love you. You know what I'm saying? You want me to roll your feet right fast. You want me to do this, you want me to do that, you know what I'm saying? Because I might want something out of her that she might not want to give me. So it all depends on what you're trying to get out these women. You know what I'm saying? You want something long term, you might talk to them rough, you might talk to them nice. If you just want some pussy, you might talk to them rough, you might talk to them nice.
Man, talk to me nice, please. I mean, if it's urgent though, I don't mind, you know what I'm saying? Because like I have a younger brother, you know what I mean? We clash.
Yeah.
Some from time to time, but it's more, but at the same time, we've been through the same shit. You know what I'm saying? So,
right.
It's easy for us to just know that, hey, you got a smudge on your face. I'm just letting you be aware of yourself. You know what I'm saying? So you can clean that shit off.
But they just like,
the world.
But they just like I said with my kid, like with my daughter a gangster. She ain't got time to play with no dude. She cut you off in a heartbeat. She gonna cuss your ass out. But she nice. She like she ain't judgmental. She don't care how you look, how much money you got, and all that right there. She finna get married soon, but before she got with her fiance, she was like, I give any dude a chance like that, treat me right. You know what I'm saying? But then soon they get with the shit, she like, shit, I ain't got time to play with this. I'm gonna cut his ass off. He with the shit. Now my son, he got his little girlfriend. He just had his little baby. You know what I'm saying right there. And he just now getting into the role. He just now getting into the role with his girlfriend. Is like, look, man, I ain't no pushover. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna fuck with you. I'm gonna take care of my baby and all that type of shit. But just you wanting shit for the sake of wanting shit because I got some shit. Like you got me fucked up. You know what I'm saying? So But he do anything for his girlfriend too, though. So it all depends.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is more of a I'm sorry. Hey Bridget M, good morning to you, love. I did see you. I just wanted to say hello. All right, yeah, Riaz, I know we talking about some relationship stuff, so I know that's not really your steez right there. So let's get back to the conversation and hear what they got to say. Huh?
I was gonna say something related to the conversation back earlier, though, but I also see it through a spiritual way as well. So it's conscious and subconscious, and how you actually manifest that energy, and different people can bring out different energies out of you. You know, so it's like a frequency that we're all on, though, because that's the type of beings we are, conscious and subconscious beings. So depending on how a person talks to you, though, you're gonna react a certain way, because your soul and your feeling, it's subconsciously here, and it travels consciously in your mind. So yeah.
Well, I know we definitely talk about, the law of attraction and things like that. People, they talk negatively about the opposite sex, and then they wonder why they just keep getting negative people in their life. So I definitely can feel that.
I wouldn't say it's not law of attraction. I'm just saying in a spiritual way of relating to the conversation also. And I was also just relating it to the fact as well, though, different people bring out different energies out of a person. That's what I'm also trying to, basically the whole point, different people bring out different energies out of you, and how their tone is what type of energy brings out of you.
That's what I was definitely saying, and I liked what Big Dog said earlier about like the words only being like 20% of the fucking conversation. You still got body language, tone, all those things that kind of help, to convey whatever message. Let me let somebody up really quick. Let me get a quick mic check. 1 2 1 2.
Salute.
Hey, okay, he's in the building. What's up, H&M?
How are y'all doing?
Good morning. We good.
What's going on?
I'm good,
You
man.
was at work.
Excuse me?
I said I thought you was at work.
Well, I'm on break.
Okay. All right. Well, since you on break, do you have anything that you want to add to the conversation, or you just want me to continue playing the video?
I had a question, but I forgot that quick. But play the video for right now.
Okay.
Play the video for right now. It'll come back to me eventually.
All right. If anybody wants me to pause, of course, just let me know and I'll stop it for you. Okay.
I couldn't be with a woman. I couldn't be. I don't care what. You see, I don't care. Look, I don't care. Hold on. I don't care about nobody receiving my message but her. Everybody else, if they don't
get into people, if you don't care,
I don't care if no. I would like them to, but I don't care because the shit don't do nothing for me. So I don't adjust my message because the only person that I care what they think gets me. I don't need the world to get me. I don't need YouTube to get me. Long as that woman in that room right there get me, I'm Gucci. And that's what people need to understand. Stop worrying about all these other losers getting you. Long as the motherfucker that you lay next to and hold at night get you and understand how you communicate and don't try to change you, you're fucking winning.
You see, that would be different.
I got a perfect example right here.
That would be different if my girl was like I'm talking to her on the panel, but I'm talking to other people who's not my girl. So I do gotta they gotta get me, or else why would I waste my breath even communicating to them in a way that they're not gonna get me? I'm literally wasting energy, and I don't believe in wasting energy. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, DJ, I'm gonna tell you I got a perfect example of what he did that can show him why he's wrong about what he did on your show, and you had to clean it up. I can show a perfect example. Remember when you said that you was racist?
I am.
Yeah.
Damn.
Then you spent like 20 minutes trying to clean up and say, nah, I didn't mean, he didn't mean it like that.
No, I never said that. I said I was. I said I'm not hateful.
DJ trying to help you out. Never mind.
Yeah. I don't backpedal. I'm racist, but I'm not hateful because it's levels to racism. And you got the kind that just don't want their daughter to marry a white person.
That's what I'm saying. You had to explain. You know what I'm saying? You had to explain like what time. You know what I mean? When you could have conveyed it and delivered it a little bit better than that.
No, I told the truth. I learned that in my in the sociology class. It just and it's just common sense.
So
observable reality.
Like some people X you out over that. You know what I mean?
Oh man, fuck them.
But then you had a down backpedal.
No, I didn't ever say I wasn't racist. That panel is taking your word back.
Explain the type of race.
My bad, gentlemen. I forgot narrative and dialogue. Show to the narrative and dialogue. He said, fellas, I get where August is coming from. Sometimes the truth does not need to be tailored.
August is in with the purple background.
To a feel-good moment. Both are adults, not children. And so to you, Kwafi, I gotta address this for you, Kwafi, because you know what I'm saying. You know you're my brother, but you be on the bullshit.
Don't be blowing me up, nigga. I ain't getting up. Ain't no use to you. Look at my line, stop wasting my time.
Man is a troublemaker. The thing about it, right? Why does it gotta be a feel-good moment? Why does it got to be talking to children? It's just the same way I would talk to the fellas. It's not the same exact way I'll talk to the sisters. You know what I'm saying? It might be similar, but it's not going to be the same way. It's not going to be the same exact way that I talk to niggas I know versus niggas that I just know. It's just not going to be the same way. Certain shit is going to be truths, yeah. But
Yo.
What happened?
Huh?
What happened?
I think, Berlin, did you want me to pause?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, please, bro. Just 1 second. Okay.
Yeah.
The gentleman who's on the
sign language, big dog.
Okay, the gentleman on the left in the glasses. He is making a valid point because a lot of times in these conversations, but not just anywhere, whether it's college, whatever. A lot of times when you're trying to have an authentic conversation, the other side will only be listening for what you say to be offended, to derail the conversation. There was a great example of that happening when I was on this might be risky, when I was trying to speak with Sherelle about something the other day. And it gets to the point, and this is what Neely Fuller speaks about, when you're having the art of conversation, you always want to ask and answer the questions. And a lot of times when we're having these conversations, people will pose a question and the other side will not respond. They'll ignore the question, and that's what leads to the argument. So what he's saying is that you shouldn't really tailor your message too much because, unfortunately, the other side uses that as a weapons tactic, meaning that you said something wrong and now the conversation is going to get derailed. Now I'm going to change the subject, or now I'm going to disengage. I'm offended. This happens a lot in all cultures now, especially either the people who are super educated in this new age college system, they use that tactic all the time. So the people who aren't educated, the people who maybe are lower class or have a different accent, who have just as valid arguments or valid opinions, they just don't speak in a vernacular that maybe the upper class is used to hearing, then should they be shunned out of the conversation because they don't speak that way? Absolutely not. They can speak about relationships. They can speak about, things they see in this world, but because they have an accent or, they sound country, they'll be ignored. And so his point is valid on that, meaning that you can't spend so much time trying to tailor your message to appease them when in reality, they don't want to hear you in the first place. Now, if it's someone who does want to dialogue with you, then you give that person grace and you do try to speak to them differently. But if it's just a stranger or somebody that you already know that's going to be an argument with, then he does have a valid point of not tailoring your message and just speaking how you speak.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. I mean, I definitely kind of said that kind of something similar in the beginning, because you have to accept that everybody's not going to treat you the way that you treat them. Everybody's not going to show you respect, but if you offer, me personally, I like to start off, pretty much like on an even slate, which is you don't know me, I don't know you, meaning you have done nothing to disrespect me. I have done nothing to disrespect you, so we should be able to offer mutual respect at this point.
Yeah, right. You're starting at a level 0, whereas he's starting at a level 8 already. And that's the difference. You're starting at an even keel. He's coming into the conversation already with the bravado, and that's his mistake. He's never shown the empathetic conversationalist side. All we get is this is how I talk, and that's where he's wrong. And it doesn't mean he's being masculine, but in our culture, that is what Black masculinity is labeled as. Like you come in and you being a listener is not really synonymous with being a Black masculine man. It's you getting your point across, and everyone listening to you. We're kings. We're not kings. Kings of what? Who's your followers? Why are we calling ourselves kings? If anything, we should be chiefs, because chiefs are subservient to the village. Kings are dominating. Our code. We were never kings. That's the other side. They were kings, and I think by us picking up their culture and their teachings has given us a false narrative of how to actually interact with women.
Ding, ding, ding.
I rock with it.
Yes,
I rock with it.
Don't let people call your kids stop. Chiefs are the ones who actually pour into the village, who give of themselves to the village, who take away from themselves. Who kings dominate, queens dominate. We're not supposed to be kings and queens. We are chiefs and chiefettes. I'll work on that. But there's something. That's what we're supposed to be to each other.
I rock with it. I can rock with it.
Yeah, I think that just all this assimilation, and colonization has definitely made, us from our community think that we got the same problems as everybody else, and we don't. You know what I'm saying? The way that we originally dealt with each other is totally different than how we're being told that we need to be dealing with each other now. So I think it's really unfortunate, you know what I'm saying, that even just from a Black woman's perspective, to hear from Black men that Black woman is the number one enemy of the Black man. Like, bruh, like, who told you to feel that way? Like, I know it can't be our
who told us
No.
The oppressor told us to feel that way. The people who taught us, the oppressors told us to feel that way. The people who taught us to hate you made us feel that way. The people who taught you to hate us made you feel that way.
Don't they teach women the same thing? The number one enemy is Black men.
Yes, they did. The same oppressors. The same oppressors taught, like Berlin was saying, the same oppressors that taught us to hate y'all is the same one that taught y'all to hate us.
But I mean, it was also like other things. Like I had brought this up on another stream. Like they knew what they was doing when they did this shit. But even when it came to like being on the plantation, like there might be a family, that lives in one of the cabins or whatever, and they would give
what you said about that plantation back in slavery is like once slavery was ended, when did Black men and Black women become a problem?
This is what I was going to say though.
Okay, go ahead, my bad. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Like the master would actually give all the provisions, whether it be clothing, food, or whatever. They gave it to the woman. They knew what they were doing. They didn't give it to the man. I could be married to Berlin, you know what I'm saying? And they would come to my cabin and they would give me the shit. They know what they were doing when it was coming to throwing off the dynamics and things like that. And that was how things were handled on plantations. You know what I mean? Like the men weren't really trusted with a lot of stuff. Of course, the women, we can breed more slaves or whatever. So they wanted to maintain us more than the men, so to speak, because we all were just workers, you know what I'm saying, at the end of the day, and very disposable. So I think that's kind of where, stuff like that has to be kind of considered in as well. You know what I'm saying? In terms of how they try to really structure our households, where, like I said, they don't give the provisions to the man, they give it to the wife. You know what I'm saying? So she can call the shots and this, that, and the third. And then you got the original mammy role, that will emerge from that as well, which definitely mammy never had no damn husband. Okay. Like I didn't even know Harriet Tubman had a husband until later on in life. You feel me? Because in school, they didn't even tell us that she had a damn husband. So these people know what they're doing. I think that it's, we're definitely taught these things. But that's why I think it's so sad, for people to actually be biting the cheese and be like, no, it's the niggas. It's a bit like, no, like y'all afraid to go up top where all this shit started. And that's who needs to be, handled with or have some words or be held accountable, so to speak. We need to be uniting together and just trying to do the best that we can by each other as well. But also what I see, like I said, we can't have this, our Black men running around trying to be little dictators like the white men. Like, we can't have that. Like, I don't think that that's how it was for real. Black women had a lot of influence. You know what I'm saying? If you guys know anything about Shaka Zulu or anything, like, he did not, he always consulted with his mom and his grandma before he made any decisions. Genghis Khan.
And the oracles. We forget about the oracles. The oracles were super important in the village. I think a lot of times we only remember slavery, but we got to remember that indigenous culture was our original religion. And we have to look at a global scale of what happened to indigenous communities. Look at what happened in Canada. What happened to the fathers in those reservations? They were destroyed and shipped out. What happened in all the 50 reservations that are in America? What happened to the fathers in that community? Oh, well, there's no grocery. They were shipped out. And so whatever happened to the Black community, we always need to look back and see that they did it to indigenous religions first, because that was our link to getting away from Christianity and capitalism. And that's why on a global scale, it's been eradicated. Indigenous religions on a global scale have been eradicated in Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Americas, Mexico's, and Americas, because they speak to God as she. They speak to her like as if she's Tao, and I think that had to be lost, because if Black people in general discovered that again, then us and our capitalistic mentality would dissipate. Yeah. And then how would we be degraded if we just wanted to be gypsies and be left alone and create communities and that's it? If the dollar wasn't our God, how much better off would we be?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I feel, dude.
Sound effects. Come on, you LA, you ain't got no sound effects. You ain't got no button to hit.
Hey, that's why I need y'all to go ahead and support the channel so I can get my soundboard. Okay, like I have a one-woman show up in this mug, but
you gotta do it verbally. You gotta give me something. I'll take it. Thank you. I'll take it.
All right, we gonna take it back to Arsenio. Back to Arsenio Hall. No, but no, I totally agree. I was reading this book and it's so funny because that's why I'm just like, I know I'm influential. I don't give a damn. I mentioned Genghis Khan once, and these niggas started running with it because he is the most prolific, conqueror, this, that, and the third. They don't know how much he had restructured their society where the women were on top. You know what I'm saying? When he conquered over a territory, he gave it to his daughters. He didn't give it to his sons. Y'all don't understand. It was Mother River and Father Mountain. You know what I'm saying? Because one don't go without the other. It was so much appreciation. So yeah, he was ruthless, but his mama gave him all that strength because his daddy, he didn't even know his daddy. You know? So it's like when people pick and choose stuff, it's like just appreciate both, and that's what I feel like is the problem, because there's no appreciation for the feminine, there's no appreciation for the masculine, what it truly is, and we're technically both. You know what I'm saying? The woman who got to go with the initiative.
I mean, both the man and woman have their roles. They both have their roles to play. I mean, it's different roles, but the roles, no one role shall overweigh or override the other. Mom and dad are equally important, just for different reasons. Yeah.
Basically, that's so easy, though. It's always stated, though, that paradise is underneath the mother's feet, though. That kind of shows you what type of value you have. It's not that your father is not important. Both parents is equally important. Both is basically, uniquely different. But it just shows you, which value she has, though. So she's 3 times spiritually higher than your dad, though. But your dad is equally important too, and he's got his role too, and she got her role too, though. So that's what it is, though. So let's say, for example, when I pray, right? If my mom has to call me 3 times, that means I have to stop, and then I have to stop praying and go listen to whatever she has to do. But if my dad calls me when I'm praying, though, he has to say it multiple times, though, until I stop. So it just shows you.
Is that more of like a respect thing?
Yeah. Yeah, it's more the respect, because the only reason I say 3 times bitchy, 3 times higher than my dad, though, is because the reason is, though, she's the one to bring me in the world. Of course, dad is there to put you there as well. What I'm saying is, though, your mother's the one to first bring. Of course, God created you, but God put you inside your mother first. So he's the first one to bring you in the world, to teach you and all that stuff. And your father's equally there, though, to support her and help her there, too, though. So it's just that both is basically needed. It's just, that's why I say the value that she has, though. And it's out of respect, though. So that's why I've always said, though, paradise is underneath the mother's feet. So that's why you have to respect your mother. But doesn't mean, you have to tolerate. If she's not doing right, don't mean you have to tolerate it, though. Of course not. But that just shows you, though.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know when things got flipped around, but they seem like they definitely did. But, I don't know. That's just what I'm seeing right now, where, as the ages go on, and now since we're in this technological age, I just think that a lot of people are, like I said, our people are taking on or trying to identify too much with our colonizers. Like I said, we need to get back to ourselves because we never had these problems. And we can't just use this argument, when black men want to say, oh, they are black women, they fell for the feminism, this, that, the third. Like, what do y'all think y'all falling for right now? With all this bullshit.
Well, that's the thing. At the end of the day, we were all lied to. Women were lied to. Men were lied to. Feminism lied to y'all.
But we spend our night and days trying to blame either the man or the woman who didn't have nothing to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just stupid.
I get it. But the people who fall for the okie doke, you got to hold them accountable as well as the people that perpetuate the okie doke. We got to look at both sides.
Okay. Well, that's why I think that, like I said, this conversation was kind of, it was interesting because you got 3 gentlemen who was non-manosphere and 2 that are. And, it's you can just, all it's like they agree, but they don't want to admit that they agree. You know what I'm saying? Because they did agree on a lot of these points, and it just seemed like everything else was just semantics. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Let's see what else they got to say really quick.
The truth is not the entire part of a message. The truth is the main part of the message. That everything else is like the things that you use to carry the truth. You know what I'm saying? The truth is the food, and the other words is like the car, the Grubhub car delivering the food. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just talking about
is not the food too. You know what I mean?
Like I said, context and delivery.
When it's real conversation time. That's all I'm talking about. When it's real conversation time.
Let me tell you what I'm talking about. The thing
not
is
casual conversation.
A lot of these women like to be lied to. You know what I'm saying? So if you tell them any form of the truth, no matter how nice you say it, no matter how pleasant you say it, they still not gonna accept that shit because they don't want to hear nothing that they don't agree with.
Okay, pause. Yeah, Berlin, you're good as long as you're safe. You can come back in. Oh, my bad. I didn't. I don't think I pinned the. Did I pin the link? I don't think I did. No, I didn't. My bad. Hold on. I got you. Again, he must have been a hot thought out there. You know what I'm saying? If he knows most women do this and most women do that, god damn, how many that you fuck with and actually know? You know what I'm saying?
The thing about that is he's saying most women like to be lied to is because what you want out that woman you lying to.
I just kind of to the. I feel you. That's just kind of how the way I see it. So, that laws of attraction thing, that you and me kind of see. I kind of feel you on that. So that type of energy. It also just probably feels like to me the way they speak and stuff like that, though, is the type of energy they're manifesting in reality. Because that's what I feel like it is. Because it's not just consciously they're doing it, subconsciously too. So if you're subconsciously doing it here, subconsciously, if you manifest it subconsciously, it will become a reality when you consciously think it, though. So basically, they actually wonder why they get the results the way they get it is because the energy they put out is the energy they're getting back.
Yeah, because truth be told, yeah, because truth be told, I'm not gonna lie to a woman that I want to have a meaningful relationship with. I'm gonna lie to a woman I just want to get some box from. So that tells you a lot about some of these guys when they say like women like to be lied to. It's like I'm not above. I know I done did it plenty times in my life, but I knew what I was lying to them.
Right, you know why you was doing that.
Yeah, I know why I was lying to them because I wanted something between their legs. So again, the women that you lie to is the ones that you just trying to get something real quick. You trying to have nothing meaningful with them. You just trying to get some little pussy.
Yeah, women don't
Well,
mind.
what about the woman that you first loved in life the most was probably your mother. Didn't you have to learn to lie to her because she
She
couldn't
lied.
handle the truth?
She lied to
Just
me
hear me out.
first. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Just
I
hear me
feel you.
out.
I got you.
Okay, I think as men we learned at a young age that our mothers couldn't handle the truth, and that was the woman that supposedly loved us the most. We learned that we couldn't be 100% honest with her because of her emotions, because a lot of us weren't raised in femininity by our mothers. Our mothers were masculine. Maybe that's why a lot of us crave that in women now. But again, we've never learned how to cultivate that. And we've learned that woman that we love the most, we have to lie to. So
Wait.
maybe that's why.
But
Yeah,
Birdie,
yes.
in the same breath though, my mama, I always said that my mama was the first woman to lie to me and the first woman to tell me the truth. It wasn't that I had to
Okay,
lie to her first.
I'm just saying that as young men, we learned at an early age that we
I
could not
learned
be 100% truthful to
I
our
learned
mothers.
I learned
So,
that from growing up, is that I couldn't tell the truth to everybody because everybody didn't deserve the
okay,
truth.
and that's the woman that you love the most. And then when we try to love a woman, I think we carry that with us. We feel that we cannot be 100% honest with her. I think that's how we connect the dots. Because if we love that woman, if this woman loved us the most, and we learned at an early age that we cannot be honest with her, then I think we carry that to the woman that we try to love the most again. And when we try to have relationships, we feel that we cannot be 100% honest with women that we're trying to have relationships with. Does that make sense?
Okay, I got a question.
Me too, but
okay, I got a
Well, first,
question.
does that make sense or not? Does that make sense or no?
I feel where you're coming from. Like I
Yeah, it
understand
kind
the
of
logic. I understand the logic.
Okay.
But I got a question. This is for anybody in the chat. Now, what's the difference between lying to somebody and just simply withholding information to protect them? Because I've seen that before too. Maybe your mama, maybe your parents didn't tell you everything to protect you, or maybe they just lied in your face. What's the difference between the two? Anybody can answer at your own discretion.
I'll answer it unless everyone's trying to say it's not the same. It is different. I was actually helping this assistant out the other day because she had a breakup with her boyfriend and she didn't think she lied to him, but she wasn't forthcoming. She was going and having a dinner with another person. And I was like, from his perspective, he's already thinking you're lying, and now all of a sudden he's getting confirmation that you've gone and done this thing because he went through your phone, and then you tell the truth. Like, no, you didn't. You weren't forthcoming in the first place, and that's the man's position. He has every right to want to break up with you, even though you as the woman are saying, well, I didn't lie. Like, you weren't forthcoming. And I asked her, like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you love him? And she's like, 9 to 10. I was like, okay. Well, that means your love at a 9 to 10. This is as much as you can love him, and you're still doing this deceitful shit at 33 years old. He has every right to move on because you are saying that this is not a lie. It's a version of a lie. It's the same thing we did as children. I didn't tell you the whole truth, so I didn't lie. Our English language is full of double talk and forked tongues. It's not our original language.
It sounds like semantics to me. You know,
it is a lot of manipulation.
Yeah, if you leave something out.
But I did want to ask the gentleman, because can you have a relationship for a lifetime without lying to your partner? Do you think you can actually have a relationship for a lifetime with being 100% honest with a woman?
I ain't gonna agree with that because I know I've been with my wife 2 decades and I know I done told plenty of lies.
I was honest though.
Damn, salute to you.
I'm glad you said that. Hold on, because we got a question for you, big dog. L Boogie wanted to know, what about the men that say that men lie to the women that they love?
That's to protect their feelings. That's kind of protect their feelings.
Yeah, because
once we tell them the truth, the shit blows up in their faces. So we say that just a lie. Do I condone that? No, not really.
Lying.
Have I done it before? Yes, but I don't condone it.
It's still a lie.
Hold on. Just flag on the play really quick, because we're looking at and we're covering information or streams that say that it shouldn't matter about how you say stuff. The truth is the truth, right? So now the excuse is,
yes, it does.
Not to save your feelings.
Man, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Keep getting access to that box and keep your relationship together.
I'm gonna be honest with you about the lying shit. It's like once, like where I'm at now at 46. When I was lying to my wife, I was in my 20s and 30s. And I understood now is that I was still chaotic. I was still with the shit. I didn't understand. I didn't know how to deal with conflict because before my wife, I was dealing with a lot of 304s. I ain't have to. I could tell them the truth. Yeah, I'm smashing you and somebody else, and it was still I was getting what I wanted. Then
Thanks,
when I get with my,
Brittany.
then when I get with
Been
my
there, done
wife,
that.
yeah, and then when I get with my wife, and me and her getting to it and having little conflicts, little disputes and all that right there. Instead of me learning how to deal with the conflict with her, I just lied and like, well, I know I can go get me some side pussy right fast. I lied to you saying I ain't doing shit. I tell you little junk on the side of the truth. You know what I'm saying? Then I come back and say, oh, I ain't do nothing. I ain't do this. I ain't do that. And after so long, it'll come out, oh, you were texting this, you were doing this, you were smashing her. Nothing. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So over time, I had to learn how to tell the truth and deal with the consequences. So I think a lot of guys just lie because they don't want to deal with the real consequences because they're scared that they significant other might lead them alone if they tell them the truth.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like
Yeah,
some
that's true.
baby boy stuff though. Like I lie to you to spare your feelings.
Yeah. They used to call me. They used to call me baby boy when I started messing with my wife. They said I was baby boy because I used to lie to women a lot.
I
Joey.
find it hard to believe.
I'll be real with you though. I'm a terrible liar. If I try to lie, you're instantly no. I'll be real with you. Literally, it is really funny though. Literally, if I try to lie, you'll instantly know quickly without me telling you. Literally, my brother, sister, I've asked them, "Am I a bad liar?" And they said yes.
Man, a
Literally.
lot of people are bad liars, but it don't stop them from doing that shit.
Yeah,
Unfortunately.
No, I don't. I know, but
but
I'm
you,
the honest type person. Also, though, when I was in the school and stuff like that, when the girls approached me wanting to date me, though, I told the truth in a way that they understood. So I said what I said, but I was really nice, and I understood the tone as well. Because I just knew deep down inside, though, that no matter what I said, though, they're gonna feel some kind of way. So I had to actually be like, look, I should, say what I need to say honestly, but I'm gonna have to keep it respectful, and that's why they were receptive and they respected the fact that I was honest with them. Because it's out of respect, though, because I understand how they feel, and I guess that's me being empathetic, because I'm an empath, so I took their feelings into consideration. I guess not everyone's like that, though.
But even still, it's just even with the process I went to, you still have to learn how to tell. You can make the truth sound real good and it'll sound like a lie. That's something that that a good salesperson know how to do. Is like, yeah, like I said, you can hook somebody emotionally and logically. Like a lot of people, they do things out of impulse. They don't really need shit. They just want the shit because everybody else, they follow in trend, they follow in fast and everything like that. But you got to make it make sense on why should you spend your money? You know what I'm saying? Why should you spend your money? I make it sound good, even though you shouldn't do it, because like motherfucker don't need no $1,500 iPhone, but everybody want a $1,500 iPhone.
Good point.
The only thing you really paying for is the camera. And everybody like taking pictures now. Social media, everybody want to put their pictures. Everybody want to pay a $1,500 camera. Because you don't talk to nobody, you text it all the time. You on social media all the time, so really you just paying for a camera.
Right.
So I gotta make it sound good for you to pay $1,500 for a camera that you don't need.
Right.
So that's how this is. You gotta learn how to tell. You gotta learn how to make people follow the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? In order to keep your shit pumping.
Yeah, that makes sense, though. I feel you on that, man. Yeah.
All right, let me get this pulled back up. Continue.
Okay.
You know what? That is where I draw the line. Actually, I'm not gonna lie to you and tell you some shit that I gotta every day maintain that lie. I'm not gonna do that shit.
Well, look though, I'm gonna tell you why
I do this shit for men too.
I'm gonna tell you why it's a slippery slope. Because if you start trying to tailor your message to fit whatever somebody is trying to say, then you start contorting it, and before you know it, you telling them some other shit that ain't even one, you know what I mean, even 1,000.
You'll lose the message.
With that.
You're gonna lose the message, and there's gonna be some people.
Nothing to do with the word
There's gonna be some people.
This shit is not difficult.
No, why is
communication skills.
You know why the slippery slope what y'all doing? Because that open there's people that covertly disrespect people.
What do you mean by that? Like covertly? What do you mean covertly?
Like they disrespect you on the low in the name of telling the truth.
Like being nice, nasty, passive aggressive.
Nice, nasty. Yeah.
All that bullshit. Or I'm just keeping it real.
what I've been hearing lately is like just keep it on the topic, don't get personal.
Yes, 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 yes. I have a banner that says that literally like let's attack the topic, not the person. Literally, like I know it makes for good TV sometimes if it happens to come up or whatever. Hey, but that's to me. That's just like that's how I know you lost. You know what I'm saying? Like if we're talking about a topic and then you have to turn it to me personally. I won the argument, debate,
Basically,
whatever.
yeah.
Yeah. So, yep, I definitely suggest people to keep their feelings out of stuff, especially if nobody's talking about you directly and it's just a general thing. It's like people are playing for these like invisible teams. Like when it comes to like and specifically with the manosphere men, like if you talk about one of them, you talking about all of them, and it's just like chill out. Like, damn, unless y'all are a monolith, like I'm talking about this individual, but they'll get offended just by don't slander a black man. We ain't gonna do that to a black man. It's okay. Well, are you gonna attack that black man? You know what I'm saying? Because he's doing some questionable shit. But that never comes up. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I said, these mad. They talk about the sisterhood, but the brotherhood is strong as hell.
And that could they could sneak this you, right? They could.
And hear me out. When we say we talk to them real, we ain't talking about talking to women like niggas on the streets. We ain't cussing them out.
That's
it's
what
just
I'm
being
talking
straightforward. It don't even have to be a curse word said. No yelling, no nothing. Just straightforward. No, like I say, no yelling, no cursing. It ain't like, oh, bitch, that nigga, yo, dog. It's not like the talking to your cousin or your brother as far as using the exact same words. It's just that you're being straightforward.
Well, good. Ain't nothing wrong with being straightforward. Straightforward is less
That's
word.
all I'm saying. I ain't
That's
saying
all we
being
just saying. Just straightforward.
Yeah, just straight talk.
But why y'all had to go straight to sugar?
No, they're saying like straightforward. Like straightforward has to just be like straight asshole. Like that's just the vibe I'm getting from them.
That's really what they saying. It's like I want to just be straight asshole by telling
Right.
the straight truth.
Like, but there is gray area, right? Big dog. Like everything don't have to be so black and white, does it?
But we live in a world now where people don't want to be in the gray area. It's either you on this side or the other side. You ain't in the middle. They don't like fence riders. They don't like the gray area.
And if it came down to survival, a lot more people are going to start having to think gray. Okay.
But this the truth though. This the truth though. Just like they were saying about talking to women. It's a certain amount of women that's gonna eat this shit up no matter what. And it's a certain amount of women that don't want to hear that shit. The majority of the women that they do talking to, they on the fence. It's like it can go either way depending on what you say to them.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's
depending
really
on
what they
what you
did.
say to them. And that's why I'm just like, who is really sensitive? Like, just take the information, right?
Yeah.
Like, it shouldn't matter. Nothing else should matter, but obviously it does. So it's just, the contradictions. But that's a part about me, big dog, that they don't be liking because I'm an active listener. You know what I'm saying? Like, and if I hear something that sounds I'm just going to ask for clarification. But these men are basically saying I shouldn't be saying anything. It just is what it is. Take my opinion as the truth because that's my reality and I want you to get on my page. And that's just very there's no room for growth in that. You know what I'm saying? As a person.
Because a lot of people don't want to grow.
I get that, big dog.
Yeah, they'll tell you that they want to grow, they want good quality men, they want good quality women. But the truth of the matter is you still want to be chaotic. You still want to do your little bullshit and get mad at the other person because they want to allow you to do bullshit.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah.
That's it. That's why I feel even about that omitting versus lying. Like if you omit, you know what I'm saying? Like you purposely leaving keywords or key phrases and key information out because you know what I'm saying, it's not going to be good or you're going to have to explain yourself. But you know what I'm saying? They think that that's not that's still very purposeful. You know what I'm saying? Like almost like deceit. You know what I'm saying?
It is. It's a version, like I said, it's a version of manipulation. It's a version of lying.
Yeah.
It's a version of it.
Yeah.
Because if you like you said, if I take out like when these trials and everything, you think your lawyer ain't telling you what to say? Understand?
The whole way.
If you got a good lawyer, you think your lawyer that you paid these thousands of dollars for, he ain't telling you when they ask you this question, say this instead of that, so you won't get compromised.
Yep.
So you won't get caught up.
Yep. Coaching. Yep.
Yeah, it's
Those
coaching.
mock interviews. Yep.
Yeah.
That's
So
crazy. It seems like some of these people just got they are their own attorney as well, because they be advising themselves in their head like, don't tell her this, but tell her this. Like,
that's one thing I've been doing with my son lately, and his girlfriend is like when they go through little stuff, he's like, Dad, we doing XYZ. And I tell them like, all right, well, how you want to handle the situation? Do you want to say fuck it, or do you want to try to get the shit right? Depending on what he say, I coach him. I say, all right, well, do this. And I say, I ain't gonna give you 100% guarantee, but more times than not, this was gonna happen if you do this. And sure as shit stink, it been working. She asked me yesterday. She came over here yesterday. She was like, you told little dog to do this, that, and the third. I like, if I did or if I did it work? She like, yeah. So what difference do it make if I told him or not? It worked.
mm-hmm.
But I know I told him anyway.
Right. No, I feel you. Yeah, I mean, but that's like that goes to like all this, when they talk about, this conversation, and just this topic in general about what's more effective and keeping it real and all this shit. Like, it's about what you want to happen. You know what I'm saying? How you gonna make it happen?
Yeah, basically.
You know what I'm saying? If you just want to stay yourself, okay, then just stay yourself and try your best to, get people and circumstances in your life that's not gonna make you change. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, people do not. They don't see, like, I don't know. I feel like there's always something that people can learn. You know what I'm saying? At any age, but
you're supposed to learn. You're supposed to keep learning to the day you pass away.
I'm telling you, because when you know it all, your time is almost up.
Right.
Shit.
So when y'all went straight to shit.
Yeah,
I got nervous. I was like, damn, what y'all?
I'm gonna tell you why I say that, because a lot of niggas try and tell the truth. They try and tell the truth, but they start sugarcoating it and diluting the truth for what it really is, and then they get off course trying to explain things to somebody who is sensitive. And that's not how
you know what do. You know what do, bro.
Talking, if they take it, they take it. If they don't, they don't.
Wait a minute. You want to look to keep it a bean with you. The majority of people I had to do that with is niggas, bro.
Facts.
Have to like sugarcoat the shit.
Not sugarcoat it. Tailor the message. Because a lot of times,
had that problem.
Look at this. A lot of times with niggas, you might say some shit, and niggas be in their ego so much that they can't see it unless you tell them about another scenario. It's like holding up a mirror. So no, because most people see themselves from a biased point of view. They don't see what they're doing as wrong for the most part. So if you take this situation outside of them, now they can see the shit objectively and see their own errors. Whereas
I believe in that. Like, for real.
Too.
You know what I'm saying? People, they do have a bias towards themselves. And I've been guilty of it as well.
Thank you.
Just find yourself in a bad situation, bad relationship. And I can't believe they did me like this. And I had to start thinking, why'd you let him do you like that, girl?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Instead of thinking that I'm perfect and, you know what I'm saying? Like, just because I can get into another relationship, it doesn't mean that, like, I need to necessarily until I figure some stuff out. You know what I'm saying? Because
that's one thing I've always said, and to my wife is like, I can get another female. I'm thinking to myself like it ain't hard for how I think about myself. It's like I'd have been there, done that. I know, like I said, if I'm single, I know what I want and I know how to get it. So I've always like, it ain't hard for me to get another female if I just want some pussy. Now, it might be hard for me to get another female if I want a long-term relationship. But if I just want something simple as a one-night stand, it ain't that hard. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
A lot of people be in that situation to where they looking at things like, oh, she did me wrong. Well, what you do wrong?
Yeah, good point. Good point. I was also gonna say though, when it comes to Eliza with me and stuff like that, when we actually, when we put the mirror back at them, then they're gonna basically give a different response, to that type of energy. They want to be so honest and be so truthful. Okay, you say whatever, they say what they want to say, but when you actually put the mirror back at them, then they're gonna act differently. That's what I observe, from this as well. So like when when he was speaking the way he's speaking, right, and explaining it and everything, no, when he was doing that, man, literally, I can tell in a way the way he's feeling though, because when it's back on him, he's not willing to acknowledge that though. And that's, I guess, some people it's hard to accept that though. So they say that to other people, but that's the whole point. To summarize everything.
Yeah, cause my thing is this: if you dealing with somebody that's shady, whether it's personal or professional, and you go into business with them, and then they do you dirty, then you like, well, why they do me dirty? They was a snake anyway. You knew that when you started doing business with them, they were dirty.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That if it's somebody that's on the up and up, and they just up and leave you alone for whatever reason, then you like, why they do me wrong? Then it's like, well, what you do wrong to them? You took advantage of them in some shape, form, or fashion, and they caught game, and they say, nah, I'd rather distance myself from you than deal with that. And that's like, well, they did me wrong. They didn't want no rat or that. Nah, you did them dirty, and you expect them to eat that shit and stay with you while you want to do them dirty, while you want to take advantage of them.
Yeah. It's like they're inadvertently asking for somebody with low self-esteem.
Right. Wait, but I thought I could say. Okay, sorry, I agree.
But at the same time, want them to be secure in their relationship. Like, it's crazy.
I agree with you, but they also say that some people actually are not willing to look in the mirror to face the demon within, or like basically face the struggle within. Because sometimes, though, true struggle is not basically out. True struggle is not just external; it's internal too. So it's both external and internal together. So with some people, and you actually bring them their reality. The reason they act the way they act is because they're not willing. Some people ain't willing to acknowledge their true reality, and they just like to project. Some people like to project that energy onto other people because they just know deep down themselves they have to fix it, but they just don't want to.
I'm sorry. Yeah, this is true, but damn, that shit hurt. I felt that through the screen. She said, just like when you take someone's husband and wonder why he left you for somebody else. I'm telling you, the same you get him is the same way you gonna lose him. Shouted like.
I'm trying to tell you.
Yes,
seriously. Same way you get them, the same way you're gonna lose them.
But what about the people who, embrace that inner demon?
Embrace it?
Yeah, like people who know their bad sides and stuff, but they almost like flip them and use them as strengths.
Well, again, in my own personal situation, I would tell my wife is like, if you just gonna paint me as being the bad guy, I'm gonna be the Joker. Like don't sit there and tell me how terrible I am when I know I'm flawed. But when you highlight my flaws more than my good parts, I'm like, all right, you want me to be the Joker? I'll be the Joker. I ain't got a problem being the bad guy. And when I tell her shit like that, she's like, so you just gonna do whatever. I'm like, ain't that what the Joker do?
See, I was having a conversation about, some of these streams and stuff with a friend of mine. And yeah, some people like you said, when it comes to that accusation stuff. So I used it I have an example like with my niece. You know what I'm saying? And I know she's a child, and a lot of people is like, oh, children and adults are different, but sometimes they're not, especially if an adult is dealing with arrested development. So when I was dealing with my niece, and I'm talking about like she was taught so many bad things, man, like stealing, lying, you know what I'm saying? Like all kinds of shit. You know what I'm saying? She was taught these things. And whenever I was around her, and it was time for me to do some type of discipline or anything, what I would do is remind her of her good points first. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what? Like, you are so smart and this and the third. So what made you make that decision? You know what I'm saying? Like, I build them up.
Right.
Instead of just you know what I'm saying? Like, because that's when people shut down. I don't care if it's, you know what I'm saying, young, old, or whatever. Everybody is not going to be receptive to that. You know what I'm saying? So even with adults, like, you know, in your situation, it's like she could have just wanted you to, like, you know, just be aware of some things that really bother her, but she should have, like, told you some things that she appreciated about you first. You know what I'm saying? Because it could have probably would have been a little bit more receptive and seen it differently than like, fuck it, and I'm gonna be what you, you know what I'm saying, what you
But see
say
that
I
that's
am.
but what you saying is what you saying is something that both of us learned over the 20 years we've been together. It's like she like what you just said is like at first when we were young, that was the first thing is like she'll notice everything I do wrong and amplify that. And I'm like, well shit, if I'm gonna be the bad guy, I'm gonna be the bad guy, I'm gonna be the best bad guy, you know. Now that we older and got grandkids and shit like that, and it's like, you know what, I really do appreciate the things you do. You just got a fucked up way of doing shit sometimes. I'm like, you're right, I do. And I ain't got a problem embracing my bad side in order to get something done. You know what I'm saying? So it took time for us to understand, like, when you young and growing and everything like that, it's like, man, you gonna say some shit that's gonna piss somebody off, and you gonna like, well, it is what it is. Then as you get older, it's like, well, you know what, I probably shouldn't have said that. I probably should have did that. I probably should have learned better. You know what I'm saying? But you don't know what you don't know till you get older.
That's true. That's true too. And that's why, like, sometimes with these conversations, it's like, even if though somebody is a grown individual, depending on what they used to or whatever, everybody's not used to, you know, that all that aggressive talk, and I'm gonna just keep it real. And if that's not where they at, though, you know what I'm saying? That's just
Yeah.
not where they at. It's not gonna land.
Yeah, I mean, if you with somebody that's less used to it,
Right.
like I said, me and her, we used to that. We used to that aggressive conversation. You know what I'm saying? Cause both of us aggressive, like we gonna stand on business.
Mhm.
So we're used to it. But if you with somebody not used to it, they don't want to be like you said. You talk nice to me, be soft with me, and all that right there. You know, if my aggressiveness and your softness is like, if I want to be with you, then I have to tone my shit down a little bit to keep you around me, or you're gonna have to get a little bit more aggressive to stay around me.
Mhm.
So we're gonna have to meet in the middle somewhere. If we really like each other, we'll have to meet in the middle somewhere.
Don't you think that sometimes the way that, like, society tries to condition boys and girls, like, it's kind of hard to do that? Like, I mean, you know, women get called masculine or get accused of being masculine just because they're, you know, they might just be in tune with their dude, or, you know what I'm saying, they're used to having a bunch of, you know, men around them. Like, think about like a Sherelle, right? Like, she got a whole
Yeah,
bunch of brothers, you know,
right.
like, of course the way that she acts is going to be like a little bit different because of
She
how
she
she's
she she
raised.
get a little tomboyish on niggas at times.
Right, but then we got a bunch of guys, you know what I'm saying, who are just like, no, we need you to be softer. We need you to watch your tone. We need you to, you
But
know what
see,
I'm saying,
but
lower and dim
but
your
sure,
shit
but
instead of popping off and being yourself.
a chick like Sherelle would be fine with me because I'm with this type of shit. Like, talk your shit. I'm with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Stand on business. That wouldn't bother me. You know what I'm saying? But I understand that some guy was like, she ain't feminine enough. I'm like, hey, if she feel like being too feminine to make her a pushover, then I can't tell her she wrong.
Mm, okay, I respect that, to be honest. Those are the type of energy the person kind of brings out of you, because different people can bring out different energies out of you, though. So, like, say, for example, over here, though, that brings out more of the social aspects to me, though, basically. So, I kind of feel you on what you're saying, though, you know?
But
I,
even still with Sherelle, it's like the right dude might bring out the little girl in her.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
just like with you feminine, like you portray more feminine than Sherelle, but the right dude to bring out that nigga in you.
I, I wouldn't call it feminine. I call it more the soft side, though. There's a difference, though. I wouldn't call No, you're funny though. I'm serious though. I feel
Damn.
you. No. I wouldn't call it the feminine aspect. I call it more of that soft energy that I've got right now, because it depends on the person I'm around. But you're right though. That type of, yeah, depends on the
Yes.
person. So, yeah, I agree
Yeah.
with.
Yes. You ain't never seen a woman that's LA stature get with the shit, man. It's like fighting a little man. Wawa.
Okay, I respect. Okay, I be real.
All that barking and biting, and you like, man, if you don't sit your little ass down
Hell
somewhere.
no, I ain't going nowhere, nigga.
One minute. That's why I've always described myself as a complex personality, because I am very complex, though. Because I can, I'm very complex, though. So that's how I've always described myself as, though. So I kind of feel you on what you're saying, though, because that can be true, though. Depends on the person, though. And, like what they say and how it can be, then yeah. But also sometimes I just know that, depends on the person. If someone speaks to you some kind of course, don't let them speak to you any kind of way, of course. But also sometimes, though, I'm not gonna. The only reason I don't get mad sometimes, though, when someone speaks to me in some kind of way, it's not that I don't want to say anything back. I just know deep down inside, some people just want to say stuff, though. Some people just say stuff to just, do that, though, and they want you to react that way. So to beat them, though, when I say beat, in order to like beat them, though, it's just like just don't give them what they want. Give the exact opposite of what they want. So then they'll be surprised, you reacted that way. Because, some people, though, that's how I like to deal with certain situations. Of course, though, I'm going to handle business, no doubt. I can get down if I wanted to get down. But if I
wait a minute, Reed. Hold
What?
up.
You can get down.
You get down. Wait a minute, Reed. Hold up.
Let me find out.
You be mad that you a gangster over there, Reed.
No, trust me, I can. Trust me, I can. No, I just choose not to, though. I know.
I got you, short soldier. I got you. Shit.
Hey, but that's the way I feel. I mean, I would prefer to be like, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I think that men and women have both sides in them. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
of course, I would love to relax. Oh, snap. Hold on. Wooska. Give me 1 second. Mic check 1, 2.
Mic check. What's up, everybody?
Roll.
Hey,
Rosie. What's up, baby? How you doing?
Hey. Big dog, congratulations on the beautiful grandbaby.
Man, look, appreciate that. My daughter finna go in today. She they finna induce her labor today.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, she got
wow, you blessings to you and your family. Y'all
populating,
growing.
Man,
them cousins their bond gonna be strong.
Close. They gonna be siblings.
The only problem is that my granddaughter in North Carolina. That's on the problem.
Oh.
Ain't no problem. That means when she need her hair done, come swing my way.
Hey. Are you in North Carolina?
I am, yes, sir.
I made sure to tell my daughter to come back and holler at you.
There you go. Ain't no problem.
I got you. Appreciate it.
Congratulations.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to derail the conversation. I was loving the explanation of the duality that you were hitting on, LA. Definitely, because a lot of people don't understand when it comes to our communication styles, that matters. Especially if you are talking to a man, and I say this all the time, when you're talking to the opposite gender, you do have to kind of, not to tone police, but you just have to be aware. It's kind of like going to a different country. I can't talk like English in a Spanish speaking country and then get mad at people for not being able to interpret or understand what I'm trying to say.
Facts. I like to use the word consideration. I know a lot of people, they take this, some of these words so seriously and strong, but just take it at the surface level, just taking the time to actually recognize who you're talking to, the relation, what type of, or relationship that you have. So you can kind of gauge what type of weight, your words can actually have on them. And then also, like Big Dog was saying, you got to think of conversations, there's body language, tone, words. You know what I'm saying? There's so many
nonverbal and the verbal. They all matter.
Exactly. But they help to actually like give the words a totally different meaning under certain circumstances. You know what I'm saying?
That, and I think it also just gives, you can say something like how y'all were talking about the nice nasty earlier. You can say something as sweet as pie, but if that body language is telling you like, don't mess with me,
Yeah.
Because we say to our kids all the time, like you can tell your kids now, you'll be in front of people, in front of public, sweetie, don't touch that. But then when you look and them children make eye contact with you, you better not touch a damn thing. You feel me?
You're gonna get a little bit more hostile, like get that motherfucker. That look.
That's one thing. That's one thing my kids, when they were little, they hear that tone change in my voice. They were like, yeah, you know what? I ain't finna fuck with daddy today.
Yup.
I heard that tone change. I ain't fucking with him.
That's why I'm just like all these
That's
notions
not
and arguments are just ridiculous.
my dad's got that tone, no, that will instantly get me straight. And also the thing with my mom is, but I kind of feel that as well. Also, with her is the only way to get me fully straight as well. Sometimes is that when the moment that the moment that my mother stops talking to me is the moment I knew it was serious. Though that's when I know that when she don't want to talk to me, then I know that was very serious, and I should take whatever that situation and learn from it quickly. Though she
Rhea
can
said,
shout.
dang, I'm in trouble. Dang it.
Yeah, because look, let's be real. No, because she's 48 right now. She ain't got that energy. Though she can shout at me. She can basically tell me off and do whatever. But then at her age, she's just like, okay, you know what? I'm not gonna deal with it. Though. Just leave me alone for a few
Rhea,
hours.
don't think your mama don't have the energy. Don't play with her.
Okay,
She definitely got that energy. She's conserving it right now. You ain't been getting on her nerves yet. That's why you've been a good boy.
No, I know. Of course, I know that though. Actually, I'm just saying though with her. Of course, no. When she says she don't got the energy, I know deep down inside she's got that though. She just chooses not. I just know. I'm just saying at her age, this is what I'm saying how she's thinking at her age. So she's like, look, why waste my energy doing this at her age though?
Because my mama's in her 50s, but mama will get nuck if you buck if she needs to. Okay.
Wait a minute, not crime mob on nigga.
You already know. Listen, I told my mama, my son, his teacher had said something smart. So me and my ex-husband, we're handling it accordingly. And my mom was like, listen, when you ready to tag me in, I said, ma'am, we don't need no drama with the teacher and the grandmama now. We trying to handle stuff. I'm gonna need you to calm and pipe all that down.
Right. Hands on your lap, mama. Like hands on your lap. So Rogue, let me ask you, because I had, shouts out to Kasim. We had, I believe it's Jason. He's from Berlin. He lives in Germany. Of course, we had Riaz and we had Big Dog. So I was asking the guys, how important do you think tone is when dealing with your spouse?
I think it is important though. Even though I ain't married yet, though, she basically. So
I was asking Rogue. I know that you're not married now, but you were. So how important did you feel tone was when you had your conversations? Like, do you feel like it was something that you guys had to keep in mind all the time, or were y'all comfortable enough to just let it fly? However,
so I'm not gonna lie to you. I got married very young, so there was a very obvious immatureness in our marriage. So looking back, hindsight is always 20/20, right? Now looking back at my marriage, yes, tone is 1000% super important, because even on my end, I could come home stressed from a long day at work and my tone could be off, not even necessarily, directed to, my partner at the time, my ex-husband at the time. But it's kind of like, you just kind of need to be able to put that in check. Like, how like certain places will tell you to leave all your drama outside or leave it at the door. I didn't. So my tone could sound elevated, which could kind of put him on edge or in defense mode. And then I'm pissed off because why are you so defensive? And it's like, do you not hear how you're talking to me? And at the time, no, I didn't. So I'm going to take my accountability on that. And then vice versa with him. If he was in a bad mood or just anybody, if we were ticked off, we did not know how to regulate at the time. Because we're even learning that as co-parents now, like, why are you talking to me like that? And I'm like, ooh, I shouldn't be talking to you like that. My bad. And vice versa. So yeah, long story short, tone is 1000%, because you could say something as loving as possible. Like, I love you so much. But if you're in a bad mood, you ain't going to really take that in like, oh, you really love me. Right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me let somebody else up to the stage really quick. Top Flight. Mic check.
Mic check.
Hey, thank you. I got to work on another clip to bring y'all up, because I can't keep getting no copyrights. I can't keep doing it. Welcome, old man Low. What's going on? Oh, he's chilling. Okay.
Nothing much. Checking in while I'm at lunch.
Hey, nothing
Hey,
much.
turn up. I'm on the lunch break too.
Lunch. I know that's right. That's why I was like, I'll go ahead and fast track y'all. Did you did you have anything to add to the conversation? Since I know you're a little bit, limited on time, you can go ahead and get it in. Or you can hang out.
Yeah, tone is overly important. Overly important in any form of a relationship, even if it's just student teacher. You prevent you could cause a improbability to be able to learn or somebody to receive a message based off of your tone being positive or negative. So keep it short and sweet. Yes, tone is very important.
Right, because you want to be effective, right? And not just, what I'm saying, just because after a while, it's like if you're not even considering like, how you want to say stuff, because even like with children, like I got 2 girls, they're a year apart, their personalities are totally different. I cannot parent them the same. I can't. You know what I'm saying? Because what one needs, the other one doesn't. When it comes to motivation or anything, like one of them, I don't hardly have to tell nothing. You know what I'm saying? Because she actually listens and pays attention to if I'm tired, if I'm stressed, if I'm whatever. You know what I'm saying? My youngest one, she actually takes that into consideration. My oldest one don't give a damn. Okay, so I can be very soft, you know what I'm saying, with my youngest one, even though she is a hard cookie. Like, she's my karate taker. You know what I'm saying? She's my protector. She's the one that wants to carry the bag. She wants to do everything. But my oldest one, you know what I'm saying? So it's like I have to treat them differently, because they are motivated differently. So it's just always kind of funny. And Rush, I'm going to pick on you for a second. He said women are real sensitive. I went over this earlier. Go look at
There's a lot of sensitive men out there.
Thank you. Go back and look at some of these movies from the 50s, 60s, 70s. And these women, they sound like does and deers. Like I was asking Roga, I was like, when did we get so much bass in our voice? Because like the women back then, unless you was like a Mahalia Jackson, you know what I'm saying? You was like one of those like, deeper, voice women. Like we always have had to tailor and fix and police our tone. So I think that men are just as sensitive, because if
I was about to say,
ass nigga with this, they be like, you motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't talk to me like that. So I don't want to.
Or a man will just honestly be like, why are you talking to me like that? Why are you saying it like that? What do you mean?
Exactly. It shouldn't matter.
I'll say this.
Right? It's not a gender thing.
I'll say this too.
Look at that hair.
It's definitely not. It's definitely not a gender thing. And then, emotions and sensitivity are, can be situational too. So where you would equate a woman being sensitive, I would see it also sensitive of a man to not be able to control his emotions or have emotional intelligence. Like say something something angers him to the point where he retaliates or moves in violence when unnecessary. That's a sensitive person. Sensitive and doesn't always equate to crying or whimpering or or cow or any of that.
But men tone police themselves all the time. Because again, how many times if your boss talks to you a certain way, or somebody above you, God forbid the police, anything like that, they talk to a man a certain way, y'all have to check yourselves. A lot of men have to do that. So again, it's not gender specific. People understand what tone means. If I get rowdy with a police officer, that could be it for me. We tell that to our young boys all the time with the talk. Right. So we know what tone means and how to speak to people.
Right.
And that's where my issue lies in that situation, is because people will pick and choose how they police themselves, how they police their emotions. So if you wouldn't get a certain way with a cop or somebody you felt could beat your ass, so to speak, why would you behave that way with a woman or somebody that you find inferior?
Absolutely. Because I actually used to have to tell that to my ex-husband. Like, I would specifically say, would you talk to your boss or your mama the way you're talking to me right now? And that would be like a little pause moment. He'd be like, nah. So I'm like, so why,
Nope.
as your wife, do you feel the need to talk to me that way? And that's even how I had to self-regulate as well. Because again, if we're partners in this, why do we have to talk ugly to each other?
Right.
But unfortunately, because you're partners, a lot of people end up having their partner be their punching bag. And that's the issue.
It's that comfort.
Yes.
Yeah, that
The
familiarity.
Boom.
The accent.
Yeah, absolutely.
The connection.
You owe me a soda, LA.
Which one? Coke? You want Sprite? Which you want?
Girl, yes, as long as it's 0 sugar, you know I'm good.
Damn, I'm gonna send you some.
I feel you, Rose. 0 sugar. Where is
that
it?
sounds gross.
Listen, I found believe it or not, I used to take the same thing. Diet, maybe 0 sugar. I found a 0 sugar. Sorry for the quick tangent. Root beer, and I'm a root beer girl. It's Barks root beer.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's the best thing I've ever had.
I give you kudos on that. Diet drinks and zero sugar drinks are world apart in taste.
Terrible.
Yeah, it's got aspartame.
Because I can never do a Diet Coke, but a Coke Zero,
boom,
it's cool.
Yeah,
Wait. Who told me this shit, bro? Was it you?
Probably.
I think so.
Because I'm a 0 sugar soda girly.
They made it 0 sugar, 0 Coke, and Diet Coke is the same thing.
It's not. It's not.
Y'all.
They're not.
They market it for y'all. Y'all drink 0 and we drink Diet.
All right, I'm sorry. That was my fault for throwing us off.
No, it's all good. Just don't fall for the trap, old man.
Right. Don't fall for the trap. It's all the same. That's a regular Coke you're drinking.
No, but honestly, what are those things called? The Ollie Pops or whatever, like the probiotic sodas, and they don't have hardly no. Or get you a Mexican Coke. They got like sugar cane instead of that high fructose Coke.
They come with no sugar and no taste.
No, the taste is pretty good. I had one that tasted like Dr. Pepper.
I like Olipop. I like probiotic foods and drinks. So they're good. They're just high.
Right. Yeah.
So that's the only reason why. You get like a 4-pack, you spending what you would spend on like a 12-pack of soda.
Yeah. You would, but I don't know. I drink more water and juice than soda. Yeah. I have to.
If I want probiotics, I'd rather go kombucha.
Yes.
Because if I just want that sugar and that sweet,
Sometimes.
All right, we talk about beverages on lunch breaks. What are we doing?
Okay, sorry. Okay, yeah. And you on a walk. God damn it, this is unproductive. Okay. So,
as I drink this cherry berry Sprite.
Man, a cherry Sprite. Okay, never mind. I'm not getting into it.
With a sip of cherry cola. Okay. Let me pull up this other one. This is it's kind of like another continuation. This is a separate stream, y'all. This is from Witch Doctors, Not for Humans, and this is communication key. I don't know why this has been like a 3-day marathon when it comes to on YouTube.
Because people don't know how to talk to each other here. That's the weirdest thing.
That's not a rhetorical question.
We do not know how to talk to each other.
Yo, I know. Maybe now we can actually admit it instead of acting like we all we're just know-it-alls. This shit crazy. So Izzy got.
Anytime you find yourself trying to argue a point,
you lost. You lost. You either try to argue or you get personal. You lost. I stay calm for the most part, unless somebody tells me that
you're not gonna get your point across.
And that's fine, but just don't call me a liar. You know what I'm saying? Just be like, you know what? Okay, if you say, because I'll be like, okay, if you say so. You know what I'm saying?
But people don't know how to bow out, either gracefully or just bow out in general. We can never say agree to disagree. It's got to be you a BAN, you a this and that. It's like, why? Why can't we just disagree?
Right.
Nobody want to take the L. That's why.
But I've even encouraged people like on this app. Like, I don't have a problem. Like, if somebody asks me a question, I'll be like, you know what? I never thought about that. Come back to me. You know what I'm saying? Let me think about that. Like, people think that they just know they just have to shoot at the hip, and you don't have to. If somebody asks,
I'm guilty.
I know, me too, child.
I'm guilty.
I had to learn. Hey, that's the late project over here. I work on myself, child. Like,
y'all just some terrible women right about now.
God dog it. The hyena just comes out
I'm
so
just
bad.
telling the truth. I'm just speaking the truth.
Man.
Damn. Anyway, let's get back. Let's get back to the video. Izzy pulled up the second one, and he turns into Pastor Izzy every once in a while. So let's take a look. Is communication key? And this is a separate stream from the other one, believe it or not. And I got one more after this, forever for whoever who's still watching.
Hearing that in question form is just weird.
What?
It's communication key.
Hearing just the way keep hearing that in the form of a question is throwing me off because, like, what?
Hey, we dealing with the kids in the back. Oh man, low.
The ones on the short bus.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Y'all not right. Y'all not right. Again, because I'm sorry, LA, before you play it, I did, because when I was doing college and stuff like that, I did take up communications. Communicating is something that is actually more practiced than actually known. So a lot of people, just because you know how to talk doesn't mean you know how to communicate. So it is worth putting it in question form, because that was literally one of the first notes I remember taking. Communication, especially knowing communication styles, that is something you practice like riding a bike. That was the first note I ever took in a class.
It's definitely a skill.
Maybe you need to teach a class, bro.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I ain't no professional like that, no.
Yeah, we've been thinking about the media training, like I said, the speech classes and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, y'all probably. Hopefully, y'all will enjoy it. Maybe we can keep it spicy for y'all. You know what I'm saying? Just to edutainment. That's what we got to do these days.
There you go.
But yeah, let's get into let's see what happened with the exchange when Izzy came up on the panel.
That was a Karate Kid. Yeah, that was a.
I don't know what he said to him in karate.
Let me go run it back.
If you cool with people not giving a shit about how they talk to you and your tone and their tone towards you and their words are harsh or whatever it is, scathing, hurtful, whatever it is, then go right ahead doing whatever the hell it is you want to do. But you can't say anything and then feel disrespected later at all. You really should never feel disrespected. If you feel like you can talk to whomever, however, because somebody in the past had a strong message and they delivered it, whatever. And
Robert Platinum, you ain't shit.
It changed the world or changed how people's thinking processes were. That's great. But just because someone did something way back when and they were forceful with it, or, I guess you probably come from a place of just straightforwardness. That's what I think you probably trying to say. I'm just being straightforward and honest and upfront and all that. But straightforward, honest, and upfront and all that still could be hurtful.
Right,
you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that people say that are right, but it's still hard. You know what I'm saying? And to have the attitude of like, well, it's on you. You need to take it and you deal with it however you want to deal with it. You can't spit on people and then just be like, well, you just got to deal with it. I don't think that. But also, I think too.
Wait, hold on, real quick.
Let her rock, bro. Let her land.
Oh, wait. She just said two different. Oh, wow, what's that? That's
okay, bullshit. You did the same. Only doing that because you did the same thing. Only doing that because you did the same thing. But I understand she made a couple of points, and you can't let her make 5 points, and you can't.
Izzy be cracking me up. See, he's another one. Like, shouts out to Izzy. But god damn, man. He'd be like, what I have to say is more important. I'm sorry, let me be quiet.
Shout out to Big Bro, but Big Bro, he got that interrupting spirit in him.
Okay.
Only doing that because you did the same thing. Only doing that because you did the same thing. But I understand she made a couple of points and you can't let her make 5 points and you can't address. That's why I was trying to do just now. I only saying let her rock because you did the same thing.
No, I stopped when you asked me to. I said okay,
really,
and I just let it. I did, but that's the crazy thing is this.
This nigga stupid. He said not really, but I hear you.
Let me address that first point, please, if you don't mind. Before you go to the next one. This is the thing, right? The crazy thing is, damn, man, you almost made me forget. Yo, the crazy thing is this. Yo, I'm not saying to talk to people rude or crazy. What I'm saying is that the messenger is not responsible to how the receiver takes the message. The messenger is responsible for delivering the message. And you as the receiver, if you need what the messenger is given, it's on you to take that message and to use that message to benefit you.
So do y'all okay? Y'all heard what Izzy just said, right?
Yeah, I heard.
I can't get jiggy with that.
But this,
I can't get
but
because we hear all the time, right message, wrong messenger, all the time, right?
Yes.
right.
So
All the
that's
time.
the whole point. Even with any type of messenger, there's always a charismatic way. Dr. King, when it came down to Malcolm X, Dr. King, all these big motivational speakers that we know of, they have to have a certain tone where people will receive them. So that's not true.
I feel, but that's the same thing as there's no such thing as bad leaders, there's bad followers.
Right. That's bullshit. Like I said, you gotta give people something to believe in.
Yeah.
And if you haven't, then you're not a good leader. You know what I'm saying?
That,
Nobody's gonna
but
follow you.
just
You
just
can't
off
say I'm a
just
bad follower because I don't believe in what you're doing.
just off me coaching basketball when my son was growing up in middle school and high school, just off me coaching basketball for your team, it's like as coach, I'm gonna say something to y'all. If you receive it, you receive it. If you don't receive it, then it's on me to like, well, why you ain't going along with the rest of the team? I'm gonna pull you to the side. Now, if I pull you to the side and I'm gonna give you this one-on-one because I need you to play with the rest of the team, if you still don't take the message, then it's either you just don't want to take the message. Now you got going on about your business. But if you if you willing to listen and willing to work on whatever you need to work on, then we fine, we cool, we on the same page. But if you just can't understand as a group and can't understand as an individual, then it's like, you know what, you just don't want to understand. You need to go on about your business. So that's
Yes.
really what it is.
But even let's say somebody just comes up to you and is like, dang, you fat. Dang, you gained some weight. Versus
Right.
if they just came up to you and they were like, hey, I'm going to the gym. You want to come with me? Or hey, even if the nice, nasty way, I noticed you kind of gained a couple of pounds. Maybe you might want to blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Hold on. Let me give a quick shout out real quick to Miss La 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 Latte's World. Thank you for stopping through.
The Truth Slayer.
Yes, I'm trying to tell you,
Yes.
man. Like she don't play no goddamn games. I love it.
Yes.
I love it. Keep the
Me
pressure
too.
on their necks, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm sorry. Just had to shout out.
Who
Yeah,
she be putting pressure on?
shoot on these motherfuckers who acting crazy. Okay, so oh man low. You remember well I did a stream about how I almost got arrested, right?
Yeah, with the court thing.
Right. She's
Hmm.
been covering this case for quite a while. And this is what I mean, mate, like I said, this is what the problem with our fucking space is, man, because there's so many assumptions. She's basically, and I didn't even know this until after the fact, you know what I'm saying? But she was covering a YouTube couple that got
Hmm.
divorced. They had a child, and the woman was making false allegations and basically just doing everything she could so the father couldn't see her child. All these people who are doing streams and stuff about this situation, they're actually on the man's side.
Mm.
They're not on the woman's side. So Ms. Latte right here, she calls herself damn, this fucking chat be moving too fast. Can somebody drop Latte's her link in the chat so y'all can hear her get down, man, because her rants be like nothing else, and she doesn't play no games. So but
Yes.
she stands on the side of right, you know what I'm saying? And she, I was a person who was there actually at the courthouse because I don't live too far, and she shouted me out, she supports me, and got over 200 people to do the same thing. So shouts out to her. Keep the pressure on their necks.
So, LA,
And
are you even
then
saying that her communication style can still come off as a way of, it's charismatic, it draws you in,
Very much
but
so.
she's not doing the overly nice thing either?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Shouts out to the communication styles.
yeah, that's
Mhm.
it's a very situational thing. Like as even
Mm-hmm.
she stated, that separation that she
Yeah, shit.
and the
I'm
separation of how
gonna have
you
to
have to
take some wrenches
communicate
away.
with
Y'all ain't
your
dropping anything in it.
with
Damn.
your children.
I'm in the stream yard. I can't do both.
I know you good.
What if I
All
could?
these other wrenches floating around. I got it. Hold on.
But yeah, it's a situational thing. It could be the person, it could be the place, the circumstance. Just like bro was speaking about coaching. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it take a firm, and a lot of places with, sports and just stuff that takes encouragement. Sometimes it takes a firm hand, or depending on that individual, it may take a softer approach or a more verbally, like verbal logic. It's like trying to articulate a point. You're gonna
Absolutely.
find different you're gonna find different ways to maneuver, maybe to a more mass of an audience or a very particular audience. It's just
I
all
just
situation.
I just also like to point out, that's the reason why I even brought it up, was because we usually take negative style of talking and always try to make it seem like it's more of a negative thing, right? So if somebody is passionate, someone's yelling, a lot of people like to kind of tune them out or kind of just go and see, look at how this person is acting. It's like, no, this person is still saying a very powerful message. That's why I even brought up Martin versus Malcolm. Malcolm was a little more aggressive with his message, but the message still stood.
Absolutely.
That's like the problem that I run into. Like, cause if I'm feeling like more serious about one situation and I start popping off, they be like, damn, what's wrong with Lauren? Ain't nothing wrong with me. What you talk about?
And they lose sight of the message because now they're focused on you.
Even if we're even speaking in the remnants of King and Malcolm, they both got to a point within their lives to where they started, seeing the importance of each other.
Exactly.
And
Because there's
how
balance.
they spoke and how they were able to move. And that's when they really, they
Became
really
a
tried
problem.
to, became a problem.
It's
Because
always
they,
that unity thing.
it's because as long as niggas going up against each other, they don't even care about the message. They go assume that, we ain't even gonna be able to get it because we're gonna put more focus on the verses.
Exactly.
Opposed to the message itself. So
Absolutely, I agree.
There we go. Yeah, so Latte, we talking about, and if you want to jump up here just to give your take on it, I will, you more than welcome to, but we're talking about communication styles and what's more effective, because we keep hearing like in our little space over here that like pretty much, especially when it comes from a man, it shouldn't matter how it's said as long as you get the information. And we're emphasizing the importance of tact and context. You know what I'm saying? In order to be effective in your communication. So I'm not sure how long you've been watching, but that's what we're talking about. If you have anything that you want to add, of course, definitely come up here and let us know how you feel. But yes, Riaz. Sorry. Anybody got something else before I get back into the video?
Read the room. Learn to read the room. To keep it super simple, man. Learn when it comes to communicating, and just learn to read the room. Nobody's learning in a hostile situation or environment. You're not getting the point across.
But don't you think being able to read the room comes with like experience? You know what I'm saying? Like you got to get out.
That's
Sometimes
true.
find yourself in different situations. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
I think it's more. I think again with the idea of communication styles, it's also, yes, it's experience, because you're supposed to experience how other people talk, right? That's why we, as much as people want to debate about parents and children and what they learn in school, it is a matter of learning different social styles. It is a matter. That's why you encourage people to go out the country, learn other ways of how other people move. So that is part of the experience thing, but it's also about being open. You have to open up your mind to realizing that my way is not the only way. My way is not the right way.
Absolutely. And when you're a person that when you have certain intel because you've been in particular situations that you've learned from, learning to pull back. Sometimes we don't pull back our egos and let our intellect, see us through situations, because we'll be aware that, hey, this person, is probably really passionate right now and not understanding that we're not going to come to another. So sometimes being the one that can being the one that's able to dial back and say, hey, okay, listen, I just need you to, calm down. Let's, I get where you're coming from, or, chill so I can get where you're coming from. Like, let's not step on each other's toes and take this to a disrespectful place.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think disclaimers are necessary? Like if I'm about to deliver a message, do I need to disclaim that, hey, I'm about to be passionate, or hey, this message is going to be triggering? Do I have to disclaim every time I talk?
I wouldn't say you have to, but if
Mhm.
you are, if you're a person if you're a person that has the ability to do that, and you know what I'm saying, and think in that manner, like why wouldn't you utilize that?
Because I've done that in conversations before. Like I have told people, listen, I'm not trying to fight you. I'm not trying to argue. This is just why I feel, and I'm willing to hear your side. So do more people, just especially in these YouTube streets, should we have a disclaimer before we get into because we like to debate here. I'm not going to sit here and be like everybody in these YouTube streets are just going to be so willing to lean towards another direction. We like to debate. That's why we get into these heated arguments.
I don't think we need disclaimers. I mean, people just need to, I don't know, like I said, stop thinking that they the man, and start just understanding that none of us know each other. You know what I'm saying? That's how I was saying earlier to Big Dog. Like, I like to start on an even playing field. You know what I'm saying? I like to offer just human decency. I don't know you. You don't know me. We've done nothing to each other to piss each other off. So why wouldn't I treat you decent? Until you show me otherwise. You know what I'm saying? So some people, I think it's, I've heard that even like, the whole asshole theory and things, and people being, oh, I'm just blunt. Like, no, you're trying to protect yourself. You know what I'm saying? You're keeping people at arm's length. You know what I'm saying? Because you really, you probably just need a little bit more time to evaluate the situation, like a lot of us do, right? But some people actually do use that as a defense mechanism. Some people use it and incorporate it with their egos, because
and that's why I said even a disclaimer, because sometimes you do got to let people know, put that weapon down.
They need to go up, Rogue. They need to, maybe they need the disclaimer. Warning, combustible ingredients. You feel me? Do not like, they need the disclaimer. We don't need it.
And I don't disagree with you. The reason why, like I said, the disclaimer is more so like, hey, the same way, like if you go into a hospital, you got that sign that says no firearms. This is not a firearm area. Like, we could disagree and it's fine.
Nah. And I give disclaimers just in the simple fact that I know how people are. And I'm not a person that's good at sugarcoating things outside of dealing with children. Like, I just feel like there's certain points, you know what I'm saying, where I'm going to have to give you stone cold adult communication, and I'm not gonna spoon feed it to you. So I may give, and this just may be somebody coming to me for advice, and I'll give you the, hey, if you're asking me, I'm not a pick a side. I'm not a, you know what I'm saying, I move in truth and logic. So unless you want to hear the truth, I might not be the person for you to ask advice from.
Yeah, that's kind of like me too. It's like when people ask me questions, I was like, do you want me to tell you the truth, or do you want me to lie to you? Which one you want? That's selective asshole.
That's an easy choice. Well,
I mean,
I wouldn't pick lie. You know what I'm saying? I'd be like, give me the truth.
Because if I ask you that question, you say, tell me the truth, and I tell you the truth, and being who I am, my personality, then you were like, well, why you tell me the truth? You asked for the truth.
I tell you this,
I'm gonna just do this. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna take my head. I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna distance myself from you. You're gonna be like, baby, please.
And see, I've never had a person ask for the lie, but I've had a person that I know didn't want to hear the truth, so they'll just get frustrated and be like, well, I don't even know why I'm asking you.
I've had that too. It's like, why did I even ask you? Well, you wanted the truth.
And that's why I said earlier, because y'all were using the example of, communication styles as taking the medicine. Sometimes you also have to get you out the way, because when you're sick, it's better to take the medicine regardless of how it tastes, regardless of what's going on. I need to get better. Let me get my feelings and emotions out of it. Let me take this medicine. But this medicine is not supposed to be a 5-star or a 3 Michelin star meal. It's medicine sometimes.
But a lot of people
Are you
can't do
getting the
that, bro.
prescription from the doctor or from like the clerk at, you know what I'm saying, Foot Locker though? You know what I'm saying? Like you still got to be able to trust the person that's giving you this truth,
Yes.
because sometimes people's opinions, they try to mask that off as that's the truth. Like, no, man, it might be your truth, but it's not the truth. There is a very limited amount of universal laws. You know
But
what
that
I'm saying?
also opens the door. Why am I letting the person at Foot Locker in so much information where they feel they could give me that truth? I don't know you. And a lot of people like to dump on people they don't know because they want a different perspective or maybe not such a biased perspective. So maybe you went to that person in Foot Locker and told them your business for some reason.
Well, that's more of like I put that into like, I guess those words as like qualifications.
Right? I get what you're saying. Yeah,
you know, like every
it depends though, because if I'm at Foot Locker, and I'm telling the associate at Foot Locker all my problems, of course they're gonna agree with me because they're trying to get a sale.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold on. We got.
You're saying there is a bias, regardless.
It's gonna be a confirmation bias because it's something in it for me.
A lot of people don't even think that they do anything wrong. We got a recommendation here. Looks like it might be a book. The Art of Influence and DISC profile assessments help you identify your own and others' communication styles. Thanks for that.
I'm gonna do that. I want to take a quiz for that too.
It's just like those personality tests sometimes that they have you take at work.
What, Rosie? What's your sign?
I'm a Capricorn.
I don't deal with too many Capricorn.
Oh, we're the best. Actually, I'm on the cusp. I'm a Capricorn and Aquarius.
Okay.
Hey, you gonna learn today?
No Capricorn slander. We're the best. We start the year and we end the year. Capricorns we the ish.
I'm gonna let you be delusional for a couple minutes.
That's baby girl niece, and I be like,
delusional.
I need you to strengthen up a little bit. She's super sweet, but I'll be like, Asha, you gonna get ran over if you don't goddamn.
Now, Capricorns, we do have a little delusion about. We like to stay in our delusions. We know what reality is.
You heard what I said.
SpongeBob at the age of 16. I'm like, oh my lord,
bro, you heard what I said. I'm gonna let you be in your delusion a little bit.
Let me enjoy my little delusional wonderland. I'll come back to reality in a moment.
Damn. See,
I love the delusion. It's entertaining. I be tickled.
There you go.
Latte said that in her sector, she doesn't. Disclaimers and sincerity are not respected. Many interpret it as weakness. It's so warped. Damn.
And I get that, Latte, because that is kind of how I am as a person, and I've seen that in my real life, which is why I try not to. But again, I don't like the idea of being confrontational if I don't have to be. Because I can be, but I kind of like to at least let people get a chance. Like, let your guard down. I'm not coming at you. Latte, I'm gonna definitely come over to your channel because I've been hearing great stuff about you.
I don't believe in wasting energy, and I feel like we waste so much energy just with unnecessary back and forth. We gotta scream at each other for 30 minutes before we get to the point of we're just too tired to scream, and now we kind of like, damn, we kind of had the same. We kind of was on the same page, just different.
Exactly.
They just be semantics, man.
Then that's so unnecessary.
It is. You know what I hate the most? Like when I've been in like certain situations with like a male on the panel or whatever, and they feel, again, here comes another sensitive moment when they feel like I'm interrupting and being rude. You know what I'm saying? When like I thought that's what we all was doing in order to get heard, and then I stop talking, and then they take 2 extra minutes. See, this is what I be talking about. We can't even get. Why are you wasting 2 minutes trying to reprimand me when I was already quiet? Like shit. Like you wasting energy and you wasting time.
Or the fact that they even feel like just because one, when we come on these panels as women and men are going at it, we don't have the same actual vocal tone as y'all, so our voices are softer. A lot of people aren't trained to hear softer voices or softer noises. So when we have to project, we have to kind of do all this, they take it offensively. If not, they're going to interrupt you. I have been on panels many a times where I'll be in the middle of something, and it's not even like laying your plane. Just a man does not agree and feels like I'm going to just object immediately. I'm not even going to let you finish.
I don't know why people tend to feel like they're right because they're louder. Or because you feel more passionate about it.
We are in a space where whoever has the best mic, that usually is a winner.
Hey, I mean, but that's the thing. If I can't hear you now, like,
True.
You ain't saying nothing, okay?
True.
I can't hear you. You ain't saying
I
shit.
literally can't hear you. You lose the debate off of quality.
Well, I don't know though, because on them playbacks, oh man, low, the person with the best mic, they're the only ones that's heard.
That's what I'm saying. So in that way, even if the person with the bad mic going in and out had very articulate points or was coming from a place of more firm or firmer logic, it really wouldn't matter.
I'm sorry.
That's like the tree falling in the woods. I'm pretty sure it made a sound.
Yeah,
It's
I
a
mean,
tree,
definitely made a
but
picture.
nobody heard it.
So did it happen?
Oh God, not if a tree falls in the woods and no one's around.
Right, like did it happen? Did it fall? Did it happen?
I mean, as cliche as it is, that's
true though.
That coincides with the point.
What is?
Because I love a good cliche. I'm not gonna lie. A good cliche, they're cliche for a reason.
That's facts. That's facts.
They're usually true.
Exactly.
Shit. Just nobody wants to see, but that's one of those truths that nobody wants to hear, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even
and we
talking.
say the same thing. Nothing's new under the sun. So even with the old cliches, we just find new ways to say them or get the same point across.
So is that what's also lacking? Wisdom. A lot of people don't have the wisdom in this space. So when we are talking to each other, not only are we not trusting each other's credibility, but for some reason, the wisdom aspect of what we're trying to understand, it leaves the table.
Because I think a lot of people have more experience versus wisdom. Because a lot of people don't learn from the shit that they go through.
I was about to say that you're supposed to learn from experience.
That's right here. You better live, love, and goddamn learn.
But that's why a lot of people keep hitting the same wall every time when it comes down to certain experiences, because they'll try to do a different, like they'll put it in a different avenue, but still do the same thing. And we already know that's what insanity is.
I'll say this too. In a lot of cases, just for me realizing there's that gap between the OGs, so to speak, or the elderlies, and that generation has became so vast. A lot of people aren't having to take it on the head 20 times because they've made that disconnect of communication with the people, the elders that had that experience and learned from those experiences. There's a huge distance in our communication.
I agree with that.
So a lot of people, and just with everybody being individuals, some people learning on the go, they ain't always gonna get it. Like I'm a person that I'll see fire. That shit looks hot. I don't have to touch it, dude. I don't have to touch it and find out. I just don't.
But I think that's the issue. It's not an issue, right? It's just part of the youth, being youthful, right? Because I know good and well, my parents, my grandparents, they gave me a solid foundation. They would tell me, that's hot, don't touch it. Something about being youthful, I have to experience what does that feel like? What does that actually mean? You can't just tell me something because I'm young, I'm not experienced. What does it mean? I gotta know, what does that mean?
But bro, how long before you realize that stove hot? 30, 40, 50? How long do you realize the stove hot?
Relatively speaking, you would hope 16, 18, 20, ooh, that's hot. But again, that's why I said the wisdom aspect is missing, because a lot of people aren't learning that. They'll just see the stove and then they'll say, well, I wonder, is this iron hot? I wonder, is that candle hot? So you'll try to keep putting yourself in these different situations, and that's why you don't learn from it. Instead of just knowing what is hot, you keep trying to find a different venue or a different avenue.
I guess.
Yeah,
like what
everybody learn differently, man. I'm looking at that person with that arm look like it's tattooed, but it's a burn mark.
Yeah.
I'm good on that.
True.
Exactly.
And that's the wisdom part. That's why I said in this space, especially, we lack wisdom.
Or a lot of people just think that it won't happen to me.
Man,
They're
that
just so
part.
arrogant.
They're fireproof.
They're
Yep.
so arrogant.
That part.
They think that nothing can happen to them, so they sit and they make fun of people's
Yeah,
misfortunes and
yeah.
all that shit. And it's just like,
Mm-hmm.
child, the day ain't done, okay? Like, and
Man,
anything can happen. So, shit, you
man,
might as well calm
And
down.
then when it does happen, oh my God, why did this happen?
patience
I
has
can't
brought
believe
me
you guys were
so
making
much
fun of me.
more. Patience has brought me so much more, you know what I'm saying, than anything else, than sporadic.
What is it called? Instant gratification?
Oh.
Yeah,
There you
nah,
go.
factual. Just than anything else. So
Mm-hmm. And that's the issue. That's why even with my generation being the microwave generation, that instant gratification, for some reason, it just feels so much better.
Man, and it's like I'm born in a space to where I also get it because I came from a space to where it took a lot more to gain success or to gain, you know, to get your coin. I've
Mm-hmm.
also witnessed, you know, I came from before the internet existed and when and after, you know,
Yeah.
or before it was in every home and everybody had access to it to a point to where you can go get a $15 gas station phone and have access.
But let's not even forget about this, because LA and I had talked about this before. It's the dopamine of it all. An argument still releases the exact same dopamine as somebody giving you your way. Like you get those same, that high almost. So that's why a lot of people, and they get addicted to it.
Yeah, because they go back to what I was saying when you could talk crazy to certain men and certain women, you know, like when I told dudes, man, I like crazy women that make my dick hard. They looked at me like, they like crazy. I'm like, yeah, that do something to me because that's where I came from is crazy talking women. That does something to me.
So nature versus nurture at that point.
Yeah, that's what I like.
That's true. I think it's just as far as, and that's why, because you're not going to know a stranger's communication style. Like LA said earlier, we're all strangers in this space. A lot of us are getting more acquainted with each other as we pop up into the same places, which is why like a lot of men who might see me in LA, they'll be like, all right, I'm not going to come at LA Project and Rogue C the same way because they're cool chicks. The same way LA and I will be like, all right, we're over at Big Dog Barkin's channel, Old Man Lowe's channel. We already know how it is. This is fam now.
Don't bring your ass on my channel.
I've been on your channel, Big Dog. Don't do that.
I'm getting back into
Yeah, we can't come back.
Nah, I'm on some other shit now. I'm cussing everybody out now.
He's banned us. We're banned.
Now y'all not banned. Y'all not banned.
I'll be in the chat then.
I'm gonna leave you a disclaimer. It's like some of the shit that's gonna come out of my mouth you may not approve of.
And see, even as a woman, I'm not even gonna lie. I've been over to, just to show support.
Right.
I've been over to a lot of brothers' channels in the space. And there are conversations where I'm like, I'm a woman. I don't really, y'all, this is how y'all really think? But in that same breath, I've learned a lot because I have brothers. So I know how, and I have fathers. I know how men talk and think. It's just, I even have to tell my dad, like, Dad, I'm not one of the boys. You ain't got to talk to me like I'm one of my brothers.
But you know what? That was my problem with me and my daughter. It's like when I had her, I was like, what do I do with my girl? I'm like, I got to put all this nigga shit inside my daughter.
But how do I tell her in a way that she'll understand? Because that's my dad's problem.
Yeah.
So I understand completely.
Yeah, so I was like, damn, I got to put all this nigga shit inside my little girl.
Hey, man, I'm facing that now. I'm facing that now, man.
But I definitely encourage and suggest that you do empower your girls, you know what I'm saying, as best as you can, because you don't want them to go out into the world and find out the hard way. The world is a Disney movie, and then Prince Charming is gonna come and save her. Like you ain't got to shatter her dreams, but you got to prepare her for it.
Man, I'm bound to come in the house, pick her up, kiss her, call her princess, or just come in and start fighting her.
Well, see, in my situation, all I had to do I play Lil Wayne for my daughter, and that's.
I'm crying.
Lil Wayne.
Oh shit!
I'm crying.
Go DJ is her favorite song.
Nah, man, my baby girl just turned 3, so
he's raising her right. He's raising her right as a NOLA girl and a Wayne advocate. He raising her right, absolutely.
I don't know, man. I didn't like back in the day where he had made some comment about wish he didn't have no dark skinned daughter or something like that. I was like,
okay, that's not what he said. People
What
were
he
coming at
said?
him because he was like, what's that song? Either Every Girl in the World or I can't remember, where he was like red bone this and all that. And they're like, you have a dark skinned daughter talking about Regine.
Mm-hmm.
And Regine always been like, my daddy don't mean that. Like, that's just my daddy rapping. But also, they try to pull it because you know how the internet do. They try to pull it after Toya. Well, not even that. After Toya, Wayne technically was never with another dark skinned woman. But also in the same breath, Wayne was never with the same type of woman after Toya either.
Yeah, because
Laura London, his other baby mamas, none of them look alike.
Okay, I mean, my understanding, I thought that he was like, you know, regret, because I have heard people who say that shit. You know what I'm saying? They don't want a kid that's that complexion, and I just think that's
Wayne loves that little Regine is his heart.
Weird.
That's his heart.
Wayne loves that girl.
Love that girl. That's his
So
baby.
yeah, that's a pain.
No, I'm just saying. I'm a Wayne advocate.
Not that that don't exist.
Get him off the
but
lean, child.
that's a painted narrative.
That's my baby.
as far as
Okay,
Get him some hair back.
Lil Wayne was the first man I was ever like, I might date a shorter man. I might do it.
Which Lil Wayne? Which Lil Wayne?
Right.
Carter 3.
Now.
Carter,
I'll say
no.
not
Carter
the
3
one now
had
that
my
look like
heart.
a golem.
No.
See,
Hey, Mr. Carter.
Yeah, I'm a block is hot, Lil Wayne.
I was still a kid.
man,
I was when the Hot Boys were big. I was still a young.
I'm a Hot Boys, Lil Wayne.
Yeah, I'm all the way up to the Carter 3.
I love me the Carter 3. I'm not even gonna lie. The Carter 4 after he got out of jail, I was still looking at Wayne Lil.
Like a lot of
The
people
Carter,
like
thank
Carter
you.
4.
You know what? I'll be honest. I just got to the appreciation of the Carter 4 because I just
Crazy.
revisited.
Carter 4 is my favorite.
Yeah, Carter 4 hot now. Funeral and Carter 5 and like the new Johnny just put out straight. I like that job.
It's okay. You can tell him he's trying to get back to himself, but nah, Carter 4 was probably his last. Like, ooh, that's that Wayne you want to hold on to.
Yeah.
Like when I was probably a teenager and stuff like that, probably the Carter 5 or something like that though.
Riaz, you too young for this conversation if you saying the Carter 5, baby.
I
know Riaz be sick and tired of people being like Riaz be sick and tired of people telling him he's so young. They did it to me, Riaz.
No, I know I'm young though, but trust me, I listen to his old stuff. I prefer, his older stuff as well though.
Yeah, when he couldn't curse, yeah, he was on some other shit. When he couldn't curse, he was on some other shit.
His metaphors were hilarious. That's all.
Yeah, when he couldn't do nothing but ad libs and little sound effects, he couldn't curse out. I love that. The one I came up with.
Lord have mercy. All right, well, I guess yeah. Okay, I was wrong. I just wanted to make sure. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't like that type of shit. No colorism over here.
Now, does he have colorism in him? Probably. He probably, but I'll die on the hill for Lil Wayne.
Okay.
Wayne said he ain't racist. Uncle Bob said his life when niggas ran over him when he shot himself.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Uncle Bob was a white guy.
That's
Sounds like
true.
a white guy.
Not Uncle Bob. No, that is what he said. Ella, get us back on topic. Okay.
Okay, never mind. Let me go ahead and let me start up this video. Let's hear what Israel got to say about the Lord and conversations.
Not necessarily saying for people to just talk crazy or act crazy or treat people any type of way, because I don't really believe in that. So I'm not saying that. What I am saying is you can't be a person that needs the information and then tries to tell the messenger how to give you the information. And I gave the scenario about the Karate Kid earlier, which is the perfect scenario. Go ahead.
That is not a perfect scenario. that his karate, and he's obligated to listen to his karate instructor because he said he has something that he wants, the karate knowledge. You could talk to him crazy, but let's say he talked to somebody like me, I'm gonna walk away because I don't give a fuck about what you talking to me crazy.
Right. Did Mr. Miyagi talk to Daniel-san crazy? No. But Daniel-san thought Mr. Miyagi was using him because he taught him wax on, wax off, and Daniel-san thought he knew how the sensei was supposed to teach him, which if he needed to be taught, he did not know. So the point was to
Wrong. Daniel's son did not understand why he was being told to wax on and wax the fuck off until he pretty much he was shown by Mr. Miyagi. I remember that movie.
Yeah, I remember it too.
I remember that's the part that's missing. Y'all can do all this stuff. It's just like, whooping your kids or whatever. If you're not explaining the reason, and if they're not receiving the message, it's gonna fall flat every time.
Yeah.
So yeah, he was told, like I said, wax on, wax off, but Mr. Miyagi never told him why, and that's why he got upset. He didn't think that he knew more than his instructor.
You just tell him to paint the fence.
Right. And he's just like, well, up and down. You know what I'm saying? No, you have to do it like this. You can't do it like this, up and down. But he learned, you know what I'm saying? He ended up
at the end, before he got in the tournament, he was like, everything I showed you was to teach you karate. But at the beginning, it's like, bro, you telling me to wax the floor and paint the fence.
And Mr. Miyagi was getting lit, burping off a beer and everything else, while Daniel's son was, you know what I'm saying, out there burning in the sun, So I think that was just what was missing. Daniel didn't know why, you know what I'm saying, he was doing that shit. And even like some people, and for some it hits, and for some it doesn't. But for, the people who have these really overbearing or really just like blunt and no nonsense parents, you know what I'm saying? Like at the time they didn't understand. They hated their parents, they didn't want to be home. But then later on, if you're lucky, oh, it dawned on me what is it. But everybody, that doesn't happen to everybody. Some people just take abuse and everything as just like something like, I didn't learn nothing from that shit. And some people actually remember what was told to them and it clicks in later. So I just think that with a lot of this stuff, keeping it real, and can you just level with me? You know what I'm saying? Because I am an adult and you can explain something to me, you know what I'm saying, without me having to read your mind, because then you're asking me to be an oracle or something that I'm not. I'm just a human being. You know what I'm saying?
What you mean you're not Avon? You can't read my mind, girl?
Child, no.
You don't know what I'm thinking?
Shh, you ain't supposed to tell nobody. Anyway,
you're crazy.
But yeah, I think that's a big problem with people. They just have like I said, their expectations and just the way that they just feel like like I said, they're so black and white, they're so cut and dry. No clarification needed. Do what I say. Like, okay, that just seems like there's a lot of room for error, you know what I'm saying, or mistakes to be made.
Especially if you're a do as I say and not as I do type of person too.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that's a learned behavior though. Because like I said earlier about how me and my wife were disciplining the kids, she wanted, whoop them, no questions asked, all that right. And I was like, nah, the punishment got to fit the crime. I can't just whoop them just for the sake of whooping.
Beat them, Miss Sealy. Beat them.
But I also had to think about, I had to think about how she came up as a child, how I came up as a child. Because in my household, I was allowed to voice my opinion with my mama. And in her household, they got ass whoopings for anything. So when we like, nah, I gotta let my kids say their piece. But that wasn't the one thing I told my kids with this right here. Don't tell me you don't know why you did something. You know why you did it. I said, that's gonna make the punishment worse. By telling me, I don't know. I said, you know why you did. You just don't want to tell me why you did because it's some stupid ass reason why you did it. So yeah, the punishment gotta fit the crime. I can't just put the one size fit all approach to everything you do.
Right.
And I think that was a lot of niggas' problem. They want to do this one size fit all, and it don't work. And then they get frustrated because you ain't paying attention. You a bad follower.
Well, that stuff only seems to kick in when people become adults or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know if there's as much grace given to children. Of course, it sounds good. We say that, but it just seems like once people become adults, they be like, "Fuck that! I'm not talking to you like you were a child." And blizzard. You know what I'm saying? Like. And it's just, it shouldn't even be that serious. Like I said, it's just more about just consideration. If you actually want me to do what you want me to do, you better put some honey on that shit.
Nah, man, it's the way you say
Every
it.
Once in a while, you can't be, I love a tall glass of water, but not the tall glass of vinegar. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and vinegar, you can clean your house and it's good for, in certain, moderation and stuff like that. But you just give somebody a glass of that, you want to drink some white vinegar?
I mean, it's a pick and choose. Like sometimes I might have to pinch you and sometimes I might have to punch you. Depends on the situation.
I guess. I mean, I'm not saying that it just should just be like, oh, just, kid gloves the whole time, but I don't feel like it should just be so like, shit, fuck that shit. I'm not changing for nobody. I'm not, doing that for nobody. Like, you do it for somebody. You do it for your grandma. You do it for somebody, man. Like, stop playing.
But LA, I forget about him, man. If he make me some lunch right fast.
I know that's right. Okay.
So,
Well, thanks for joining me.
I appreciate the time. I appreciate it.
Of course. Come back anytime.
Okay, I'm awake.
All right, I'm gonna keep going with the video. I don't know if you want to hang out or not. Like I said, I'm just here trying to get watch hours, Riaz. So I do have like I said, finish this one, and then I have one more video that I want to look at.
Okay, I feel you though. In my home, no, for me, my parents allowed me to speak. However, I want to speak, but I keep it respectful. So I was allowed to express and stuff like that. So I kind of I feel that what you mean. Yeah. No, but I was talking funny as well. Literally, at some point during the stream, I was straight asleep though. Literally.
Shoot, I know that must be nice, man. I love me a good nap. All right,
Yeah.
let's get to this conversation.
Okay, get back to this. Okay, I get to it because I'm going.
Take the lesson and stop crying, bitching, moaning, and complaining. Take the lesson and learn and get better. Mr. Miyagi never disrespected Danielson, but Danielson felt that he did.
But you sound like
you said the man told him he wasn't shit and all of that.
No, that was a different.
I can't remember the karate movie.
Yeah, that was a
different karate movie.
Different karate movie.
I don't remember the movie, so that's why
that was a Karate Kid. Yeah, that was a.
I don't know what he said to him in Karate Kid, so that probably was a good analogy. I don't remember the movie, but you got it.
I just think that you sound like one of those people that. So let's say I need your help with something. Let's say I need you to come install something in my house or whatever the case may be, because I'm not good at it or whatever. So you put me in a position of I need something from you and I need your help, right? Mm-hmm. But you sound like one of those people that's like, okay, I'm gonna show you how to do this, but however I talk to you is however I talk to you. And it's like, and I'm not saying you're trying to intentionally be rude, but it's like the consensus is like, well, don't ask me anything if you can't deal with however I deliver my message to you. No, if you don't want.
But he already said the tone. He's not advocating for his tone to be all disrespectful and rude. That's one of the things he just said.
I'm going at it.
I want to interject one thing, just one thing. So y'all trying to tell me, even if somebody sit there and take away the attitude and tailor the message and stuff like that, and the message that is given in the best way you see fit possible, not the way I see or anybody else, the way that y'all see fit, and the person look at what you just said.
Damn, Doc rubbing his head. I'm bad. He is frustrated.
Even though it sounds sweet and stuff like that, they gonna look at it as it offended them because you told it to them and they ain't really want to hear it.
I don't think y'all understand what's being said, bro.
No, I'm telling you, sometimes that happens. That you can sit there and have a conversation with somebody.
Prove that they're doing that. That's why I can't think about, because I don't know for a fact in their brain that that's what they're doing. I could just go by if they profess to understand or not. If they keep saying that they don't understand and they do, then I'm saying I don't know. I can't say that shit. I don't know. This is what I'm talking about.
I didn't bring that up, DJ, about that part this time. What I'm talking about specifically, that you tailored the message the way you wanted it to be, and you made sure that you crossed your T's and dotted your I's. But the words that you said offended them anyway. How you supposed to?
It's not.
How you supposed to move in that kind of way?
We're all grown ups,
Let me just say this one sentence, right?
Okay.
It's not a tailoring. Don't mean that it's not about being offensive. It's just if you say something, as many times I had to say something to you guys in a way that you would understand, bro. Like plenty of times we done chopped it up, and I had to tell you shit in a way that you would understand. It wasn't more or less offensive. It was just conveying the message in a way that you would understand. Whereas if I talk to my little brother or I talk to a group of other people, I might not have to tell them that shit in a way that they understand. It's not about y'all keep thinking it's offensive and talking sweet. It got nothing to do
I
with that.
didn't see, but I think the sweet is triggering you.
No,
But
because
what I'm
y'all are
saying,
saying nice, but y'all thinking tailor it means nice or mean. Sweet is not that. It's just if the
no,
message is not.
what I'm
I know what he means right now. Yeah, because the way that tailoring, is being interpreted is that you have to talk to a person like a adult, like a child, and that's not what it is. It's just considering your delivery in order to get the results that you want. That's it. That's all.
saying is when you saying Taylor, you're saying making sure that it's not, your tone is on point. It's not
No,
negative,
it's about the
and
tone.
it's straightforward, and you delivering it in a way where you feel like it should be accepted.
I think y'all
But what I'm saying, you
emphasizing
can
on.
do all that. You can do all
I don't
that,
think y'all
and
understanding what we
your
saying, bro.
message can still, they can look at it from a biased point of view and still be offended by the words that you said.
It's talking about
But
being
just give
offended.
me, we're gonna let the conversation flow out, and then we're gonna see my example fall right in place. Go ahead.
We're not talking about offending and not offending people. Everything y'all talk about is about tone. Soon as we talk about tailor message, people talking about tone policing and sugar. We're not talking about that shit, bro. When I deal with special needs people, I don't gotta sugarcoat, or it's just that other people understand. Bro, y'all niggas is frustrating, bro. And I'm gonna be patient with y'all, even though y'all not special needs. But goddamn, it don't mean that we talking sweeter or nicer. We just conveying a message in a way that's more understandable, bro.
But you
You
know what's
gotta be
funny?
sweet. You don't know what will offend somebody. It don't
Right.
got sweet or not, bro. It's nothing
Well,
to
hold
do.
on, but you know what's funny? You know what's funny, Witch Doctor? You said that, and it's cool and everything like that. There's two things. First of all, we know that special needs people are special needs people because they have special needs, right? So that's a little different. You do need to
I just
cater.
want to say all special needs, all special people don't got this.
Man, that's not even always visible. You know what I'm saying? Like I know friends that have been diagnosed with stuff once they were in college. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't know really what you're dealing with, who you're dealing with, so all this special needs stuff, like a lot of people, I mean, it doesn't even really have a look anymore. So like I said, that's part of just considering who you're talking to, taking that into consideration and their understanding of the world.
Oh, sorry, based on my experience, I agree with you though. Because yes, I do fall under that, yeah, neurodivergency, special needs type thing. I agree with you though, but I'm on a different level. It's more like the higher functioning. So you could talk to me how you can talk to me and everybody else, but the difference is though, that sometimes though, you have to actually find a way to basically, explain in a way I understand though. So basically, the whole point is though, I agree with you. It's not all, it's more like what you call a different level to it.
Yeah. Like if if I get somebody who's from like the east side, the deep born and raised east side of Atlanta, and I introduce you to them and they ask you to do something and they just talk to you in like the regular way that they do, Riaz, they're probably going to have to because Atlanta has a lot of slang, right? So like if a person doesn't know slang, then you're going to have to simplify it and put it in layman's terms. You know what I'm saying? Like, depending on who you're talking to or, who your audience is, pretty much if you want to be heard, you're going to have to be considerate of your words. You know
Of
what I'm
course. It's like basically, for example, me though, right? I'm originally from East London, right? East Londoners are known for speaking really fast, because it's not that they're real. One, they're passionate, and two, it's the way they talk. That's what they're known for. Of course, nowadays, though, the accent and everything, multicultural, but the way they deliver it is really fast. They're really quick speakers, though. Not everyone does it, though, but I kind of learned to do it. I speak really, really fast. So sometimes, depending on the person, I have to slow. For example, when I'm talking to you, I have to slow myself down, because not everyone's going to actually, it's not that they can't understand me, it's because you have a different way of speaking, and I have to learn to actually adapt and basically, cater to it, though. It's not like changing what I'm doing, not changing for nobody. I'm just understanding, okay, look, this person has particular speaking style, and I have to basically understand, what they're going through.
You know what you said? The word cater. I think that's the
cater.
No. But no, I'm not saying that. No, that word that you use, I think, is a good one, because the way that is being interpreted on this panel is that they have to roll out some red carpet and throw flowers on the ground in order to tell somebody the truth. Like, that's, again, I just think that it's being misinterpreted. They're just too much in the black and white. Like, either I'm a cuss at you, or like, what is the other alternative? Can you not cuss at me? Can you not yell at me? You know what I'm saying? Like, can you not, do certain things, like, in order to get your point across? You know what I'm saying?
Of course, but look, I gotta drop though, because I'm going to gym now, and look, appreciate you having me up. And if you're back, I might come back though. You never know, but I got you though. Yeah, I agree with you though.
All right, well, get it in at the gym for all of us, man. Have a good one.
Bye.
All right, peace. Yes, this is a really good point. Damn, what's wrong with my light? It keeps going dim. Okay, let me switch. All right, let me switch that. All right, this is a good point. Truth Slayer says, facts. Do you want your message to be received, or do you just want to just tell a motherfucker off, or tell a motherfucker something? That's what I was saying. Like, are we just blowing hot air? You know what I'm saying? Because if you're one of those people who don't care about if your message is received or not, like, you just trying to use me as your, little venting machine, to get some shit off your chest. Like, shoot, if you don't care about me understanding what you're saying, I'd rather you not say nothing to me at all, to be completely honest. Let me see here. There was another one I saw. Give me a second. Yes. El Boogie said, my issue would be men that seem obsessed with being mean to, humbling, or putting women in their places. That's a predator looking to abuse someone they see as inferior. That's another thing that I find really, like, unfortunate about a lot of these interactions that I have, is that, the whole holding women accountable. Now, the last time I checked, the general consensus was that random women should not be protected. Okay. I agree with that. You don't always know the circumstances of why somebody's in a kerfuffle, and I want everybody to get home safely. So, of course, definitely read the situation. If you can, try to draw some attention or try to break it up. At least don't see somebody getting mollywopped and just step over them and act like it's not your business, right? But my thing is, sir, I know that you don't care about me as a person on this panel. So holding me accountable, you cannot correct what you're not willing to protect. You heard it here first. You can't correct what you're not willing to protect. We don't want to hear it, okay? We don't. If you don't care about our well-being and see us as human beings, don't try to hold us accountable. We don't want to hear your bullshit, man. We don't want to hear it. We got brothers, uncles, cousins, you know what I'm saying, who love us more than you ever could. So the whole guys I just want to hold it accountable to. No, you want to get off. You're probably saying stuff to me that you can't say to your wife. Y'all all are thinking it. I just said it. You know what I'm saying? But, like I said, if you want to use somebody as a punching bag, we can recognize that pretty quick. Because like we said, we know that you don't give a fuck. What happens to me, what happens to any of us today, tomorrow, whatever, I have been on for 3.5 hours and have received no support. And I normally don't, sometimes I do, but hey, I guess I'm just supposed to be a pretty face and be up here for free to get the ladies and gents through their shift, Shouts out to everybody who be out up here. I'm not shooting shots at y'all. I'm just putting this in. I'm following these men's logic here because they're very entitled. And I don't understand why. I don't understand why. If you owe me nothing, I owe you nothing.
Same needs.
No kidding. No kidding. But hold on, fam. You keep cutting me off every time I try to make a point. Every single time. But it's cool. But this is the thing. No, I really am. Y'all ain't making a point. The crazy thing is this. The whole time, this chick, especially Chanel, making it seem like we are being mean and we're being rude and we're talking to people any type of way. And you yourself made it seem like we're talking to people any type of way. But then in the same breath, you want to try to make it seem like I'm saying that you have to talk sweet or you're talking sweet to people. So like at the end of the day, the crazy thing is this. It's not about, I'm not saying that I'm talking rude or disrespectful to people. That's not what
I mean, that's fair, right, Royce? I think that's fair.
I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the message from the messenger is not on the messenger. It's on the receiver because the receiver needs the message, not the messenger.
It's on both.
No, it's not.
Responsibility. Communication is a two-way streak.
Right.
It's a two-way streak. It's me receiving, me making an effort to receive what you're saying, and you making an effort to communicate it to me. You know what I'm saying? Both. It's on both.
No, it's not like we're talking to people any type of way. But then in the same breath, you want to try to make it seem like I'm saying that you have to talk sweet or you're talking sweet to people. So like at the end of the day, the crazy thing is this. It's not about, I'm not saying that I'm talking rude or disrespectful to people. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the message from the messenger is not on the messenger. It's on the receiver.
The message is not on the messenger. The message is not on the messenger. It's on the receipt. All right, so back in the day, right? Before there were telephones and all this stuff, let's take it to a mystical land, where a king or some official spoke what the message that he wanted to have sent across the land to another ruler, right? And back then, a lot of them weren't even literate, so they had to memorize what was going on, or what the king wanted to have portrayed or, conveyed across the land. So then the rider gets out there, he's on his horse, probably running this message throughout his head 100 times, because if he forgets what the king says and he delivers that message wrong, off with his motherfucking head. Since when is it on the receiver to be responsible for the message? That is the messenger's issue. You're the one who has this, this gift to give. What are you giving? And do the people even want it? That's on the messenger. That is not on the receiver, Izzy. I have to disagree with you there. Sorry, bro.
Because the receiver needs the message, not the messenger.
It's on both.
No, it's not.
Responsibility.
And sometimes I think that the messenger thinks that they're so important. They just have to, they give all this unsolicited advice and feedback. Like, ain't nobody ask you your opinion, bro. I ain't care or even want to know what you thought. But some people think that their message is so important. Like these people who take over conversations, constantly cut off panelists, try to change a whole host topic. You're not the most important person in the room, my guy or my girl. Okay? Some people really think that what they have to say is so goddamn important until they find out when it's not received. You really ain't what you thought you was. You know what I'm saying? And then their ego is hurt. And now it's the receiver's fault because they didn't ask for the advice in the first damn place. You just thought that it was so important to share with me.
The communication is a two-way streak.
Right.
It's a two-way streak. It's me receiving, me making an effort to receive what you're saying, and you making an effort to communicate it to me. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's both ends. Oh, I'm gonna say something.
I agree with that.
I'm gonna say, I show to the homies. I'm gonna say something. If they get it, they get it. If they don't get it, they don't get it. That is fucking ignorant, bro. Like, what the fuck, bro?
Can I make my second point that I never was able to make?
Go ahead, Chanel.
Just I would say this for the listener or whoever the person is that's receiving Mr. Izzy Band's message, is that I try my best to assume best intent. So if Mr. Izzy Band says something that hits me wrong, you know, maybe he didn't intend to. That's why I try to start. But if you keep on down that street, I'm not an idiot. I know if you're talking to me crazy or if you're being disrespectful. I know you were talking earlier about tone, and I do think tone matters. And I do think if tone didn't matter and how we deliver our message didn't matter.
All right. So I guess, ask and ye shall receive. Thank you so much for your Cash App. I don't normally announce names and things like that. It's no diss. I'm just trying to protect your privacy. Let's celebrate, baby.
We humble as a bumble in the middle of the jungle. We got problems and we fumble and we stumble, but we don't grumble. All we do is hustle. And you the reason that we on our way up. You the reason. 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 We humble as a bumble in the middle of the jungle. We got problems and we fumble and we stumble, but we don't grumble. All we do is hustle. And you the reason that we on our way up. You the reason. You the reason. You the reason.
Yes. Tip your host. Tip your host. $ the LA Project on Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. Let's get back to it.
At all. That we wouldn't feel the need to have a different tone when we go on an interview for a job. We wouldn't feel the need to speak a certain way to our supervisors. We wouldn't feel the need, if you're a waiter at a restaurant, to talk to your customer.
Okay, my bad. The message says pretty face fun. Ow.
Customers a certain way. It all matters. And to act like it doesn't matter and it's only one-sided is crazy.
Well, hold
but
on.
That's it. Go ahead.
That shit's on DJ Wish Doctor. Hold on real quick, but that shit's on DJ Wish Doctor's point. That's the whole thing. If he's saying that if you're saying that because we're saying about it's on the messenger, it's on the receiver, not the messenger, that we're saying that you're talking soft. All right, man. I'm gonna holler. I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you. Today is not the day.
No, Izzy's on the right path.
They was interjecting when she was talking and she didn't feel. Go ahead, bro. You got it.
No, it's cool. We
let's just all kumbaya.
It's just kumbaya. I got nothing but love. But I just
don't leave the conversation.
No, it's not even worth. What's going on?
It's just a difference of opinion. It doesn't matter. Like,
it's cool. I don't have no problem. I'm just saying, like, at the end of the day, if I can't get my point across,
go ahead uninterrupted.
It's okay. I can't get my thoughts. I'm good.
Go ahead and get it out. He said you can get it out.
I'm just gonna fall back.
This is what I be talking about. You concede, you apologize, and they still scold you. They said no, because this is what I be talking about. Just talk, man. You wasted time. Or did you forget what you was gonna say? It's all right. It happens to us all.
I don't got my thoughts. I keep getting interrupted.
I got you, bro.
Where is it?
I got you, Go ahead. I think it's on the right path. I think it's on the messenger to tell the truth. It's on the messenger to tell the truth, but it's on the receiver to accept the truth. And sometimes, a lot of the times, the receiver don't want to accept the truth, and so they want the message to be said differently. But it is on both.
Again, this is assuming that the receiver has the same level of comprehension or the same mental capacity as the fucking messenger. Like, there's so many assumptions going on. And that's why I was saying and emphasizing the consideration. Like, anybody who is in sales, okay, they know that there is not one size fit all type of approach. Even they might give you a basic script, of course, some basic knowledge, but it's up to you to tweak and customize that depending on who the fuck you talking to. That's the only way that you're gonna close that sale. What are these people talking about? Maybe they don't work, or maybe their job, like I said, is just maybe they just go through the motions and stuff. But when you in sales, you have to do so much thinking. Sometimes you only have a matter of seconds to actually scan the person, try to evaluate, try to see how you can appeal to them, see how, all that stuff. That is tailoring your message, okay? Because my message might be like at one point in time I did like timeshares and shit, right? You gotta express and try to give the value. You have to convey the message a certain way, or they're gonna tell you no every single time. They're not gonna receive it, man. This is eye opening. Let's take a look real quick. Hey, what's up, witch doctor? Man, they was trying to play you with the semantics. That shit's whack. I will never accept dumbass logic for anybody just because that's the way they feel. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it feels like, it sounds like it's a whole lot of entitlement. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody, like I said, if you got unsolicited advice and you talking to somebody, you know, who you're not even trying to consider, and you're just like, hey, this is what it is, you just wasted your breath. Hot air. We could have blew up balloons, you know what I'm saying, with everything instead of having this conversation. Like, it's just, I don't know. I don't think that people are aware of where they are in the world or in certain situations or even in certain conversations. I actually respect the people who fall back a little bit more, listen and say very little, versus the person who thinks they always got the damn answer. But that's just me.
All I'm saying is on both ends. And I'm not saying the truth, because when we say the truth, it subconsciously make us think that what the other person saying is the lie. It's not the truth, it's the message. Let's just stick to being the message. You could tailor your message to different audience. It's the same message. You're not changing the message. You're not making it the anti-message, the opposite of the message. No, changing the way that you deliver, the way you convey the message to the person. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? It's on both ends. You, as an effective communicator, you want to communicate effectively. If two people alone get what you're saying, like what Red Pill say, is quality, not quantity, then you're not a good communicator. If you talk to a room full of people and only two people get what you're saying, you could have communicated that shit a little bit better and got three people, 4 and 5.
But see, this is what I was saying earlier. Like, everybody can't do no TED Talk, okay? But the people who are selected for the TED Talks, they're selected for a reason, because they're effective. It's not about efficiency, about how quick you can say something, how crass you can say something, because there's very little thought and time or effort that's put into that. But the most effective, it's going to take a little time. Just like I was saying with sales, man, every person is different, and you got to find a way to appeal to each of those people with the message or the product that you have, right? Because as salespeople, you're not going to know as much as a CEO. All right. You're only going to know enough about the products and enough what they feel like is enough information for the actual customer, to be completely honest. Everything else is on us. All right. Whether it be the improv, the follow-up questions that people might have, that's all on us. You know what I'm saying? And if you got one of those people who's like super, some people are like, super detailed, you know what I'm saying? If their bills go up by $5, they're calling like, what's the problem? What's up with the increase? Like, you know what I'm saying? Some people are just like that, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, you have to be able to, you can't always snap on folks. You can't, well, hey, it is what it is. Click. Like, no, you're not going to keep them as a customer. You know what I'm saying? You're not. You're going to have to, all right, well, when's the last, you're gonna have to ask some questions. You're gonna have, you know what I'm saying, so you can actually do the research, kind of dig into it a little bit. At least this is what I used to do when I was in, like definitely working customer service for insurance. Y'all are hell. I'm sorry. Every 6 months, you know that you're going to be reevaluated. You're going to get your renewal 30 days, people, a whole month before your plan changes. I don't know why, as soon as the direct deposit hits for your new policy, that's when everybody wants to call in and start cussing people out. But it's a part of our job not to match that energy. You got to tailor the message, okay? So they can understand. And to be completely honest, all right, like for example with cars, right? If somebody had a car, everything's fine, then they get their renewal, and let's say their premium went up by $200, right? All right, yeah, I understand the reason why they're calling in, but I have to I have to explain to them the year, make, and model of the car that they have, that they want to be fixed back and restored to perfection. I have to remind them of inflation, whether it be coming from parts, labor, medical, you know what I'm saying? Because that's all included. So every 6 months, yes, the market is reevaluated, and we are trying to make sure that we can give you the best coverage in case anything happens to you, that you can be made whole. Oh, okay. And sometimes they even have the nerve to have tickets, speeding tickets and stuff that might increase their premiums. And they'll talk to you like, you're the one with the problem. And you be like, you do a little bit more research and be like, all right, Mr. Johnson. So I see that back in April, there was a citation for speeding. Do you know what I'm talking about? Oh yeah. Well, yeah, that's the reason for your increase. Like, get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like, people be, they just want to dump on folks sometimes. But you have to convey your message in a certain way, depending on what the situation is. So this was kind of it was eye-opening, to say the least. I don't really be expecting too much from folks no more.
But you didn't give a fuck how you say it. I'm gonna say it how I say it. And you got, it's like, no, bro, it's your responsibility, bro, to communicate effectively. Anyways.
Nah, Jones, and according to men in the manosphere, in the manosphere, feelings and emotions don't matter. But we all know they do, just like colors and sounds and everything else. People are so silly. It's kind of ridiculous. I just be laughing, girl.
Let me give the shout out to the super chats. Let me see who we got. We got, damn, Red Pill Ranger putting me on blast, bro. We talking about being direct at all times. The directness might sound different person to person, but the directness is mandatory. Hey man, sometimes you could be direct. Sometimes I had to talk to many of y'all on these panel, bro, and use an example outside of y'all just for y'all to get the message, because you see yourself biasly. So if I tell you about you, you're not receiving it. You got your bias filter up. That's right, and what you're doing is right. But if I find somebody else doing it, now you could see the mirror and you'd be like,
well, I mean, again, Coach, we don't know most people. I mean, I know I have. I'm not sure about how many other people have, and maybe not as extensively as you did, but I mean, we don't know most people. And sometimes people get burnt out. They get fatigued. You know what I mean? It's like, we the crack babies and all this other stuff. Sometimes, people just get fatigued, and they just want to, they given up on the point of even trying to get through to people sometimes. But you just never know who has tried to help, or who has helped, or, who has dedicated their time, energy towards another person that wasn't related to them at all. You know what I'm saying? Give people a little bit more credit. Sometimes you got to understand why. Like I said, I think a lot of people are just, they make bad decisions. They put up with shit that they shouldn't. And then moving forward, since they made that one decision before, it's like they can't trust themselves to make another decision. So since they don't want to do the personal work in order to trust themselves, meaning even recognizing the mistakes and the things that they did wrong, They just go out into the world and see everybody else the same because it's just easier. It's cowardly, but it's easier.
Like, oh, because a lot of times if I see somebody fucking up, I'm like, wait a minute, do I be doing that shit? Like, y'all be tripping, bro. Yeah, hey, man. Shout to the be streaming. He also said, the amount of people getting the message.
Shouts out to everybody in the building. Please make sure to like, share, subscribe if you haven't already. And if you're feeling generous, please tip your host. On the grind and on the road to monetization, I've been going strong for 3 minutes shy of 4 hours. Go ahead and hit that Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal. Show me that you love me. Show me that you care. Show me that you like what I'm doing.
Don't make it legit. Woman got Derek Jackson matches. He was an effective communicator. That's the thing.
Bro, I'm already tell you right now, I ain't going. I would have got dishonorably discharged from the military on the first day, like on some real shit. I don't need that type of motivation in order to get me to do what you want me to do, like straight up.
To communicate effective. This is what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the truth or the lie. I'm talking about the message. You know what I'm saying?
That's a part, DJ. That's a part of it, though. If the message is the truth, then it doesn't matter how you say it.
Man, is Zay trying to take Keon's spot? I want Keon back because this YN was he was doing way too much. Shouts out to Zay.
Saying the truth.
That's if the
message, it matters.
So wait, bro. If anything you say if the message is the truth, you could say the same thing if the message is a lie. I'm just talking about the message. I don't know if what you're saying is true or not. I'm not talking about shit that I don't know. I'm talking about the message. I'm not saying you telling the truth or you telling the lie. I'm talking about you communicating a message and it's received well. I'm not talking about if it's facts or fiction. I'm just talking about you could tell a Harry Potter story for all I give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? But it depends on how you convey that message. Some people gonna get it, some people not gonna get it. Look at man, I don't know.
Can I just say this, Mr. I was just gonna say, like in the industry that I've worked in for over 20 years, when I was in the role of a social worker, I had all kinds of clients that come in there, and a lot of
and see, like Chanel, she is a social worker, like for a career, and people steady be trying to discredit her. Is she in the field? Like, I don't know what people won't know more besides their own version of reality that makes them feel comfortable, makes them feel safe. And they don't want to challenge or hear. They don't want to be challenged. They don't want to hear anything else, even if somebody is literally hands-on, damn near an expert at what they do. This just shit be blowing my mind.
They were mentally ill. They had drug problems. They were criminals, or all three mixed in one. But at the end of the day, that's not my job. And when I say you gotta listen, really craft your message, because the truth for a lot of those people that came and sat at my desk was that they were on crack or meth or heroin or all three. The truth was, for some of them, they're out here selling their bodies or leaving their children in compromising situations and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. I could sit there and be like, why did you spend your rent money, your $300 on your bundles and a new outfit so you could go, drive it like it's hot this weekend? That's not responsible. You shouldn't be doing that. I could do that, but my message isn't going to be received. I have to talk to the people with dignity and respect. And I don't have to do that. Trust and believe. There's lots of people in certain industries and they don't give a shit about what they say to you at all. And that's not I'm not saying I said it to those people in a way to try to hope that they're going to, change their mind about something, because it's likely that they're probably not probably not going to change my mind. My point is, I'm going to give you the information. You could do whatever the hell you want to with the information. You can believe me. You can go to this drug class. You could, you could go to parenting classes, or you could listen to me and be like, I don't give a shit about what she's saying. Like, it is what it is. And all I know is I did my part to try to deliver, the message to the person in a respectful manner. That's all I'm saying. I sat in a chair with power.
What's different from what you just said and what everybody else just said? Like red pill or is it when you just said I can deliver the message and then it don't matter kind of thing? I know I did the best I could.
Welcome back.
This is sad.
And I did it in a respectful manner. What was the difference?
The difference is I'm going to take time to think about who I'm like.
All right. What'd you say?
I just said this is sad.
Which part?
The whole thing. It's a panel of extroverts trying to communicate, and an introverted person's analyzing it. I'm not saying you're introverted as an insult. I'm saying that you're more thoughtful, and even if you were on this panel, you probably wouldn't have a space to speak because you'd spend too much time trying to analyze what people are saying. And that's what I mean. Like, there's no knowledge for us unless we are just going to sit back and just absorb all this argumentative conversation and try to find the gems in it. But that's a waste of brain power. And we have to surround ourselves with people who are thoughtful and have those conversations. It's like being in a church and everyone's hoopla and catching the Holy Ghost and speaking in tongues, right? And it's nothing but chaos, but you'll get a few gems. You know, the preacher might say something that like resonates, you know, versus actually being in church and having conversations with people and fellowship, and like that's better. But being part of the shit show, you have to force your brain to find the gems. You have to force yourself to find what you're really there for. And this is gonna sound weird. This is not an insult. You're better than analyzing this. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I have a goal. I'm just missing some watch hours so I can get monetized. You got to fill in the gaps sometimes.
I feel you.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, don't take this shit. I mean, I do see an issue sometimes with, like I said, with how people choose to communicate, because that's my thing. I mean, I like to do the panels, you know what I'm saying? Because it's steel sharpens steel, you know what I'm saying? But of course you got to be around some actual steel to get sharp, right? So
right.
For me, that's kind of like, you know, kind of what I get out of it. But I go outside and I work in the public pretty much every day. So I have when I come online, that's why I'm just like, this is okay. So this is just another facet of the world. You know what I'm saying? Because I have kids, you know, everybody's more technologically geared. I need to stay on top of shit, you know? So everything that I see, I don't take it to heart where I'm just like losing sleep over it. But I mean, these are certain channels that I like to frequent. And this has been a topic of discussion for the past like 3 or 4 days.
I feel you. It's just that.
And you're right. I can't really get in edgewise. That's why I'm kind of just voicing it here. I know they watching.
I know you got those good shower. I'm like, yeah, when you take a shower, you're like, oh, I could have said this, and I could have. No, but what I kind of noticed in this space, right? Because I like to go on these panels too, because you say steel sharpens steel, but I like to be bamboo. There's a movie called Dogma, and Chris Rock plays like an apostle, and he says that it's better to have ideas than beliefs, because you know people will kill about beliefs, people will fight about beliefs. Ideas can be molded, ideas can change, and ideas can evolve. And they can evolve into a solution. But when you have beliefs, it's hard to find the solution when everyone has beliefs. And what I've kind of noticed is, and especially in this YouTube space, with a lot of us, we discovered Kevin Samuels, and we liked the way that he articulated himself with women, because he wasn't arguing back, you know, so much like we saw our uncles and, you know, the men that we grew up with. He was kind of more hurt and like, and it was like, okay, well, it was something different. So a lot of men saw that, and they kind of like, so they took those talking points. But when he passed away, the men didn't evolve. They didn't find anyone else. And I found Neely Fuller, and Neely Fuller he's always speaking about, you know, how to avoid arguments, how to stay in question mode, how to have these racist conversations with people. And so I've been ingesting that. And so I like to go to these panels to try to see if I'm really true to what I'm practicing now. Like, I'm reading all these things, and now I'm trying to have different conversations and stay on code, make sure I stay in question mode, don't get triggered. So I enjoy that, but I'm finding that a lot of the men in this space, they're still on Kevin Samuels mode. And I do believe if Kevin Samuels hadn't passed away, he would evolve. I think his overall message was trying to get towards, we need we need our own black media. And that he was always saying that every show, and people forgot that. He was always saying, like, we need to get away from the media that's being portrayed as black people and we need to create our own black media. And that got drowned out in all the other things that he said. But when he passed, it's like a lot of these men have stayed where Kevin Samuels passed, and they haven't found anyone else to try to, not mimic, but at least learn from. And that's why his reaction channels are still doing so well. And I've asked YouTube people, like, hey, why don't we have a conversation? Why don't we do some reaction channels to Neely Fuller on hip hop cartoons? And he just passed away 4 months ago. And I'm learning that a lot of them were afraid to, for 3 reasons. One, they are too tied to the capitalistic mentality. So they're afraid to let that go. 2, they have pledged with the Divine Nine. And so they have a promise that they've kept to uphold this demonic culture that's over the black community in America. Or 3, they want to be angry at women, because this is something that we as a black community need to have a conversation about. A lot of those men have been child alienated, and it helps them heal, because so many men, including my uncle who passed away a long time ago, had to deal with child alienation. And for some reason, the sisterhood does not hold sisters accountable about doing that. So many women get their shit right once they become a mother, and they're like, oh, I was doing dumb shit, but once I became a mother, I got on the right path. I think black women, you have to give men that same opportunity. And this doesn't mean seeing your kids every 2 weeks. Like, no, like, it has to be a 50-50 custody where you guys are figuring it out, because you made the elders come to this earth. You have to mold these elders that are on this earth. And when men have more responsibility, they'll become better men. And yes, they're going to make mistakes, because black men have never had this. It's been a long time since they've actually had real custody after a breakup, and us as human beings having to figure out how to healthily co-parent. But you see people now, like, they use ChatGPT to even they can't even conversate after the breakup has happened. And so I say all this is that there are solutions, but you have to give the fathers of the children a chance to be fathers of the children. And some of those men have made mistakes. Some of those men did dumb things. But when those men, even if they were bad men, they don't want to show their child a bad version of themselves. Some do. Some are completely fucking demonic. I get it. But not the majority. And I think that if you give men the opportunity to have time with their kids, they will turn into be better men. Maybe not the man that's going to be with you. Maybe not the man that you want to be with, but he will be a better man for his children to see. And we have to have a conversation of that as a community, because when women have a breakup, the sisterhood around them tells them, put them on child support, and we have to have a conversation about this. And even the black church needs to come to the table about this, because the black church has completely failed about helping people co-parent. They're there for the marriage and getting all the money when everyone has to say I do. But when the breakup happens, the black church is completely ignoring what the father is going through after the fact.
Okay, that was a lot. All right.
Sorry, I had some coffee. I had a little workout and came back.
What time is it over there? Like, shit.
It is 7:40.
At night?
Yes, at night.
Okay. All right. So I'm in.
Wow. I'm in Illinois.
Huh?
I'm in Illinois. It's 12:41 where I'm at.
Right. All right. So let's just, I'll try to do this one as I remember them. Now, I have heard of this issue of child alienation. However, I don't know anybody personally who does it. Actually, I know the opposite. I know women who, have tried to contact the father, the family of the father, no response. He ain't gonna be there. I don't know what you thought was gonna happen. It's very unfortunate. I personally, I don't know about it because I don't look into it. I have children. Their father chooses not to be there. Okay. So again, this alienation thing, maybe we do need to have a conversation because I don't see it. Not saying that it doesn't happen. I just don't see it. However, I definitely am one of those people who, like I said, there's just this court case, like I said, that had to deal with a couple on YouTube. The woman trying to keep, you know, the child away from the ex-husband, and there's a whole group of women supporting the man. You know what I'm saying? I think that people got this whole sisterhood shit twisted, because the real sisterhood don't just stand by and just let shit happen. We don't put each other on task the same way that maybe that y'all would like us to.
That's why it's called a false sisterhood. Yep.
No, okay. Well, the brotherhood and shit, you know, with people not taking care of their kids, and it's the overall consensus in our Black community that, hey, well, you knew what you was getting yourself to as a woman. He don't have to stay. That's disgusting. That it is okay, and it's an overall message that says that as a man you can walk away. That is also.
to be fair, you do have to be careful who you have kids with, because not every man is fit to be a father like a woman is meant to be a father. So I think both are responsible for choosing their partners wisely. Yeah. A man walk away from his family. That's not cool. I speak on that a lot too, but maybe not a lot, but I speak on it enough. What man gets a woman pregnant and then decides to just bounce on her? Seriously, these are the men we tell y'all to stay away from. But do y'all listen to us? No, it's, oh, you just mad because you can't get nobody. You just trying to oppress us. Get the fuck.
How do you tell us to stay away? How do you tell us to stay away? Please enlighten me.
By warning y'all about those kind of men. Watch out for the red flags. If you see some red flags, trust that first instinct.
What do y'all? Because I have a brother. You know what I'm saying? I got cousins and uncles and all that shit. You know what happened in high school?
What?
He has a woman. Oh, well, you don't need to be out that late. And oh, well, your grades weren't. No, it's about the boys. Tell me the truth about these niggas. They always try to make it seem like it was something that the girl was doing. But yet the boy can be out later than the girl. He can drive before the girl. He can do all these things before the girl. And the girl doesn't know anything about the real nature of men. We don't. A lot of us don't. They just tell us basically that we're going to be restricted, you know what I'm saying, with our curfews and things like that, which isn't a problem. But you got to tell us why. You know, because we're thinking that most young men or most men are going to do the right thing. And then you find out that there's a lot of fuckboys out there that nobody warned you about explicitly. You got to let us know.
Fuck boys are pretty much boys who want to fuck, right?
No,
fuck boys are the kind of boys who have the mindset of, yeah, I'm fucking you, your sister, your cousin, and the chick next door. You ain't the only one I'm dealing with.
If you get pregnant, then that's your fault, and I'm not staying.
Exactly.
And I'll probably give you some money for
Okay. So where did those young men learn that?
I don't know, from home or TV.
From the overall culture.
Mm-hmm.
We learned it from the overall culture. We are a lot in America. We are
alienation and put people on child support because God forbid a child be supported. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No.
Let's be fair with this.
If women believe in the system of white supremacy, which is a real thing, then we have to have a complete conversation about one. When a man signs a birth certificate, he's putting himself in a very precarious situation that he actually shouldn't be in the first place. This entire system is built to destroy man and woman.
All right, give me one second.
When we actually, okay.
Mic check, Ant.
Yes, me.
All right, thank you. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. You said it pretty much dismantled it. Yeah, that's what I've said earlier. It's very unfortunate and sad that, you know, Black men and women are sitting there wasting time trying to blame each other and put, you know, we weren't the ones who set this shit in place.
Right. And if we could actually be adults and figure this out, all the money that was spent on the court case in the first place could be put in escrow for the child. And when that child is 18, that child will have an insane trust fund to actually live almost the rest of their life if they do it the right way. But we are so ready to run to the government when we should be adults about this. We should pull my side of the family. Let's say me and LA, we didn't even get married. We actually knocked each other up. Okay. It should be my side of the family coming to your side of the family and us figuring out how we can effectively raise this child, because this child is both sides of us, but we don't think about that. Well, what it is, oh, well, you just make sure you pay some money and then you can maybe see him every now and again. Like, no, we have to figure out how to be a community outside of the government. And when there's something wrong, if I'm not giving you enough money, you have a conversation with my side of the family and they will hold me accountable. And if you're not letting me see the kids enough, or you're maybe kind of out of order, I can have a conversation with your side of the family and they can have a conversation with you. Because again, it's all about what's best for the child. I think we've had enough examples to see that the family court is not doing what's best for the child. It's just maybe putting some money in the mother's pocket, but trust and believe the government's getting their cut of it. That money could be going to the child if we could figure out how to be adults and do this.
But you know what else I hear on these panels a lot?
What's up?
I can't even deal with the mom that I chose to make this child with. I can't even deal with her mouth. I can't deal with her at all. So I'm just going to come back at the age of 18 and see my child. That's what the fuck I hear. And that's just
that happens.
That's part of the culture.
I understand that happens.
But then again, like I said, it's okay for the man. But how do you think this child is going to eat? You know what I'm saying? I totally believe in saving up. And I mean, as a single parent, both my children have savings accounts off of one salary. But trying to expect the world to do something off of one person is nuts. And I will tell you that a lot of these boy moms, sorry for the boy moms out there, but y'all got to stop coddling your fucking grown ass kids. Make them stand up on their responsibilities. No problem.
I have to be honest. If your kid is starving in America, you are not using your brain power. There are so many ways to feed your child.
Without the government?
Without government assistance?
Yes. Absolutely. Really? Yes.
So in America, as a single parent, let's just say the other parent isn't there at all. That means that one parent has to have time and money for that child with no government assistance, because apparently that's just deplorable, for the people who need it. So again,
does she have a relationship with her family, or no? Is she also ostracized from her family?
Well, a lot of
we're painting this picture. Does she have a family structure?
A lot of Black people in America be quick to kick their kids the fuck out when they turn 18. So everybody's separated. They got mortgages. There is no group economics. Hardly nobody even spare no extra money. A lot of grandparents don't even want to take the kids for the summer no more to get the parents no breaks. It's changed, bro.
Yeah, it's hilarious. I've heard generational wealth like in the last 15 years. I'm like, we've never had generational wealth. And it doesn't seem like we're building generational wealth. We actually had generational wealth back when we had our grandma and pawpaw. They were building generational wealth, but not through money, but through time. There was many times that my mom needed a break from motherhood. And for a whole month, you go to nanny and pawpaw. And I think we have to figure out as a community how to get that back again, because that's more valuable than us trying to say, well, I got $100,000, and because the kids are going to trick that off and spend it anyway in the wrong way. We have to have generational wealth by fixing our family structures.
I just want to do something in the chat real quick. If anybody has been left land by their grandparents, put a 1 in the chat.
Left land?
Yeah, because we're not talking about bands and stacks no more. He said generational wealth, so I'm gonna have to think businesses, land, things like that. Uncle Shrema, are you on them edibles again? Have a kid with men. I was talking about how most men were talking about the woman was so difficult after.
And this is why
I'm just going to stay away from my child until they're 18. So that goes both ways, honey love.
It does.
We both gotta pick
this is why
character.
And this is why I advocate for co-parenting.
We got some old heads that got left some land. Okay, we got one new person. Aunt's relatively young. ADS and Ferg, y'all are elders. So any other younger people, have y'all been left some land? Because usually Black people got to start over every time. Okay, we got another young one.
And when I said generational wealth, I was saying more by infrastructure, not with land, but through actual community. We have to start doing generational wealth that way. It's not about having a lot of land. It's not about having a lot of money. It's about having infrastructure of people who you can network with, who will help you when you need help, and also help the child when the child needs help. That's the generational wealth that we need to start building.
Okay. I just want people to listen. I asked who was left land. Okay.
And no, you're not an elder if you over 40. Come on, man.
Yeah, I know they be trying to rush us like into the grave.
No.
God damn. Don't be trying
I had somebody in my chat. I had somebody on my show say he said 45 is grandma age, 60 and up that's great grandparent age. I guess we're uncle and auntie age.
Plan on living very long. Let me get a mic check. ADS.
What up?
Hey. All right.
Shout out ADS.
What's going on this afternoon?
I'm gonna call something out with Ferg. I'm 45 years old. Now I'm the damn elder of the church all of a sudden.
Hey, that's Ferg saying that. Oh, my bad. I didn't know you was 45.
I didn't need.
Yes,
You got
baby.
5
I
years.
am mature. I got,
You got 4 years on me, sir.
You're older than me.
I got.
Do you do the Al Bundy grunt when you get off the couch, sir?
Berlin, can I finish what I got to say?
I just asked a question. Do you do the Al Bundy grunt when you get off the couch? That's
what do you
just
mean?
a question.
I do 250 sit-ups, 150 push-ups a day, nigga. I run 3
I
miles.
just asked if you do the. All I asked is if you do the Al Bundy grunt when you get off the couch.
Ain't none of that shit. But let me get back over to what you were saying, though, Lauren.
What's up?
Just because I've been blessed with wisdom and sageness doesn't make me old.
I didn't know.
Exactly.
Okay, my bad. I'm
This just fucking
sorry.
shit. We uncle and aunties up in here. We have uncle and auntie age up in here.
He
Seriously.
sound like an elder. He get your ass.
You older than me, your old ass down there.
He's like all these young people pussyfooting with life, and he gonna start using all them Mississippi terms.
Y'all,
He said pussyfooting with life. I'm mad.
Hey, pussyfooting is a real thing. I didn't know. That was the craziest term I heard in my life.
And was it what was damn? I forgot what that's called. Damn it, damn. All right,
See, you got dementia, sir. See, it's okay. We elders, man. It's okay. Let's embrace it.
We old compared to these. We old compared to the Generation Z, but come on, we some old young folks. Get it right.
Okay.
Hang on real quick. We got.
I would like to say
Welcome,
mature people, not old young folks. Mature adults. Thank you.
Okay, mature adults. All right, Auntie, what's up, man?
Hey, nothing.
Been active in the chat. What you got?
Now I was going to come up for a few things. I know what you were talking about earlier with the effective communication and all of that stuff. It really depends on, of course, who you are, what message you're trying to convey, and of course, it does, like who you're trying to drop the message on. That depends too. So I know, like.
Internet's going crazy again.
Oh, I thought that was my shit messing up. Okay.
But Auntie definitely knows because people. I mean, he exercises his instrument or his voice online all the time, but he does it for a reason. He understands the importance of tone. Dang, I hate that.
He's definitely he's actually one of my favorite people to actually, when I'm like cleaning up, to just put in the background and hear how he conversates with people, because it's not argumentative. It's not, and even with my kids, I like to have my kids hear English.
More than likely, if that's his wife of 15.
Oh, you going in and out, Aunt?
Yeah, it might go in and out. If it happens again, I'll just drop down. I keep getting messages from Xfinity. They all messed up today.
All right, no problem.
So when he was talking about like effective communication styles, that's his wife at 20 years. He likely just understands her and she understands him. So you know what I'm saying? If they got a certain message or whatever, but also I can understand what I think Dot was saying in the chat. Like it's different when you're communicating with strangers on the internet and when you're communicating in like different settings, like but tone and stuff like that. Like you got to understand, like there are different forms of communication for different reasons. Like some people will be like, oh, well, when someone's yelling at me, that's a problem. With me, I personally prefer that because I understand like, that tells me something when somebody's yelling, because that's usually human nature for somebody to raise their voice when they feel as though they're not being heard. So when somebody's starting to yell, they're telling me that, I don't think you hear me. Usually. Now, sometimes it can be on something else, but for the most part, that's usually what it is. So, you got to kind of understand those things in most cases when you're dealing with people. I would prefer somebody raise their voice at me than give me the silent treatment. Or even try to fake it home or something like that, because I believe you can accomplish more through confrontation and an argument than you can with coddling somebody. But I also understand like what Coach Ferg was saying in the chat too. It's he comes from like a different arena. He's Coach Ferg, so he's talking about team sports, the military, stuff like that. So for the most part, they have a mission, and that's like a fall in line or fall behind thing. So they'll drill it in your damn brain. So that way, everything is second nature. You guys can all get it done. Everybody's on the same page. It's no time to coddle emotions because we have a mission. So, different people are going to communicate different ways. So, especially when you're talking about, YouTube or even relationships, you got to understand your target audience, when it comes to that.
Well, what do you think is most effective, though?
It depends on who you're talking to.
Oh, come on. Don't do that. You got to pick one.
It really depends. It depends on who you're talking to and what your goals are. So, so if you're in the relationship spaces and you're talking about relationships and people are literally on here just to feel good, then you need to talk to them in a way that makes them feel good. So all of the assertiveness is probably not going to be very, very effective. But if you're in the quote unquote red pill spaces or manosphere spaces, when they just want to give them women that smoke and all of that other shit, you might have to be a little more direct. You know what I'm saying? To hold that damn audience. A little more direct and a little bit more what they would call harsh or rough. It all depends. Like, I'm just saying, I'm in sales. I've been doing this shit for like almost 25 years now. So I get it. Some people I have to mirror their tone. Sometimes I got to fight fire with water. Sometimes I have to do a lot of listening and just kind of pick up on things and then answer, agree, and ask. Repeat what they've said to me. It really depends, but the goal is to always get the yes out of it, no matter what. So it really depends on the other, the person on the other on the other end of the line or the person coming in there.
So it's
that makes perfect sense.
So it's safe to say that you're going to kind of have to custom fit your message depending on who. Okay, thank you.
Well, not just that. If men are watching it, because it's mostly men digesting this red pill stuff. It's not like a lot of women. It's not like there's a lot of women. So, in order for the men to kind of grow their audience, like they have to speak to the women in a way that the men wish they could speak, or you know what I mean? Like, so the men who are watching this kind of stuff, they want to see the men be disrespectful. They want to see the men, embarrass the woman and even chastise the woman, because that's entertainment for a lot of men. And so if it's someone like Auntie, I've seen him have conversations with women and it actually goes full circle and it actually turns into a conversation. A lot of men who are hurt, who have been, hurt for whatever reason, they don't want to see that, because that seems like, that's simp shit. Like, I hate this word because it's just idiotic. I hate simp just as much as I hate the word with women using the word bitch. And I hate it just as much as I hear black people using the N-word. Like, I hate it that much because it's just a childish thing, when reality, you'll be called a simp just for doing something nice for a woman that's of yourself.
You can bet just $1 and win up to $2 million.
Okay, give me a second. Okay. You can come back off.
Somebody need to borrow $1.
My bad. An ad came up on my phone. I don't know what the fuck was going on.
Oh, I thought that.
Give me a second, though. I'm gonna go back on mute, though.
All right.
But I was just saying, like, again, the whole name calling, again, it's anti-communication. So when you start hearing, whenever I'm on a panel, I start hearing the N-word coming out a lot, I already know this is not going to be an effective communication panel. Whenever you start hearing the name calling of, it's not going to be effective. If we start hearing girls like using the B word, it's not going to be effective. I think we have to start surrounding ourselves with effective communicators to have effective conversations, and then it's not going to get the views that maybe you want, but we might actually get some solutions that can actually be put into place that actually help us out.
No, I agree. I mean, of course, that's going to take a little time. You know what I mean? I understand. You probably seem like you have it a little bit more streamlined, because it's like you're your own like AI person. You're just like, oh, bitch, I'm out of here. Oh, nigga, I'm out of here. Like,
I'll give it
yourself. Like, those are my keywords. I don't do those channels.
Well, I know when we say it, but when it's like when people are having conversations, it's like when it starts like nigga, you. When it's like that, then I know it's like, okay, this is about to be. My papa always said, when you hear the N-word, you're about 3 or 4 degrees away from an altercation. Like, and always be the first to leave. No, it's the truth. And again, I'm working all my life around drunk people. So I have to look at it differently. I have to catch the altercation before the altercation occurs. If I'm really good at my job, and lead that person out of the establishment before he's already at a level where he's like 10. So I see the same thing on these panels where it's like, I see it about to come, and I'm just like, there's no place for me here. This is going to get my blood pressure up, and we elders, we can't do that no more, So we gotta keep our peace of mind. Right, and sometimes the smart thing is just to walk away. Yeah,
I feel you. A lot of times it's like, and I like to frequent certain like channels and stuff, but like I don't do as many panels as I used to for that reason. If there's a, and maybe that was like your, motivation or inspiration for today. But if I hear a good conversation, then I'll join it. Now, sometimes it does turn ugly, but you don't expect that all the time. You know what I'm saying? But it's just, you kind of live and you learn. That's why I'm just like kind of just sticking to the people that I like to talk to and to frequent my channel and just kind of staying over here, because you don't have to expose yourself to all that madness. You know what I'm saying? It can be really
well,
damaging to a person.
This is the last thing I'll say is just that. This is the last thing I'll say, because it's about having it's about being able to have a conversation with somebody, and if you challenge their way of thinking, they don't take it personal. A lot of times when you even if I'm trying to get clarity on what you say, like people get offended that you're making them explain their thoughts or make them clarify, or they get defensive in a way where they're like, oh, you're disrespecting me, and that's when they start doing the name calling, and it's like, wait a minute, all I did was ask a question. And you're so defensive now. Now you are calling me all types of names. And when people are like that, just shut down and walk away, because there's nothing wrong with getting your ideologies challenged. It allows you to, again, you're not supposed to have beliefs. You have ideas. It allows you to change your ideas, and it allows you to mold it. Maybe someone gives you a perspective like, oh shit, I never really thought of that. And then now all of a sudden your idea is even better. But when it's challenged, that's a chance for you to articulate yourself in a way that either you stick with what your theory is, or you can even explain your theory in a different way. And then maybe that person gets clarity. That's what the art of conversation is supposed to be. It is not supposed to be this schoolyard. Look, you simp. The stuff that we see, that's not conversations. That's just arguments that people get endorphins from.
I agree. That's kind of like what this is what
we gonna get you that soundboard. We gonna get you that soundboard.
Okay. I got y'all next time. Okay, I got y'all. That's hilarious. So how do you? Okay, but like what I'm hearing mostly like on these like in these conversations that we're reviewing is like they saying, damn, what you talking about, Berlin? Like, this is me. I'm not, for nobody, you know what I'm saying? Which I think is like, that's the issue, because it's like you said, it's not flexible at all. Give me 1 second. Let me bring somebody up to the stage. Let me get a quick mic check, bro.
Good day, LA Project. How you doing?
I'm good. Hey, Sharon, how are you?
I'm doing well.
Good.
Glad to see you on your grind, girl.
Yes, you see me, and we back at it tonight, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, cool.
Cooking up.
Cool. So you've been kind of listening a little bit. You got anything on the subject, or you just hanging out?
Well, on the communication part, I think me and you are pretty much eye to eye. I think if you want to become a better communicator, you can absolutely learn how to become a better communicator. People need to get comfortable with learning. And anything that you want to do, you got to become that. So if you see yourself as this great husband, you got to become a husband. We cannot just talk about family and kids and all that without talking about building some kind of structure behind it. The idea that co-parenting is going to be the way is just not a true statement. We got to come up with a solution for being in relationships properly. And men got to put away they misogynistic ways. A lot of the culture that comes from these men that just created baby mamas and all that comes from men culture. It doesn't come from black culture, because of all races, they believe the same rhetoric. It's not just a black thing. And black women are the least to take a man to court and alienate them from their child.
That's a fact. Like, we don't.
So these talking points just needs to stop. And we need to be honest and truthful. Once we be honest and truthful, and then we can start working on communicating, because once we be honest with ourselves, then we could become better as a society.
You think it's a fact that black women are the least amount, LA, the least amount of women
hold
to
up.
put? Wait,
Berlin,
really?
let me jump in real quick, fam.
Okay.
Real quick.
No problem.
As far as the talking points go, Sharon, you actually just came up here spitting out the talking points. We're just having a conversation, bro. I didn't hear any of them talking points, which is one of the reasons why I came up here.
Well, it kind of started with the child
addressed it
alienation and stuff like that.
Right. I just addressed the three things that was spoke on this panel. So
all right.
I'm not talking about the talk about. I'm talking about what somebody actually said on the panel.
All right, my bad. I'll give it back to Berlin. Yeah, I got it.
Jason, you still remember your thought or your question?
Yes. You said that's a fact. You said that black women are the least amount. The black women are the least amount of women that put men on in the family court system on child support. You said that was a fact.
You talking to LA or you talking to me?
LA was the one that said that that's a fact.
Most of the black women I know ain't getting child support, including me.
So you think out of all demographics,
I'm more concerned with the relationship between my kids and their father if he comes around.
I'm just asking. So
I would answer the question for. I would answer the question.
I was speaking to LA though. I wasn't speaking to you, Sharon. I mean, I was speaking to
LA. My name is Sharon.
My name is Sharon, by the way.
Okay, sorry, Sharon.
With you. Yeah. And
so, if you don't
the fact of the matter
then
is,
I'll go ahead and you guys have a good time. I was trying to have a conversation with LA.
Was the issue you were just yelling about, Berlin, that we were too insensitive, right? We were insulting each other. We couldn't carry a conversation. You call this man Sharon, knowing that's offensive to him. So who's really starting the bullshit?
I didn't call
here,
his name Sharon to offend him. I just said the wrong name. I really didn't.
All right.
It wasn't a passive aggressive insult. I just literally just said the wrong name because I'm sitting here having a conversation. I even apologized right afterwards.
Right, but you are so what you missing with your communication? You think maybe you smarter than everybody, but what happened was I said a statement and then you referred my statement to somebody else instead of directing it to the person who made the statement.
She said that's a fact. That's why I was asking her.
How many times do we say facts? Truth. But there are some statistics. I guess I can take a quick second if y'all can behave yourselves. I can look it up. Okay.
And so that's why when LA said she her personal experience, that is a fact to her. And then I want to back up her personal experience with the actual stats in the court. Black men are the least to go to court for child support. We pay the least child support out of any other race in the world because we are not being taken to court. Because majority of the women just want you to be around your child, just at least give some emotional support to your child. So when you're saying this alienation thing, we just needed to be an honest thing. Does it happen? Clearly. Is it a majority thing? Absolutely not even close.
In my experiences, in all the places that I've gone, and all the things that have broken down men when I'm bartending, it has been this. It is child alienation or the fact that they don't have the relationship with the child that they wish they had. That has been something that I've seen in state to state when I've bartended since 20 years old, and now I'm 42. So my anecdotal experience is a little bit larger than maybe just outside of my family. I've had conversations with multiple men who were very dissatisfied and maybe in a dark place because they did not have a relationship with their child the way that they wanted after the breakup had occurred. I'm speaking about men who were either married and had divorces or even men who were just baby daddies. My overall point is still the same. My overall point is still the same, that if these men actually had a chance to be in the child's lives, they would be better men. But a lot of times, as a culture, it is championed to just go ahead and push him to the side, put him on child support, and make it very difficult for that man to be a part of that child's life. Am I saying anything that's wrong to anyone else on this panel?
See, why you keep redirecting to somebody else that's not having the conversation?
Because me and you don't have good conversations, so I'm going to have the conversation around you. We've tried to have conversations before, and it doesn't work. But I don't want to have an argument with you, so I'm trying to have a conversation through the panel. Is that okay, or do you just want me to go ahead and leave?
I mean, I didn't know this was your channel. I'm just having a conversation.
I mean, if we can just talk about the points, and again, try not to get personal. We can be all right. We can do that, right?
We can just kind of rotate it around the panel and then kind of just work our way back. That way they don't have a back and forth.
I just want to. I want to have.
I'm not
going to
look for the
question.
stat no more. That's what why I was quiet.
I
all
just
right.
wish to engage in the
did I come
conversation
off?
with you, Sharon.
Maybe Lord
can I
ADS
just?
or H&M might want to jump in,
Am
or
I
maybe
on
even
mute?
LA,
And
just real quick
can
to
I
keep it straight. You
can
know
I
what I'm
ask a
saying? So that
question?
way y'all don't argue.
Can I ask a question? Do
I
anybody
don't
feel like
want
I
to
came up
argue.
on? Do
All
anybody
right.
feel like I came up on a panel and be disrespectful towards anybody?
No, I asked you if you had anything on the topic because you've been in the chat for a while. So you just responded with, your thoughts. I didn't see it as disrespectful.
Do anybody else see that I was disrespectful or me commenting on the comments that I said?
No, I don't believe you were disrespectful today, Sharon.
Appreciate that, and I know that's real genuine because. Thank you, I appreciate it.
I think we're all here to support Lauren
Right.
today. So that means we on the
Thank
same
y'all.
team.
Thank you. All right. So Lord ADS and H&M, do y'all see do you see any discrepancies in what either Berlin or Sharon are saying when it comes to the issues of I guess all the child access, child custody? Do you find any discrepancies in anything that anybody has said so far? Or do
You can go first, H&M.
Okay.
Hustler, you there?
I'm here.
Okay. Was that a
You can
clear
go.
enough
I'll
question?
go after you.
Do I see any discrepancies?
Yeah, because
Honestly,
Berlin is
I mean,
saying that like child alienation and things like that are a big, big problem. Sharon doesn't see it that way. I don't either. But just from your take and from your personal experience and things like that, do you see that as being something that's true in our community?
yes, unfortunately, it happens. It happens more often people like to admit. I've had women deliberately tell me straight to my face that, hey, they don't need a man to help raise their kids. I even asked them about the possibility of co-parenting. They said, no, they don't want to do it, which is why I encourage co-parenting. I suggest because, mother and father are equally important, but I guess we live in a society that tells our ladies that you can raise a child by yourself. So if you had him out of wedlock by a deadbeat man that you didn't choose correctly, you can still raise a child all by yourself. Never mind holding both sides accountable. You can just do it all by yourself. That's the culture we've been living in for the last 20, 30 years or so. So there is some truth to that. Is it the whole truth? No, because not everybody's out here doing that. I know some women who are co-parenting with the baby daddy, and I say salute to you, because he's going to need a masculine presence in his life. We don't need kids growing up not knowing who their father is, whether or not the father's still alive or not. We don't need that shit. So we need both mother and father. Now, the father all sorts of fucked up, that's something different. The mom is all sorts of fucked up, that's something different.
That's what I was going to ask. Does anybody know why these women, who say that they would rather opt out of co-parenting? Do y'all know why? Do you think that maybe it's a safety issue?
Could be.
I mean, people in some cases. I mean, it's relative because you're dealing with human beings, so that can happen for a multitude of different reasons. Sometimes it could be people are hyper independent, and just having somebody else there, it kind of it threatens someone's quote unquote independence, and also sometimes just to go ahead and get benefits, whether that's medical insurance or whatever. The state gonna go after that. They're gonna go after the other parent, whether you put them on there or not. They're gonna do that. So a lot of times once that bill comes from the state, the motherfucker be like, hey man, if that's all I gotta do, that's all I gotta do. So there's a lot of reasons why that stuff comes up that doesn't show up in the stats. That's why I really don't like the statistics when it comes to this, when it comes to divorce and all of that other stuff, because those stats are skewed.
All right, because one of the narratives that I personally do not like is that women in general are just these evil, spiteful people who just use men for their, to get a baby and just to kick them to the curb. Like, contrary to popular belief, most women who have a family or a child on the way, they want a family. They don't want to do it by themselves. But if you ask them, could they? Yeah, because Black women have had to do it a lot by themselves. And so it's kind of not an option. Now you got this baby inside your belly. There isn't an option of if you can do it or not. You're going to have to if you need to. So it's not a notion of I don't need no man, but shit, if you're going to act like this, no, I don't need it. And that's where that sentiment comes from.
And we also know some men out there in the world that do this run away from a responsibility. They try to get women pregnant on purpose so they can control a woman. They feel like they have total control over the woman once he. Wow.
Reverse baby trapping. Yeah.
All right, let Sharon finish.
I don't know what it is about my voice or the truth that I say that makes people just because I didn't hear not one other person get interrupted. I didn't come up here to disrespect.
He just ad-libbed a little bit for you, bro. It's all good. You got it.
All right. All right. So yeah, that's. I mean, when Sharon brings up narratives, I mean, we all are very aware. I know what the conversation that we're talking about right now, but we're aware of what else is out there and what we hear. You know what I'm saying? So that's basically what's being addressed right now. So I understand that there's going to be, women who are spiteful and women who are not going to put the child first. But I can't stand this overall narrative that's just like what women just want to do. Like, everybody ain't no welfare queen. I never even experienced it until I had children on my own, because again, I have to find time and money to take care of these two beautiful children. And I'm not going to let them suffer or struggle for shit. So, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I wish that their dad would support them financially, especially if he's not going to be around. But, if not, then guess what? I can take care of them by myself. And that shouldn't be a diss to the father. He should be happy and glad that he has a competent mother.
All right, and check this out, right, LA, on the flip side, right? And this is where I say, because I'm pretty sure this is where you and likely Sharon are going to say the stats are skewed. Somewhere between 30 and 40% of paternity tests say you are not the father. So, I mean, what does that have to do with the family dynamic? Yeah, it's somewhere between 30 and 40%. Of DNA tests for multiple reasons, whether those are like court-ordered paternity tests, whether it's situations in which, there's an illness or people have to get tested, later on, they find out like I think it's 35%. Don't quote me. You can look up those stats too. But yeah, when tested. Now, granted, when I say stats are skewed, there are a lot of times that, of course, it's not tested, and those are your damn kids. They are your kids, and then there are times when there are no tests and they're not your kids. So, like I said, stats can be skewed.
Correct.
And that's some horrible woman that whoever does that is just crazy that you even sleep with somebody like that in such a short period of time. That is just wild to me in the first place. Number two, but those are not. What the stats we talking about those other kids, that is the other 70%, 100% of those 70% is having an issue with their fathers being around, and we just got to be able to address these things. And when we just act as if the truth is just not something that we should speak about because we feel a certain way because it's our gender, we got to be careful about that, because that's not what men do. We got to deal with the truth as we see it and as we live it, and this way we could become better. That is the only way we can actually move forward, is by dealing with the truth. And way too many men have a problem with just dealing with truthful statements.
Okay, but Sharon, even the point that I was just trying to make right there is that's something I wouldn't even disagree with that point that you just made. I would just say it's not gender specific. Because if that were the case, you wouldn't have so many of those "you are not the father" results. If it weren't also women that can't deal with the truth. Most people don't want to deal with the truth. It's kind of just like human nature, dude.
Is that personal bias?
But it's the scary thing that And it's a scary thing that when we have these panels and we have men saying that they want to be the truth teller and all they do is speak the truth, and then when the truth be heard, that's when they get all offended and they get their panties up in a bunch and say they don't want to talk to people. That's weird. Like, it's just weird. Like, you cannot say you want to be honest and have the community move forward, and then you cannot have a tough conversation and battle the person with what they saying versus you just worrying about their personality or what they make you feel like. You cannot have it both ways. It's either we're going to deal with the truth and the difficultness of how that make you feel, and we can have an honest conversation about how it makes you feel, but it doesn't have anything to actually do with me as a person, because it's not me being correct. It's me giving the correct information. The information is correct. Deal with that, not me.
Yeah.
I think sometimes the information is skewed, and I think we've had enough conversations or attempted enough conversations to realize that it doesn't go well. So that's why I disengage. There's no reason to have an argument with anybody if you already feel an argument will probably occur. Now, it doesn't mean that maybe I need to leave the stage. Maybe, again, we can have the conversation that still goes full circle. But if we've had enough instances where we have not had a productive conversation, that's not weird that I don't want to engage.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have the choice to, continue on if you see it going somewhere that you don't want to. You don't have to. You know what I'm saying? I don't do that myself, so I'm not.
But we can stay on the topic though. Like, I want to stay on the topic of the truth of the matter that father alienation is not a big problem in males community. It's a very small minority of situations. Most mothers is trying to get the fathers to go and see the child. Majority of mothers are not trying to keep the father away from the child. It is a very small, minute situation.
Yeah, I mean, how many stories have we heard of people growing up of waiting out on the porch for their dad to come and he don't never show up?
Could that maybe have been because of the mom's behavior?
It shouldn't matter. This is my point.
No, wait, don't.
No.
Oh, okay,
This goes back to what I was saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, if people are so concerned with their children, but I can't deal with the mother's mouth, I'll be back when he's 18. The fuck? Like, he doesn't have any family? He doesn't have a sister that he can go and pick up the child if he has such a problem with the mama? We were talking about family and support, right?
And let me jump in for a second. Especially in this day and age, it's really not much of an excuse, because now you got social media, you got smart devices, you got all of that stuff. So it's ways to stay in touch with your children. For real, it just like waiting until you're 18. That might have been a pretty good excuse in like the 70s and the 80s, maybe even halfway through the 90s and stuff, but not anymore. Like, not anymore. Fathers have rights. They do, and exercise your rights. It happens like that. But even to go back to what Sharon was saying, and I think Berlin was trying to say it too. We don't necessarily disagree with the stuff that you're saying. What we say is your argument, it seems to be extremely one-sided when you state it, and it's strictly toward men. When I think we can agree, if the goal is to make the community or to help the community to move forward, there are both men and women in the community, and women also have their issues too. All
right, so and we, because it seems like we kind of agree that the alienation father thing is not a real situation. It's a very small thing, it seems like. So we can move into what Auntie is saying. However, I cannot speak for how a woman feels, so that's why I tend to not speak. I can only have empathy for how women express their feelings on panels, or did I speak to them personally, and I could just have empathy for them. But I could actually communicate with a man and tell him the emotions that I went through when I went through something very similar, because I went through a lot of the things that majority of men will go through, and I got through them in a productive way. I was able to keep my children without going through the court. So I was able to move forward without having any kind of anger issues and all these other situations, and then still was able to correct myself and got married and did everything the correct way, because I became a better man. And me becoming a better man, I became a husband. So that's why I communicate through and to men, because I cannot my purpose is not to deal with women on that certain level, because each man needs to mold his woman the way how he sees fit for him and his family. So if I'm coaching or talking to women on a deeper level, she's going to be my woman. She ain't going to want to listen to you. Why would she listen to you after she spoke to me? She going to love me, as she should, because I'm doing all the right things. And you're going to look like a lame to her. So that's why I do my best not to even speak to a woman like that. It's going to make it more difficult for men.
Okay, so to kind of bring that full circle, right, and maybe let the panel chime in afterwards, real quick, but
Yes, and
real
more
quick.
idiots, don't be quiet over there.
Not to go to the original like topic that you had as far as communication, it being effective versus efficient. Like you seem, according to what Sharon just said, he has a message that is geared toward men. Yet his target audience seems to be women. So it's almost like you have that message, but it really doesn't. And I'm sure you'd agree, Sharon, really doesn't land well with most men.
I disagree. I disagree because my analytics say that it's more men listening to me than women. Also, the support is more women. Women are more vocal in the chat than men because majority of men are just listening. The women are like, yes, finally somebody is speaking with some nonsense that I could agree with, right? And that's why it seems as it is skewed on the female side of things. However, is because they just deal with the truthful of the matter that they don't hear too many men that communicate like me and able to stand not just talk it but also walk it. I'm not some fake relationship guru type human being that's trying to make some money off of women.
But if your message is for men, right? It's for men, it's by a man, and it's for men, but yet it lands better with women than it does with men. How is that considered effective communication or efficient communication, as LA Project was stating earlier in her stream?
Right, so that's what it seems that way because the men that attempt to push back, they try to make it seem like I'm something that I'm not. But in reality, a lot of the men, they starting to change the way how they communicate. They hit me up on the back like, yo, you are needed. I'm glad that you said the things that you said. Even though on surface, they would say, I gotta disagree with you on paper because they are afraid themselves to be out there and put themselves out there because they know the backlash is going to get from other men. A lot of these men, they don't have the heart or the bravery to yet come out and be themselves 100%. And so they are fearful of other men. They still looking for that validation from other men. I don't need no validation from other men because my results and who I am, that's what builds my confidence. So ain't no man could tell me what I'm not or what I'm doing. So when people try to say that I'm pandering or whatever the case is, it never bothers me because I know it's a lie. And I know the people that need to actually hear it is going to hit their ears. And the people that's bothered by it is because I'm telling the truth and it offends them. Sometimes the truth sounds like a slap in the face. And some men need a slap in the face to understand that we as men need to move in a certain direction.
All right, and I know even on Izzy's show, I had told you I would slap you if I saw you. Do you think that's effective communication to just slap a man in the face?
I think that was just you was angered at me because we had a disagreement and I did something that seemed like it was very foul and intentional, and I didn't do it intentionally, but it was foul, and that was you getting your frustration on with me, and I don't necessarily believe that that's how you actually feel. We used to see each other by accident or whatever. I believe at that moment you was really upset at me for allowing something like that to happen, and you felt like I was trying to be a part of victimizing you, and you answered it in a way how a man would, aggression meets aggression. So you thought I was being aggressive towards you. So I kind of understood it, the misunderstanding.
I was just saying, do you think that's like a form of effective communication when you say men just need a slap in the face? Because most people don't respond well to a slap in the face, bro.
I think men to men, yes. I think a slap in the face. Some men needs a slap in the face to get some act right. A majority of men, where I'm from, a lot of people became best friends after they got into a physical altercation with each other. They understood each other a little bit better. If it's meant in a proper aggression, especially in a proper arena like a boxing arena, something like that, yes, it is proper. oftentimes men meet aggression with aggression. This is why some men even go to jujitsu places. They want to get dominated by a man in the first place. So hey, it is what it is.
I was
Jiu-jitsu places? What the
I mean, yeah,
fuck?
you don't do jujitsu to be dominated. I mean, I think it's just more of
Isn't that a
just
self-defense practice?
I think it's just a physical
Alright.
release. You know what I'm saying? To release some endorphins. You know, so like for real, bro. I don't think it's about being
It's a
dominated.
self-defense practice. What
But
the?
but I get
Just
it. We with
saying.
the shit. We with the shit
Yeah,
today.
you know I got to
But
throw a little
think
joke in
that
there.
I think that that's the most effective way to communicate. You know, men deal with the men and women deal with the women, because it's not going to be. You know, we talk about this holding accountable stuff, and you know, like unless you respect that person or you kind of fit in that demographic, you know what I'm saying? Like you really don't have nothing like legs to stand. I mean, you can voice your opinion, but it's probably not going to land. I think it's the best, you know, when it comes from like if men hear it from men and women hear it from women.
May
I
I
don't know.
pose a question?
We have a better, you know, because you know when a man is bullshitting, just like I know when a woman is bullshitting. We'd be like, come on, man. Like, okay, I know that's what you said, but really, girl, you know, we gonna hit him with that. Like, come on now. And either she's going to pretty much either be so embarrassed that she kicks herself out the group, which is fine with us, or she's going to admit to it and we can help her, you know what I'm saying, reform. But that's how women do it. We don't be doing it the same way that guys do it. And I think sometimes it bothers y'all that we don't do it in the same way that y'all do it in terms of correction and all this stuff. A lot of the stuff, I mean, for me personally, like it happens on the back end. Y'all don't be minding, the men don't be minding bringing it to the forefront, but that's just not most of our, you know, most lady style. Not that I've met anyway. But I think that that's most effective in terms of communication. I mean, it might, you know, but see, that's where that all that tone and, you know, tailoring the message and stuff. Sharon's giving it to them straight up, but they want some juice on the side to wash it down with. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's a little bit of everybody. Like we know what we know as individuals, and we feel some type of way when we got somebody else that we don't 100% know telling us about ourselves. But awareness is what it is. You know, you could take it or leave it.
May I pose a question?
Of course.
I don't know about that, Lauren, as much. I think sometimes we're a little bit too blunt with each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think some soft skills would help enhance some of the communication and probably help push the message a little bit further with folks versus some of the combative hostility, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's just going to cause someone's defenses to come up, and then they're going to end up beefing with that person. It's going to go back and forth. And then, you know, saying nothing achieved, right? Just a bunch of entertainment, you know, if you want to talk about solutions. I'm here for the entertainment, just to make sure people know that. And there you go.
Yeah, you be here for a little both. But yeah, for sure. It's, you know, I guess, you know, certain people, they find what works for them. And I guess they just get so comfortable with that they just, you know, continue to ride that. But I think it's beneficial for people to be dynamic. You know what I'm saying? Like none of us are just your person, like just yourself. Like I said earlier, I'm an aunt, I'm a sister, I'm a daughter, I'm a mom, you know, I'm many different things. And I think that people, I don't know why people are so afraid of being a dynamic individual. I'm sorry, Berlin, go ahead with your question.
Okay.
I was going to add something on there too, Lauren, before you took off. Don't forget fine. Don't forget fine. Lauren is fine.
Yes, she is.
Golly, y'all. Okay, go ahead, Berlin. I'm sorry.
It's all good. Let's take this on a global scale, outside the Black community even. Do we think that child alienation is an issue in the white community in America? For white men experiencing it, do you think that they're having a hard issue with this at a large number?
Well, I believe that white women have always been able to play more games, you know what I'm saying, and been way more treacherous and calculating in that sense than Black women have been, because, you know, they're closer to the top than we are. Give me 1 second, y'all. Let me bring somebody up. What's up, Wish Doctor?
Yo, what's up, y'all?
What's going on? Okay. Thanks H&M. He's gonna.
Okay. In Japanese culture, do you guys think that men are experiencing the same thing?
Yep, I do.
Yeah. So
Okay. In Chinese culture, tiger moms and that whole demographic, and when they don't get their way, it happens to them as well. Do you think it happens in America in the Latino culture when the breakup happens?
Alienation. I don't know. I mean, I'm always used to seeing like a Hispanic woman waiting at the bus stop with 3-4 kids. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know how.
I'm talking about even after the breakup. I would say in the Hispanic community, the families get way more involved in the aftercare of that and making sure that they're not cut off. So in that community, it's not so prevalent.
All right. Well, we do have a stat here. It says nearly 10% of the adult population has been exposed to significant parental alienation by their partners. 10%.
And what? Okay, is that stat from? Is that of 100,000? Is that stat? No, it's a legitimate question. Okay, fine. Why is everyone laughing?
Let me ask Ro where she got it from. Hold on. All right, because it's
is that
like
not a legitimate question? Wait a minute. Wait. Is that not a legitimate question?
But people challenge you, and then you offer them something, and it's not enough. You know what I'm saying? So
everyone thinks they can run to Google and find facts. Google is not a fact. Everyone says like, oh well, let's check Google and
give you the pulse of the whole world. That's kind of
well. First off, that comment was already written like 10 minutes ago, so that comment was not addressing what I said. That comment was been there for 10 minutes.
When you Google something, it shows how to play. When you Google something, it shows.
I brought a new premise up. So how does that comment relate to what I just
said?
It's
just simply a baseline, Berlin. It's just simply a baseline. Just something we can measure by. That's all it is.
Okay, go ahead, Doc.
No, I was just saying when you Google something, is not on Google. Google is just a search engine. It's literally websites that you see that you could source. Google is not where, like, Google doesn't have the information. It's just a search engine. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to figure out where Rogue got it from. Like I said, I'm trying to have a conversation and check stats. I can't do
it. Lauren, just copy and paste what she said and put it to a separate browser. Just copy and paste it over.
All right.
Yeah, see what pops up.
What up, Doc?
How come somebody
What
else?
up, Duran?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What's to everybody on the panel?
Man, just having a agreement to disagree, but it's all good. talking about these communication styles, and but we fallen into the same trap that we're kind of talking about. So it's been interesting. I don't know. I agree a lot. I mean, like I said, I feel like y'all's argument was not to put on the mittens, you know what I'm saying, and handle with care. It was just to consider the other person. You know what I'm saying? To actually like put some thought into whatever, you know what I'm saying, into the conversation that you're having, because if not, then you're just blowing air. You know what I'm saying? It's for nothing. So I definitely agree with you on that one. It was just kind of weird. Like, I know how sensitive men are when it comes to how a woman talks to them, but then all of a sudden tone don't matter. None of this shit matters, like when it comes to them. But when it comes to a woman and her package, we definitely have to tailor how we speak in our messages. Oh,
hey, LA, they say I gotta tone down my message, even though I'm telling the truth. They say, Sharon, the way how you talk to us, you make us feel a certain way.
Feelings. No feelings.
That's what they tell me. They say they don't feel like my message is catered to men because I'm opposed. You know what I'm saying? I make them feel a certain way. They disagree with me. But they don't disagree with my words. They just disagree with me as a man. Like just think about today's interaction. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything but speak to the topic. Mm-hmm. That's it. No cheap shots at all.
So
this is not just this is something that happens
didn't call me
all
weird.
across the board.
Wait, you didn't do any passive aggressive comments towards me. That's what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Does anyone else agree on the panel that he didn't give any passive aggressive comments to me?
I know he did something. He always doing something, bro.
Shut up.
My bad. Let me mute up.
What was? No, it's okay. What do you think he was being passive aggressive? Because you got to pinpoint it for me because I'm not always paying attention.
This is already, again, thank you for your time, but this is not a conversation anymore. It's not going full circle. I said this when I already wanted to leave a long time ago, and I said, I'll go ahead and try this. And even how you two just laughed right there when all I did was ask a question that was a legitimate question. It's showing that this is not a conversation anymore. It's not honest. It just isn't. And if I'm bugging, well, fine, I'm bugging.
With all due respect, bro. No, with all due respect, they weren't laughing at you. They were laughing at witch doctors. Attempted humor.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Man.
Always doing something. No, that's what they laughed at. They didn't laugh at. They didn't laugh at him. They laughed at what you.
Gaslight you, bro.
Yeah.
Well, if you feel offended, that's definitely not my intention. I do.
I'm not offended. I'm not offended. I just think that the conversation is not going to be productive anymore. So, like I said before, Nelly Fuller says, "Walk away before the altercation comes." Like, do I need to start getting out of my place and then start trying to maybe match Sharon's points and then we get into an argument? I don't think so, because I see that it's going to not turn out well. I just know it.
Well,
so you all might be saying, well, let's have an intelligent conversation. But I know that we've tried to do this many times in the past and it doesn't work. So I tried to have the conversation around him and it still hasn't worked. So if it's not working,
well,
I'll just bid it do.
To be completely honest, I'm not sure how we got to the child alienation. I mean, you brought it up, but the original topic was communication styles. So maybe we should just go back to that and it can get better if we stick on topic.
It's okay, LA. I'll see you later on. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all.
I'm leaving.
Awesome. Hey, LA, you are doing. Hey,
this is
LA,
hilarious.
don't you worry about a damn thing. You are doing a great job. I'm gonna see you later on tonight. We're gonna keep on cooking, keep on grinding, keep on doing your damn thing, girl. Keep that smile up. You ain't as everything is. I am perfectly fine. This is good. Everybody keep pushing out your ideas and your opinions. It's okay for us to have legitimate pushback with each other. It's okay for us to just see a stat and just have a conversation on the topic without it being personal towards a certain person. Shout out to you, Lauren. Keep on grinding, girl. I'll see you at 10,000 real soon because you're doing an awesome job.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I'll see you later. Thanks for coming up. We need some claps, Doc. They said I'm slipping.
Why they both left?
I know. I'm like, damn. That's why, I try to apologize.
They both walked away from the fight.
Okay, well, sometimes that's what you got to do. Damn. Again, my intentions is never to offend anybody. It's just the goalpost moving and stuff like that. It's just sometimes it's just like, okay, I've been up here for 5 hours, so you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sorry. But appreciate you, Berlin, for showing up. You're always welcome back to the channel. Okay, so
and show so to you for doing 5 hours and not even monetized. You know what I'm saying? Like, people they be lazy. They try, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. I fucks with it, man, for real.
I appreciate it. All right, so I ain't mean to put you up on the chopping block, Witch Doctor, but you've been having some pretty interesting conversations. They've been trying to put you through the ringer, man. How you feel, champ?
Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling the thing about it, the communication. First of all, I'd like to thank Jesus Christ. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, get into it.
But for real, on the communication thing, I grew up in a house with my dad. I ain't grew up with my mom. I started living with my mom when I moved to America when I'm 19. I grew up with my dad. My dad speaks real harsh and crazy to people that, like, one time I was in a bus with my dad. This lady was combing her hair in the front and her hair was blowing in my face. And my dad took her comb and threw it to the window. My dad would smack a lot of these. No disrespect to a lot of these older heads in the chat and on YouTube, but my dad would smack fire out of y'all at this age right now. He's very confrontational and he don't speak in a soft tone type shit. A lot of stuff my dad told me, I didn't even get it until I was older. Right? So me now, when I got kids, I'm not gonna communicate the same way he did because I didn't get it when I was younger. His communication style is for the older version of me. So I'm not gonna communicate the same way he did. And that's why even though my dad talk harsh, I'm not gonna accept that from another person who ain't my pops, because my pops raised me to not let people talk to me crazy, even though he talk crazy. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes you might think a communication, like I seen Coach Ferg talking about being a coach and bro, if you a coach, your players obligated to listen to you, but you can't use that same communication style on strangers who don't gotta give a fuck what you talking about. That shit is crazy, bro. That's ineffective communication and it's selfish for you to want to communicate like, oh, I'm gonna say it how I'm saying it. If you don't get it, you don't get it. That's selfish and lazy communication. It's inconsiderate communication. It's bad communication if you saying shit without considering if your audience is gonna grasp what you're saying or not. I don't agree with none of that shit.
I know I agreed with that part. It really depends on the audience that you have and also the type of person that you have. So that's why I was like, I understand where like Red Pill Ranger and Coach Ferg are coming from because they have a military background, you know, coaching team sports and stuff like that. So it's kind of like, hey, you either get it or you don't. It is a fall in line or fall behind mentality. That's it. Well, one second, Doc. I'm gonna give it right to you. I'm gonna give it right. No, I'm just saying. So you know, they just. This is the way they've lived probably at minimum like 40% of their lives already, if not longer. So the Tigers don't change their stripes. It's kind of like, look, man, if either you get it or you don't, or you're probably jeopardizing the mission. You know what I'm saying? Like it is what it is. So get in line. I understand that when I communicate with those types of people, but also if I'm having a conversation like this one, you know, the message has to land and it's kind of like a feel good thing. So I do have to understand LA's perspective, your perspective, Kasim's perspective, Sharon's perspective, Lord ADS's perspective, and kind of just do a little more answer, agree, ask method. You know what I'm saying? So I get that. You know what I'm saying? It's a different arena. So we play by a different set of rules. Go ahead.
The majority of people are not in the military or playing sports. And just because you tailor in your communication don't mean it's a feel good thing. Every time when I talked about tailoring your communication, everybody talking about sugarcoating. Oh, you want to talk now? It don't gotta be nice or sugarcoat. It just seemed like y'all want an excuse to communicate with zero empathy for your audience. You gotta read the room. Sometimes people be talking on these panels and people be nodding off and they don't get it because they're like, I'm gonna just say it how I'm saying. That's ineffective communication. It's not fault. Sure, a tiger don't change his stripes, but it's not my fault that these niggas is so rigid that they can't adapt to the audience, and that means you can't grow because you stuck in your ways. That's all I'm hearing from that shit. You stuck in your ways. I'm gonna do it how I do it, regardless of if it's effective or not. And I don't agree with that shit. That's why it's always every generation supposed to be a progression. Whatever worked back then, we'll use that shit. Whatever don't work, we'll discard that shit. Because it's a progression. Every generation supposed to be a progression. We're not supposed to be stuck on the same shit that is not working. That's why a lot of young niggas don't even listen to a lot of older heads. Because you stuck trying to communicate the same way from back in the days. It's not registering.
Yeah. Well, let me get a quick pause for the cause really quick, and then we'll go back to the conversation. I wanted to give a quick shout out to Miss Joy for her Cash App. She says, great hosting, and she's a great supporter. Appreciate you, babes. I really do. Let's celebrate you real quick, and then we'll get back to the convo.
We humble as a bumble in the middle of the jungle. We got problems and we fumble and we stumble, but we don't grumble. All we do is hustle, and you the reason that we on our way up. You the reason, 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 you the reason.
right. Thank you so much, love. And we got Coach Ferg in the building. He done crept through the back door. What's up, Ferg? Ferg, you there?
Oh yeah, how y'all doing today?
We're doing good. How about yourself?
Oh, it's a beautiful day. It's Thursday.
Doing wonderful today.
Awesome.
My fault. Hey, Ferg, before you jump in real quick, I just wanted to address what Witch Doctor said. And I agree with you wholeheartedly, and that's why I always said, like, this is one of the toughest ways to grow, even on YouTube, is with the live streams and stuff like that. It's not impossible, you know what I'm saying, because a lot of folks have done it. But when you're doing like 80-90% live streams, it is tough. That's why your most successful YouTubers really don't do this very often. You know what I'm saying? They don't open up panels. They don't have live streams. They don't engage with an active chat. They just leave a comment in the thread, and they communicate the way that they communicate, and they allow their audience to find them. They don't try to appease the audience that's already there. They allow their audience to kind of form around them. So
I just want to say I'm coming from, before I did YouTube and all this stuff, bro. Like, I did a lot of performance. I did a lot of open mics before I even moved to America. I used to perform and all of that shit, right? And if you're performing and the crowd is falling to sleep, you got to change the tempo of the music. You tell the band people to speed it up a little bit, or you do a one drop so everybody could be on the same frequency, the same vibe. You read your crowd and you tailor what you're doing to the audience, or people's going to start walking out of the venue, dead ass.
I get it. You got a live venue. You got a live venue. But I know Ferg wanted to jump in. Yeah.
No, I thought Kasim was going. He was there first.
You got something?
Yeah. I have I think you guys probably know I have some military experience as well, right? I was stationed at the 101st Airborne Division 4 Campbell, Kentucky. And throughout my life, I believe men have to go through certain ranges and certain dynamics, and their responses and how they communicate should come from those experiences that have gotten them the optimum results. When I got out of the military and I've gotten back into the civilian world, the way that I communicated in the military was not feasible to communication in the civilian world. Right. And I had to adapt the way that I communicated. As I went throughout my careers, I had to still adapt to how I communicated as I started moving up, and I was failing in that. And from those failures, I had to get some courses to teach me how to communicate better and more effectively as I started to manage more and more people. And the quality of my success really depended upon the successes of my team that was around me. How I spoke to them, the way I spoke to them, and how I delivered my message was a crucial part of my success. Obviously, not every one of my team members got the message correctly, but more than 80% got the message correctly, meaning that the way that I delivered it got the optimum results. And those individuals that had trouble dealing with those instructions, they were pulled to the side and they were given additional instructions and try to help them to get the objectives clear. I believe when people are communicating, they want to get a specific outcome out of it. Whether they know it or not, that outcome really is important to their validation, their masculinity, and the way that how they lead. And I believe that you cannot have one specific message to one specific audience. A smart leader would know the audience that he's about to engage with and tailor that message to that audience as best as possible because he wants the best outcome. And I think we'll be doing ourselves a disservice, not only to us, but to individuals that may be listening to say that, no, that is not the way. That however you say it is how you say it, and however they get it, oh, well, that's on them. That's doing them a very, very big disservice. And I have to agree with a lot of points that DJ Witch Doctor was saying from my own personal experiences. So yes, men have to be dynamic in the way that they communicate, because at the end of the day, it's the results that you get that's going to really, really solidify who you are and what you do.
Amen. Now we got Ferg in the building. I know you haven't got a chance to speak yet.
No, I was just listening in and, coming in the chat.
All right.
Where I come from, just my own personal experience, I apply it to my own life, right? Had a father similar to DJ, didn't care about my feelings. He always used to let me know, the world don't care about your feelings. You move with respect. If I moved in the world with my feelings, every time a coach yelled at me, I'll start crying. Every time my mom and people, raise their voice, I'll get in my feelings and miss the message. Then I joined the military. Of course, if you know you join the military, ain't no drill sergeant caring about your feelings. He'll make you cry, or he'll intentionally say things to get you upset because he understands that despite you being upset, you still have to get the message and you still have to be able to complete the mission. So when I started actually working in the schools, working with, and just to give an example of my population, about 50, 60% of my population were felons, drug abusers, drug users. Then when I was working in the school, all of those children had cases within the DCFS system, may have had some abuse issues, some neglect, some with some SA issues. Even some of my clients were living the alternative lifestyle. Initially, yes, you can't go in guns blazing. You sort of have to meet them where they are. But the greatest results I retain were when after I met them where they are, you spend time, you talking about it, you letting them express how they feel in the moments and what made them feel certain ways. And then over time, you have to sort of snap them out of it. It's just not a 1 or 2 conversation thing. I'm not like a therapist where you're going to sit on my couch for 6 months, 8 months, and I get $40,000 out of you. No, once we recognize what the issue is, we have to bring it up to military grade. And that's where I come from, the mindset I come from. Yes, we can talk about the pain and the hurt. I'll cry with you and give you some tissue. But tomorrow, life is saying, hey, you still got to get the job done. And for me, what I've seen, like I said, on YouTube, everybody's $100,000. Everybody has a story. There's no one story greater than the other. And, so when I speak about feelings, yes, I can't always be in my feelings because Kasim and NT and Witch Doctors say things to me a certain way. I have to be able to, okay, today I'm in my feelings, but as I grow as a man, you have to sort of step out of your feelings so you can move forward in the future. And again, my message ain't for people on the panel sometimes. I speak to the audience because these lives are going to be seen and heard by generations behind us. I have a 22-year-old son. I couldn't talk to him the way my father talked to me. I had to adjust it. But at some point, get your ass in gear and get it done. That, to me, those greatest messages can only come from a father. If y'all father wasn't giving y'all those messages when y'all were young, it's going to be hard to adjust when a stranger gives you the same information that's needed, but he's not focused on how you feel about it. That's why I say you can't move through. Black folk, yeah, we in our feelings. That's why the world is running circles around us. To step into the world, step outside your feelings, come with the truth and logic, understand that there's truth, and the truth may hurt me. The truth hurt me for a day or two, okay, cool. But I still got to get out here and go to work. So that's where I come from. It's not about no one particular person. I don't speak to a person. I speak to the issues and the discussions. And what I say, maybe the way I say it might always be comfortable to the person's ear. When I listen to people, I listen to what they're saying and not how they say it. So.
Okay. I can feel that. Let me ask for the guys who did have fathers in their lives, right? Because of course it seems like there's just as many who did not have them, in their lives as they did, you know what I'm saying? So since you guys have had your dads in your lives, what advice or what could you tell a young man who did not have a father in his life, like what to look for in terms of a mentor? Like, because like you said, Coach, like if they wasn't listening before, trying to listen to a strangers might be difficult as well. What would you advise to that young man who didn't have a father? Like if
there's
he didn't have a foundation or even anywhere to start.
to build a house, you need more than one tool.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to be able to take advice from a multitude of people and use a person's negative experience to make it your positive. My father was a functional alcoholic. Okay. I saw him drink himself to a stupor on weekends, but Monday through Friday, he working every day, all day. You know what I'm saying? So as I got into that, I'm like, okay, I'm not going to drink, but I was able to look at people in the community and say, okay, don't hang around these type of dudes. These dudes are not beneficial to my emotions, to my lifestyle. I was a sports guy. I didn't hang around dudes hanging on the street. Not saying I wasn't cool with them, but that just wasn't my lifestyle. Nobody could lead me. I wasn't following no dude. I don't care how loud he talk, whatever. But young men today, a lot of them haven't had that balance. Most of the information they got were from dudes just ain't really trying to do shit, or women. And at some point as a man, you have to sort of break away from that. You have to, in order to be able to elevate on your job, get your promotions, you have to step outside your feelings. And you have to be willing to connect to something different. Most of us stay in our comfort zones. But those who are strong enough and willing to step outside of that and listen to the information instead of the tone of the voice, those are the most successful. Because there's no $100,000 man walking around worrying about people's feelings. He's going to say things. But again, I don't salute to my man Stan. There's no one answer. There's no one way. I have just a way. You know, I say, like he said, stop following people who have no way.
No way, right?
So you just have to continue to grow. You know, YouTube is a funny place. You know, some people view it as occupation. So you sort of have to, you know what I'm saying, cater it to the people who you know are going to support you financially. It's similar to a pastor to me. If pastors were real, then you think they would get the money that they get? Probably not. But it's just part of the dynamic. That's the catch-22 people are in. But the truth,
I would say, oh my bad.
No, I'm just saying the truth goes the longest than the lie. If it doesn't matter how you say it, as long as you're speaking the truth to it. I may cry in my pillow tonight, tomorrow, but then I'll think about it like, dang, what he said was right. So at some point, I have to sort of move on that information and act accordingly. So,
what I would say when I'm looking for a mentor, you gotta and it's not, you can't guess somebody's intention. You can't guess somebody's intention, right? You could guess. You can't read somebody's intention 100%. But I would say anytime you're looking for a mentor, make sure it's somebody who got your best interest and not somebody that just wanna talk or just because sometimes, and respectfully, a lot of older dudes, they just be trying to talk and son you and be on. It don't even be like they don't be genuinely trying to communicate with you, especially if somebody say, I'm gonna say it how I say it, regardless of how you're receiving it. That person genuinely is not trying to get through to you. Like I literally work with special needs people, bro. Special needs people. I gotta have patience and I gotta tailor my communication to them people. You know what I'm saying? I can't just say, oh, and I seen other co-workers talk to them just like, oh, I'm gonna talk to them how I talk to them, whether they get it or not. And I just don't think there's effective communication. A lot of times, older dudes, more experienced dudes might be talking on the panel a lot of times, and I just give them grace because they older. But sometimes the grace run out, and I gotta be like, man, that is not right. But a lot of times I know a lot of older people, they don't like hearing when they're wrong from a younger person or somebody with less experience in whatever field. So sometimes I might just hold my thoughts and just say, you know what, let me not say it because it's not gonna, they might not even want to receive it. You know what I'm saying? I could probably tell it to somebody who's younger or less experienced than me. Because a lot of people, they do be in their ego and they do be talking from their ego. Like the ways that I communicate with my pops, is way more effective than if I use the way he communicate. If I use the way my dad communicated to me on him right now at this point in his life, it's not gonna work. He not gonna receive that shit. Damn, what just happened? Oh, he not gonna receive that shit. Yo, you just changed the layout. I think I hit some shit. Yeah,
I was trying to type in the chat. My bad.
oh, no, it's all good. But if I talk to my dad the way he talked to me, he might not receive that shit the way if I talk to him like he was talking to me when I was younger. My communication style works more when me and him talking. You know what I'm saying? Because I talk to him a lot of time with empathy, knowing that he's from an older generation. You know what I'm saying? So like you just gotta read your audience. If you don't care about your audience, then you're not communicating effectively. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't taking feedback, verbal cues, and tailoring your message to your audience, then I don't think it's effective communication. Because communication work. That's like if I'm driving a car, and I used this example yesterday. This is like if I'm driving a car, and Auntie and Coach Ferg is driving too. One of them is drunk. One of them, their brakes don't work. I can't look. I still, no matter what they're doing, I gotta make sure that I drive and pay attention to people who driving crazy on the road. I could be like, man, fuck it, I'm gonna drive how I drive, and then we in a crash, we in a collision, we in a wreck on the side of the road because I was like, man, I'm gonna just drive how I want. That's irresponsible. Sometimes you gotta do what's in your best power to get across the message you're trying to get across and the outcome. Communicating is not just for people to hear you, it's for them to understand. If you just want to be heard, you could say it however you want, but if you want to be understood, you're going to make sure the message is being comprehended by the listeners. You know what I mean? And sure, people could say like YouTubers is like pastors and stuff like that, but if I got people in the chat that are supporting me and keeping my lights on, I would like when I communicate, they understand. I'm not a person who got some message to give them, so I'm gonna deceive them or not deceive them because I don't got no message to give them. I'm not coming with an agenda when I communicate with them. You know what I'm saying? I always say my channel is entertaining, but I might talk about different topics, but I want that shit to be clear to my demographic. Sometimes I even got an accent. So sometimes I definitely got to make sure what I'm saying is being received by my audience. Or I could be like, oh, I'm going to just say it how I say it. Fuck it if they get that's inconsiderate as fuck. And a lot of times, bro, if I give a lot of people the same inconsideration they'll feel uncomfortable. They'll not like that shit. I see it all the time. One of these days, I'm gonna stop giving people respect because they're older and treat them like on some regular deck. They're not gonna, bro. I'm telling you, a lot of shit that people say they can't receive the same shit. August Moore was on my channel talking about, yeah, I say how I say to my wife, and she take it how she take it. But at the end of the stream, his wife came in and made him tone that shit down. A lot of these things these dudes be saying, they don't practice that shit in their real life. They're not talking to everybody like that in their real life. So they're giving false messages to other people. This is why somebody might listen to you and try that shit, and it's not gonna work because it's not even working for some of y'all in your real life. Maybe it work in some aspects of your real life, or maybe the people who listen and don't even live the life you live. So I think you do gotta be adaptive. You know what I'm saying? You do gotta make sure no matter how old you are, is still room to grow and room to learn. Or else you're gonna just be stuck in your ways. And a lot of people, this is what I'm seeing, they just stuck in their ways, and they want you to be stuck in their ways with them to validate the way that they stuck in.
Hey, let me jump in real quick.
Man, it ain't some bars. I don't know what is.
Nah, but let me just jump in because just like I was saying earlier, it really depends on who you are, who your audience is, who your target audience is, whether or not you're trying to retain viewers, whether or not you're talking to your wife, or whether or not you're one of the innovators. You know what I'm saying? Like one of the innovators of the world. Because I understand what DJ's talking about. If you live streaming, you're trying to retain viewers. You know what I'm saying? You want them to hit the super chat. You want them to stay engaged and all of that stuff. Then yeah, there needs to be a certain vibe. There needs to be a certain type of tone for that audience is specifically looking to you. But I saw it wasn't a documentary, but somebody that was close to Steve Jobs pretty much said something similar. Like, yo, to him was like, what do the people want? Like, shouldn't you just give the people what it is that they want? And Steve Jobs' answer to that is no. I'm not going to give them, who cares what they want? I'm going to give them what I give them, and they will want it. And that's one of the innovators of the world. So it really depends on, who you are. So to go back to your question, which you asked originally, what would I recommend for boys that don't have that father, or that male influence in their lives and stuff like that? First off, I would usually recommend the team setting, because a lot of that stuff is just built in, whether it's sports, whether it's, different types of clubs, but there's usually got to be a mission involved. You learn the order of operations, from leadership to sportsmanship to practice, perfect practice, and just kind of understanding those things. But also you got to understand when you do have an innovator, as opposed to, when you have the entertainer, right there. And then when you are trying to set up a think tank, or whatever, where you're actually coming up with solutions, like, different settings are going to call for different forms of communication. It really depends on what setting you're in, what type of message you're actually trying to deliver, and what you're trying to accomplish.
Good points, man. I just hope that people actually take that shit into consideration. But real quick, pause for the cause. Shouts out to Witch Doctor and Reese from Philly. Good show. Appreciate that, man. We're going to keep going. Let's celebrate real quick. We'll get back to the conversation.
We humble as a bumble in the middle of the jungle. We got problems and we fumble and we stumble, but we don't grumble. All we do is hustle. And you the reason that we on our way up. You the reason. 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 You the reason.
Thank y'all so much. We got Riaz back in the building. He's back from the gym. All right.
Hey, what up? Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And no, just real quick before you go, Riaz. I just wanted to, finish and kind of land that up, because like I said, when you wanted the innovators, and that's your goal, is to innovate, chances are you are going to have to give people things that they have never seen before, and you're going to have to deliver it in a way that they're not used to having it delivered, and that will make a lot of folks uncomfortable. That's why you have innovations like the iPhone, for example. Somebody chose to do things totally different.
I do consider myself an innovator, but I still, whatever I innovate, I still want my audience to receive it. Like when I do anything, bro, like I want it to be received well. You know what I'm saying? Like if I innovate, if I invent some shit and it's not received well, I'm gonna go back to the drawing board and invent some other shit. You know what I'm saying? Because my job is to be like Steve Jobs. Maybe he could afford to just do whatever, but I'm not doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make sure that whatever I do is effective. You know what I'm saying? I'm not just, even like on YouTube. When I'm on YouTube, I want to make sure whatever I'm doing is effective. It's not like my fault. I lost my train of thought. I'm getting a call on IG. I just want my shit to be effective. You know what I mean? I don't want to just do it and just leave it there, because 9 times out of 10, like I'm putting a lot of preparation into my show. You know what I'm saying? I'm working on different type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I want it to be received well at the end of the day, because I'm putting a lot of energy into it. I'm not about to put a lot of energy into something and then it's just like it's like no results. You know what I mean? Because that's a waste of energy. I don't like wasting my energy. There's other things I could be doing. So I got to make sure my shit is effective. If it's not effective this time, if I'm communicating to some people and they don't get what I'm saying, the next time I'm going to change the communication a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? It's just, come on, man.
But no, I wasn't that wasn't geared towards you specifically. I was just saying
because you said entertainers versus innovators, like they're different things. Just like when Coach Ferg is saying the truth, like if the other thing, the other way is the lie. You know what I'm saying? It's like that is not. I'm just listening to the communication that's going on. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know, man. Y'all got it. Go ahead. My bad.
Like I said, it wasn't geared towards you specifically. because I would have just addressed you. I'm speaking in general
Right.
terms.
No,
Just
but
having
most
a
people don't
conversation.
address.
Glory, thank you for having me up, babe. I gotta
said, and I watch in the chat,
Thank you.
like a lot of people who claim to be direct, they be very indirect and they be very subliminal and they talk a wrong stuff. They tell other people they might even, you know what I'm saying, have a fake alias to say what they gotta say. You know what I'm saying? People say that they direct, but a lot of people don't do that shit. The same way August say he talked to his woman, she came up on there and it changed, bro. A lot of times we see ourselves biasly. That's why sometimes I gotta even talk about another scenario just so people could see their ways and their errors, because a lot of people is stuck in their ways. I'm telling y'all, bro. A lot of people is stuck in their ways. Even sometimes I might be stuck in my way, and if I see somebody else doing it, I'll be like, damn, do I be doing that? And now I could correct my error because I'm seeing it from a non-biased perspective. But if I'm looking at myself, I'm always gonna be biased, and majority of the time I'm gonna think I'm right because we are the hero in our story. We're not gonna see ourselves as the villain.
Right.
But that's where you can retain the growth, when you can actually look at yourself and understand who you are and your faults. And let's be real, most of us over 35 colored people, we stuck in our ways. There may be some things we adjust, but that's why most people over 35 struggle in finding a partner, as we say, but someone to be with, because a lot of us refuse to step out of our own way because we're stuck in our ways. And for me, when it comes to anything, again, I've been on, I don't know how many panels. I don't speak directly to anybody on a panel or in the chat unless they direct it towards me. I just speak to the issues that are at hand. That's how I speak. I don't speak to try to say that it's somebody. If I'm going to say who it is, I want to say their name and respond back. I don't just, I'm speaking from the topics and things that are being spoken about on the panels. So that's just me. Again, life is about making adjustments. If you stick with the truth of whatever you convey, you don't have to cater it to anybody. Maybe the information may go over somebody's head, so I can say make that adjustment. But if you're trying to convey something and it's based off truth and logic, out of the best practices according to the sociology, just make sure that information stays consistent. But the way you deliver it, yes, that could be changed according to your audience.
I just think it's the most effective way. I mean, people obviously can do whatever they want and they're going to continue to do what they want. But yeah, I think it's more effective, just like I said, just to be smart. You know what I'm saying? Just take a second. If you actually want to get what you want out of this interaction, then you might want to, you might just want to do that. Because, we can be, like you said, very blunt, very, very, very blunt. You know what I'm saying? In the sake of keeping it real, but it's not effective. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't stick. It doesn't land the same. Let me see here.
I literally see people nodding off on panels, and the person who talking just continue going. They don't care. And I'm like, yo, why would you waste that much energy, bro? They're falling asleep. Like, just don't say nothing more. Save yourself some energy. The people are nodding off, bro. Like, you know what I mean?
But at the same time, sometimes that message is not, it's not designed for those with short attention spans. So I understand what you're saying. Now, if your goal is to be entertaining, then yeah, they're failing at that goal. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you're putting people to sleep, and we're trying to be entertaining. I get that. But some people are trying to trigger, those that are in deep thought and they're thought provoking or whatever, and they're like, yo, my message should put you to sleep if your attention span is only a minute long. So I mean, it really depends on who it is,
you see,
and who they're talking to, and what they're trying to accomplish.
If I was to tailor my communication to people with short attention span, I would get to the point faster. That's how I would. That's how my communication will be effective dealing with those people. I'm not gonna be like, well, they short attention span. I'm not gonna talk to them. But that means you could only communicate to a limited demographic, bro. That's
But
all that means. Your communication is not that effective. You talking to some young niggas and they falling asleep. Not your communication is not effective, bro. Get to the point faster.
Trey's face. He would have jumped in there so bad. Young bull. We got
Nah,
Trey in the building.
I was about to say nah. I was just saying what he said was true, but I was listening earlier before I had to, log off and all that. You know what I'm saying? I just got off work not too long ago.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
what I was listening to earlier, right? Man, y'all niggas be bluffing, man. Let me tell you something, right? It be like this, man. It's a song. It's out. You feel what I'm saying? It go a little something like this. I'd rather lie than to lose you, girl. It be like that. You know what I'm saying? I swear to God.
He said he read a lot in Delusion. Goddamn, man. Man, but what do you think about communication, man? Do you think that people should just say however they, say whatever however they want to, or do you think that they should, what I'm saying, if they actually wanted to get through to the person, that they should, what I'm saying, kind of fix they don't have to don't have to be so blunt about it. Do you think people should just be themselves, or do you think that we should tailor our messages when we talk to each other?
I think the best way to effectively communicate is to be yourself, right? But you got to be yourself respectfully. That's it. Like, you can't be nobody else, and you can't expect everybody to understand you. But the thing that you can do is you can start, reading a little bit more, start trying to articulate yourself a little bit different. But at the end of the day, your message is still going to be a message. You know what I mean? Everybody not going to get it. No matter how many different ways you try to put it, some people just not going to understand it.
Right.
And, people just got to learn how to live with that. That's the problem. People don't know how to live with being different.
Like, everybody not going to get what you're saying. But if I'm communicating to like 10 people, I want to make sure a good amount of them understand what I'm saying. Because if just one person understood out of that 10 people, then I'm not communicating effective enough, or I probably should have just talked to that one person alone and not waste my energy trying to talk to a bunch of people. I don't think when you tailor your communication, it means you're not being yourself. And I think that's what I'm hearing a lot of the brothers saying sugarcoating, being nice. That's not what it means, bro. Like, I'm telling you, I work with special needs people. Some of them, you can't talk to them nice. You know what I'm saying? But you still want to make sure they understand what you're saying, because that's your audience that you're dealing with. You ain't gotta change up who you are. Just like the brother Trey said, you still gotta be yourself, but still you want to make sure that you communicate effectively to them people, because that's what you're trying to do. Or else why you communicating if you ain't want them to understand? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
What you got, Riaz?
I was gonna say the way my communication style is, I'm still gonna be me, but at the same time, though, I do agree with what they're saying as well. They say what you gotta say, but it's also the way I deliver it, though, as well, and also the way I communicate as well. Sometimes I'm known for speaking really fast, but also some people can understand what I'm saying. But also sometimes, though, people want me to slow down because it's actually to understand as well. Because sometimes I've got an accent, though. Because my accent, though, I've got two accents, though, so basically it's blended. Sometimes I sound too American, sometimes I sound too UK accent, though, or sometimes it's just multicultural accent. So sometimes, though, when I have to slow down, I have to literally explain it like that, though, in a way. Because, I know people can understand what I say, but I got that accent, so sometimes the way I pronounce words and everything.
Young Riyadh, sometimes when we talk fast, like a lot of people that I notice that talk fast, when you look at their background, they probably talk to a lot of, there is a language thing, because certain language is faster than some. And sometimes when people talk into where they gotta hurry up and get a point across before somebody cut them off, if you used to people cutting you off, a lot of times you're gonna come in and you're gonna try to get like say a bunch of stuff. Because I remember when you was on my panel, And I was like, nah, you got time. You could say what you got to say. You slowed it down a little bit because you didn't think you had to hurry in and get what you got to say before somebody take the mic. And I think when you slow it down, your communication be more clearer when you slow it down. You know what I mean?
I can agree with you though. So that's the way I grew up. Okay, yeah, that makes sense though. And I agree with you. You know, when I actually get time to slow it down as well, though. Because, you know, it's not just basically other people make to speed it up. It's also sometimes I ever get too excited or I have too much in my head to
Right.
basically I want to say and I want to get it as quick as possible. But I kind of agree with you. And I have to slow it down. I communicate effectively better than when I talk really quickly. So I see where you're coming from because it does. That is true. I won't deny that.
Well,
Right.
it's, you know, just something just to be aware of and see. It was effective the way that message was conveyed. You understood it, and believe it or not, yes, you are very effective as well. So
Right.
give yourself some more credit.
Of course.
I have 30 minutes before I have to pick up kids. I wanted to welcome L. Nixon to the stage. So I wanted to let you guys just kind of bounce around, especially the people who haven't spoken in a while. So L. Nixon, I'll let you go first if you have something that you want to add. Coach Ferg, Lord ADS, I guess he left. Kasim, he's still hanging in there. So yeah. L. Nixon, Coach Ferg, and Kasim. You guys
Kasim can go before me because he had a question. He can go.
Okay, go ahead, hon.
What's going on, y'all?
What's up,
Al? Hey, so if I did 22 years in the military, so I know all about being a public speaker, listen to public speaking, training, and all that. We get trained to death. And the thing about speaking in front of a large audience, there's no, in a large audience, there's no way to tailor a message to a large audience. You have to speak plain. You have to speak common. You can't be specific. You don't know how to tailor a message initially because you don't even know your audience. Therefore, you don't know what to tailor. That you get online, you get analytics. Public speaking, you get feedback. How was the message? And then toward the next training, you can try to tailor. And then the next training, you're going to tailor some more and tailor some more because you're not going to be able to get everybody. The specific tailoring you can do initially if you have a smaller, specific group that are there for a certain reason. Then you don't have to speak general to them. And then when we talk about the communication model, there's a thing called noise. That's a barrier. That's language. That's gender. That's religion. That's belief. So even if you're speaking in general and you don't know all these things, those are the things that still might affect your message. So you have to get a pull if you're doing consistent public speaking on what your audience is going to be. So if you look at school, right, a lot of our kids have issues with learning in large classrooms. The reason why they have a problem learning in large classrooms is because the time it takes for me to explain everything, I can't get through the class. That's why kids do better in smaller classes because they can stop and tailor everything to every kid. You can't do that in large classes. So so you would have to know initially your initial message when you're writing a message and you haven't been to the place, you don't know what to tailor. You don't even know anybody. You find that out later on. Now, but when you talk about YouTube, yes, you can tailor a message, but sometimes we start with an idea, we get a channel, and we can either tailor for some people to understand, or we can do what some people do. They tailor their message so much to the chat that it ain't no longer their message or their channel because they don't want the 15 subscribers. They want to get the 18 subscribers. So forget my message. I'm going to give everybody what they need. And we all know the chat, the trolls, you cannot please everybody. You have to give a concise message. And if you decide to, this is your viewpoint, right? Or this is what you want to speak on. Yes, you can tailor it to that specific people. The rest of the people will be in the chat trolling or whatever. Sometimes they're not even listening to you, but they're still in your chat.
Right. Like if somebody's deliberately trolling and not trying to understand you, like for the most part, when I'm talking, I could tell the people in the chat is trolls already just from being on the channel. For you, you kind of know the audience. But I was gonna ask you something to what you were saying. When you talking to a public audience, you could literally get verbal cues from them. You could literally see people body language if they lose, if you losing their attention, if somebody falling asleep, and you could in real time you could literally change some things that you're doing. Maybe you up the tempo of how you talking. Maybe you crack a joke with it or whatever, because you could in real time you get in. You might not get vocal feedback, but you get in like some verbal cues, like you seeing the body language of the people. If the arms fold, they probably not being that receptive to what you're saying. If the arms open, they're more receptive to the words that you say. You know what I'm saying? Like you could literally, like just from being outside on the earth around people, you could literally see body language and know if you're being received well or not. You know what I mean?
And I get that, right? But a reason why I mentioned military.
Yeah.
Have you ever gave a speech or delivered a message to 400 people in an auditorium?
Yeah, man.
I performed in front of a good amount of people before, but not like talking, just like music and shit.
The reason why I say that is because there's no way for you to catch the body language of 400 people. There's no way. It's no way possible.
But you could gauge the body language of some people. You know what I mean? Like
Now, unless you get applause, you know what I'm saying? Like you get a general good amount of applause. Yes, you can tell, okay, I probably did pretty good. Now, if it's louder than the rest of the people, yeah. But now if you give a message or you perform and don't nobody stand up or clap, yeah, it was ass. That's how you can tell.
Or what if you ask a question and then it's crickets, it's nobody? They probably wasn't even listening enough to even hear you ask a question. They already toned out, already zoned out and shit.
Okay, well then we have to add something else, right? When I tell people if they want to do positive, content on YouTube, I always tell them keep it short, because even though you got good content, you can't do 6 hours of positive stuff. I don't care if it's IT. We're gonna fall asleep, not because you're boring. You could be you can be a very energetic person, but we're not gonna sit there for 6 hours listening to some IT stuff. Now I can sit there and listen to people go back and forth, but positive, productive stuff, it always gets dry. So you have to cut it short. So even if you do a message and you tailor it, if it's a certain type of message, you're gonna lose people unless you add some type of entertainment value. But try making 6 hours worth of IT stuff exciting.
Yeah, I agree with that shit. Like when I go on the internet, when I'm looking for information, I've tried to find the shortest video possible to the point. This is what I was saying earlier. Like if you're communicating to younger people, you want to get straight to the point because of the attention span. Now we could sit here and say that, oh, our attention span is better than younger people, but that is besides the point. That is subjective. They know stuff that we didn't know. So sometimes when you're talking to them, you want to get more directly to the point than beating around the bush, because they're not going to be feeling that shit. They're going to zone out. You know what I mean?
Right. But this whole thing about effective communication is hard because a lot of these elements could be true. Just like when somebody said, it doesn't matter if I give the message, if you don't get it, you don't get it. Sometimes that could be true. Because let's say you're a millionaire, right? And I done made 30 millionaires. And I'm giving a message the way I give it. It may seem boring to you or it may be too much, but everybody else gets it. Do I care if you get it? I'm a millionaire. I made 30 millionaires. If you don't want to get this message, then you just won't be a millionaire. I'm good whether you learn it or not. I'm going to go somewhere else, make some more money,
but
and make some other people millionaires.
Oh, my bad. I was going to say, was it your intention to make, was it your intentions for them to understand, or was it your intentions to just give the message and leave? Like, did you intend for them to understand and become millionaires too? Or are you just giving the message so they could hear and you don't care if they understand or not?
Well, sometimes
matter.
Sometimes people just don't want to get the message, right? When you see all these infomercials, right? $14.99, you can learn this, you can learn that, right? People will buy the stuff and they won't even listen to it. They won't even listen to it. Sometimes people just, they get excited in the beginning, but you also have to want to learn what it is that the person is giving out. Like you see it in class all the time. You see students that do well because they actually want to learn and listen to it. And some kids like, I don't want to hear this stuff. And you can be the most effective person in the world. So it's kind of hard to talk about it because there's different nuances to effective communication.
Sure.
I know, Kasim, you had a question. I'm sorry for your wait.
Yeah, it's okay. I was gonna ask DJ Rich Doctor because he been up here cooking. He was cooking the other night too.
Yeah.
When it comes to this whole thing about us, keeping it real and telling it like it is, do you think that could be a detriment to us? And if so, why don't we communicate that?
You say if it could be a detriment to us in what way?
As far as it limits our growth in certain careers, or it limits us being around certain people. It limits us as far as being stuck in certain places.
It does. As a matter of fact, it limits me in a lot of ways from being like that. Like I'm literally learning in my 30s that you can't be like that, and I'm gonna say how because I've been in different scenarios where I couldn't be how I was in my 20s. Because in my 20s, I didn't want to hear shit from shit. If you're telling me about some bread, I'm not trying to listen to you. You know what I'm saying? But in my 30s, I had to understand that sometimes you got to be in a professional setting. Even from doing YouTube, if y'all listen, when I first started to know, like I articulate different. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm reading, I'm trying to expand my vocab. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be a better communicator. I'm not saying I'm the best communicator at all, but I do think this whole attitude of I'm gonna say it how I want and you gotta take that shit. That shit is a detriment, because a younger person that making their own paper, they pay their own bills. They don't gotta listen to you telling them however you want to tell them. They could just zone that shit out because they need to listen to you. In the military, people need to listen to you because they obligated to listen to you. You know what I'm saying? In certain settings, your boss talk to you crazy because if you don't listen, you might get fired and shit. But regular people on the streets, strangers, they don't got to listen to that shit.
So do you think it's more in the black community that we got to always keep it real because it solidifies like our experience, that we think if we keep it real with someone, that'll resonate more with that person, more versus having more dynamics?
I think all groups of people keep it real, and I think keeping it real is a good thing because you don't want to keep it false or keep it fake, but you don't want to be disrespectful, right? And camouflage it in keeping it real, because a lot of people might come off disrespectful, and then if you press them, they'd be like, oh, you can't handle the truth. Oh, I'm keeping it real. And it's like, bro, you could have kept it real a different way. You know what I'm saying? You literally, like, being disrespectful deliberately is extra. You could literally take that shit out and your messages still go across. So just because you think you're keeping it real, you better check yourself before you come keeping it real with me. Because I don't gotta take that shit. You know what I'm saying? I done see niggas got their jaw break for thinking they keeping it real.
So yeah, Kasim, I want to ask you a question about keeping it real. What do you define as keeping it real?
What do I define as keeping it real?
Yes, keeping it real.
Oh man, that I have gone through so many evolutions about keeping it real from when my early 20s up to now in my 50s, right? So I have been through that range, and that range is kind of it evolved over time. Right now, where I am, keeping it real means being as authentic and honest as possible, but being relatable.
Right.
In my younger 20s, keeping it real is just like you allowing yourself to express how you want to express it without any kind of consequences, however you feel.
There you go. And that's why I asked that, because
led by emotions.
Yeah. I think people mischaracterize keeping it real.
Who was that talking? Is that Trey?
I think that was on Trey. Trey and Ferg was talking.
Not bad. I was about to say, go ahead, go.
No, I was just saying, I think people mischaracterize keeping it real, because I do believe if I want to at least, as far as for me, right? I don't want to never pretend to be something that I'm not. I've never approached life that way. When I've had people who have been under my authority, whether it's coaching, mentoring, I can't just Yeah, man, these motherfuckers and all this. That's keeping it real, but it's unapplicable to the message I'm trying to give. I just always say and believe in keeping it truthful and logical. As far as me trying to, I guess, pretend something, that can be sort of chopped up when people listen to you over time and they can, they see how you move. Because a lot of, again, we talk like we the baddest and boldest, but everybody still got to go to work at 9 o'clock. So again, all of it is going to be subjective. I think some people come intentionally not to listen to receive the message, just listen to respond. And I think it benefit anybody who's willing to grow. Again, there's no one particular way to be better. Listen to 5 or 6, 10 different solutions and take the good and spit out the bad, and just be willing to be open-minded. So whatever information is being given, you can receive the best of it. And I'll say this and I'll shut up. In my line of work, and they say if you get a 20% success rate, then you have success. You've had success with that audience. And to me, that's very low. But again, the consistency, when people develop a relationship, I learned that young people don't believe you and listen to you till they can trust you. Mm-hmm. So if they can trust you based off how you move, then you'll start seeing a greater result, because when they trust you, they start asking questions. Even a genius asks questions. So if you don't know, don't let your pride get in the way and don't ask the question. The only dumb question is the question you don't ask. So salute, great show, great conversation, yo.
Well, thank you, Coach Ferg. I really appreciate you coming through with the wisdom. Yeah, I gotta get ready. Yeah, I don't want to cut it too short. So if anybody else has any final thoughts on the topic, all right, Riaz.
I'm an old dude like all y'all over 40, old as hell.
Hey, what up? What
I
up?
just got and shouts out to the old heads, you know what I'm saying? I just want to say one thing. Everybody tailors the communication. You talking to your boss, you're gonna tailor your communication. Like if I'm talking to an older lady, I'm not gonna talk to her the same way I'm talking to like my homies and shit like that. I'm gonna try to minimize cussing. And I usually talk I cuss a lot when I talk, you know what I'm saying? Being on YouTube and stuff like that, talking with different people, it helped me to tailor my how I communicate a little bit different, because a lot of people on here say when you cussing a lot, using a lot of profanity, your vocabulary is limited. But sometimes I think cussing is the seasoning to the sentence. Sometimes it just make this shit, you know what I'm saying? More, it just add a little bit more flavor.
Like the exclamation point.
Like an exclamation point. But still, some people, if I'm talking to a group of older people, I'm gonna minimize that, because like they're from the generation where that they cringe when they hear somebody cussing. So I think we all tailor it even when we don't notice it. I look, man. I think we all do that shit. That's all I gotta say. I appreciate you for having me, Ellie.
Yeah, I was about
thanks for being here, Doc.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you.
All right, cool. So what I want to say is, when I came up here, of course, I'm a big troller, but like I say, I was listening for a while. So like I say, I'm gonna go back to earlier. You don't have to lie when you're in a relationship. You know what I'm saying? The best thing to do is to be yourself and to be transparent. The more transparent, most likely the better the relationship. You know what I'm saying? It don't really start getting fickle until you start feeling like you have to lie or you have to protect the person's feelings. You feel what I'm saying? Let that person decide for themselves. That's the problem with people. We want to be deciding other people's decisions. You can't make decisions for other people. You can only make decisions for yourself. So let that other person make their own decision on how they feel about the situation. And I'm gonna leave it like that.
It's good shit, man. Appreciate you, Trey. All right, go ahead, Riaz. You got it.
Okay, so the last thing I gotta say though, the communication side, though, it also though when we tailor that though, it also depends on the chemistry, the vibe, the energy that you vibe with a person though. You know, like how you actually feel and vibe with a person though is how you communicate also. And the last thing I gotta say though, to everyone else is to please leave a like, a comment, share, connect to the host, and connect to everybody on the panel and in the chat who's a creator, and check us out though, and whatever post we got today and tomorrow, check it out and help us grow, inshallah. And I'm done though.
Appreciate you, Riaz. He be giving the best last words. I appreciate y'all. Kasim, you got anything? Are you?
Yeah, I'll just say this. Communication is more than just words. It's how we survive as people. The better you get at communicating with people, the better most of your circumstances are going to be, the better outcomes that you're going to get. Never deceive yourself in thinking that you can't improve on your communication and how individuals relate to you, because as a true leader in any type of facet, communication is your greatest asset and your superpower. So learn to take inventories in the ways of how you communicate people in order to get better outcomes, and you'll notice significant improvements in your life in all ways.
There we go. Stay consistent, man, and don't give up. You know what I mean? Just because you started somewhere don't mean that's where you got to end. Amen. All right. I appreciate you for coming up, man. Always welcome. Always appreciate it on here on the channel. All right. So Coach Ferg, I see you still up here. I'm going to just drop you down. Okay. All right, you guys. That was our show. We 6 hours, 18 minutes. Whoo. But what do y'all think about this communication styles? I think we actually got somewhere, man. I think we actually did. Had a little bump in the road, but we got it back on track. Shouts out to everybody that joined me on the panel today. Of course, Riaz was first. Big C, DJ Witch Doctor, Coach Ferg, Trey, and T, L Nixon. I feel like Kasim. I think, oh my God, I hope I didn't miss anybody. But I don't think I did. But thank y'all, everybody, you know what I'm saying, just for showing up, helping me towards the goal. Like I said, I'm just getting these watch hours up, and you guys being here definitely helps. Make sure that you share the stream out or catch the replay if you didn't catch the whole thing. It was a really, really good conversation. I got to make sure I chop this stuff up. And I didn't even get to the last video. So you know what's happening next time. At least I got something. It's always good to have one clip in the chamber. All right. But in the meantime, you guys stay good to yourselves. Oh my goodness. Let me stop. Okay. Let me celebrate Miss Bridget for her PayPal. I am so sorry, hun. I got caught up in the conversation. Let's go ahead and celebrate you before we get out of here, hun.
We humble as a bumble in the middle of the jungle. We got problems and we fumble and we stumble, but we don't grumble. All we do is hustle. And you the reason that we on our way up. You the reason. 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 You the reason.
All right, y'all. See you next time.
I can put you in my business. You might wish me dead tomorrow. Bitches be on thick today, sing every word up tomorrow. Bitch, I still got case open. Keep your mouth shut tomorrow. Play with me today, then get some sleep. You know it's up tomorrow. Fake bitch, that's when my friend fucked on your nigga. Both you bitches pussy, I think y'all should scissor. She bought a chain, I bought the same one, even bigger. She doing shots, that's how I know I got a trigger. I don't speak dog ho. I don't care what no bitch says. I stay on her mind, I got the condos in that bitch head. She said she don't fuck with me. Who said that you can't hold? That nigga munching, he gon' eat me like a mango. Long ass feet, it be tickling my ass crack. What wonder what I do tomorrow that these hoes will be mad at. Oh yeah, bitches sweet, and I always get my lick back. I fight for my bitches and I'm fighting over dicks.
Can't say your name up in my songs, might not fuck with you tomorrow. Can't get my feelings hurt today, I won't give a fuck tomorrow. Ain't fucked up by no credit score, I might be rich as fuck tomorrow. Every day the sun won't shine, but that's why I love tomorrow. Can't say your name up in my songs, might not fuck with you tomorrow.